And hello once again. We are here with Pokemon Auto Chess on the Flippy Dippy and Foxhound Show. How are all of you lovely individuals doing today? You beautiful people in the back, I see you. You so-and-so people in the front. You know what? Don't feel bad about yourselves. I'm in the same camp, and there we go. Okay, before we do anything else, let's just jump right on into it. Let's have a little bit of fun here. We're going to play some ranked matches and see what happens. I'm looking for Bolted on. You know, we had a little fun playing Artificial before. It was neat. It kind of fell off in a big way towards the end, but it was neat. And Artificial and Electric are things that I'm really interested in grabbing this time. So, with a through line of Steel in between, but I think we can make some Electric Artificial happen. That does feel like a good play to me. Now, Electric does demand its max energy as quickly as you can possibly get it to start storing up those cell phone batteries. You got to get your Samsung on in order to be able to have that work effectively, but yeah, I think that's alright. I think that is okay for certain. So we'll go ahead and do that. And it should not be an issue at all. Let me go check the audio levels. Make sure we're still leveled up in the audio. Yeah, that's fine. All the things are all the okay. And voila, Smeargle is letting us know something in the little corner there. Should be ready to rock and roll very shortly here. Don't know who we're up against. We got Life Enjoyer 305 with the Determined Raboot. We got Idyllic Bobcat, the Mew. You're playing a mouse while calling yourself Bobcat. That's all. Alright, don't get to look at those other jabronis. We got Electric right off the bat. We got the double Weedle Dog Daria. We'll take those. And you know what? Give me a Nubbins too. But yeah, really, ideally, I'd love to go to, I guess I'm going to a bug region. Never mind, we're not playing Electric, we're going bug. I guess that's how we're playing this. Bug it is, and then we're straight up bugging. I guess this is already, now we could pivot through Electric. We do have Electric available, right? Pichu Mareep is an Electric combo. I really would rather play Electric stuff. But we are in a bug region. Is the thing. Is that we are in a bug-based region. And early evolved bugs are very strong. So you know what? We keep both avenues open. And we see what happens. I think that's what we do. We play it based on what synergies we go ahead and get. And there is a step towards bugs. There is indeed a step towards bugs. Bugs got the advantage in the house right now. Bugs looking like they got the old advantagens right now. Yo, it's tough to say. It's tough to say. Yeah, Gumi, get in there. You're basically a bug. You're basically a bug anyway, friend. But we do have some base Electric boys already. It's a tough freaking world, man. Although, I don't know, dude. We're kind of neck and neck. Show me another Mystic Water. And we'll toss the stuff we don't need here. Pull these through. It's going to like go to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, we'll wait on the Pidgeys to do their thing. And then we'll decide exactly how we want to play this. Might as well buy actually all this crap down, right? Since we're not making the interest payment anyway. And just see if that's enough to kind of do something. So that's Soldew into Mystic Water, which is actually big energy nonsense. What do I want here? Really, I'm kind of okay with anything. I'll grab another Charcoal. That could be useful. Charmander, you're not happening today. Alright, let's see what Evos are popping up. The Gumi doesn't matter to anybody. Cyndaquil, that's nothing. That's a whole lot of nothing. Whole lot of nothing is appearing, though Pikachu is indeed a man. So it's up to what we get in the last little stretch here. That is Electric. Alright, I think we're settled. Electric is what's happening. I think that settles it for us. Bug would be interesting. Bug is not happening. We are going to lock in the electric. Since we got the base electric synergy off already, yeah, we are going to go with that. The Flaffy kind of got us good there. That dude's already going electric, though. This dude is going electric. That's going to limit what we can do, which is maybe a problem. But you know what? We can do Deep Sea Tooth into Soldo, and then maybe a Shell Bell on something. That would be kind of a good combination. All that together. I could live with that. I could absolutely live with that. I don't mind contesting. We'll get the Cottony just to throw potential Flame Orb nonsense in there. I ain't like sold on nothing, but you know, it ain't that bad. Alright, so Pikachu, you can hold on to this and to this for the time being. And we're really looking for anything that kind of makes sense to throw into this squadron. Abra is a decent man, but it's not the decent man that we're looking for. That's also decent. If I could get Magneton, I would be kind of comfortable with what we're doing here. I think we get through this team pretty easily. Pikachu should just be zapping them with maximum Pika Ferocity. Maybe I should have thought about Bug, but Bug kind of gets zapped down by electric pretty hard too. Bug gets bodied by a lot of different types. Okay, that's actually not too bad. We will continue to roll down aggressively early because it's my favorite way of playing. Is it optimal? Absolutely not. Is it fun? Abso-freaking-lutely. And ain't nothing there. But double Flaffies. There we go. The double Flaffy meta. 2 Flaffies is better than 1 Flaffy. That is what they will tell you in the history books, and you know what? They're 100% right. 2 Flaffies are better than 1. This setup should be enough to get us through a lot of nonsense. Unless we face a red Doublade right off the bat, hitting us with some real nonsense right off the old shindig there. Yeah, that'd do it. That would do it. Yeah, Doublade is very strong early. That's Magneton, though. We will take that. You know what? I will roll down a little bit more, just to be a little bit cheeky. Alright, ain't nothing showing up here. We'll see what happens. We'll let it ride up to Gary, and then we'll try to make something work. All the way up to Gary Land. We're hoping for a Shell Bell from Gary, because that would actually kit Pikachu up quite nicely. Yeah. Also would not be bad to go on a dedicated caster build with some like an upgrade or something like that. But we wouldn't be able to bring it on Pikachu. It would have to be on somebody else. Alright, and we get through the Torchic. We do. Double Flappy damage is doing double Flappy stuff, which is not bad as far as I am concerned. And we get a Ditto. That's a pretty good get. Show me the ice and finish the Pikachu set. That'll do. This will indeed do. Now, is it the interest actually mattering here? No, probably not. There's Honedge showing up for us. Here's another level towards Flaffy. Good old Ampharosians. Maybe we'll get Ampharocious. That would be nice. We're actually only 1 Mareep away from being able to go full Ampharos, which is not a bad mon. Which I wouldn't mind. Do we get through basic ice nonsense is the question. Do we hop out of there in time? Looks like we're getting zapped pretty hard. But Pikachu is putting a lot of work. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. What kind of healings Pikachu gets? 66 is decent enough. Probably not enough to carry us into the end. That is potentially Ampharos. If we get nothing else, that's Ampharos. And last pick. That is indeed an Ampharosians, which we will just go ahead and sell that in order to make that dude happen. Yeah, we'll lock that in right now. And you know what? Give me another Magnemite there. Give me one more Magnemite. We'll rack this little squadron. We should get our unique. Hopefully it'll be electric. We can slot that in and see what's happening. But yeah, Ampharos early, not a bad get. Would have preferred the Raichu, but Ampharos is definitely not something that I am upset to see. There we go. Whole lot of nothing happening on the item front right now, but I ain't mad about it. Okay, what do we get? Looks like there's a couple of electric portals because somebody else is going with the old electric synergy. None of it is going to be facing me though. It's on the opposite side of the globe. Alright, let's go. Dang it! Okay, I don't even know. I guess we take this portal here and hope that we get something that we can work with. We might have to pivot away from electric here. We don't have to pivot because we are never freaking punished. Octazolt. Deal 120 and inflict paralysis. I mean, sure. Is it exactly what I would have wanted? No, probably not. But I'll take it. We did get kind of a Bupkis region for us. But, did we get any electric ads? We did get the temple. That is in the pool. And you're like a mainliner, right? So we want to put you up front with Pikachu and let the rest of the dudes kind of clash. Let's go ahead and throw some like this up for the time being. Orosnam is a 3-star unit, and Magnemite isn't really helping us. And that gets us through with ice. So yeah, we'll do this for just a minute. Yeah, Pikachu's getting pushed all around, but actually that might not be a bad thing. Sakaton Pikachu. I think we lose to the Slitherwing though. Yeah, that Quilladin stacked 2 bits. We could pivot through ice here. There is an option. There is an interesting option. I'm going to Soldew here and throw that on the Zolt there. Try to get that Thunder Fang going off a little bit better. The Onix doesn't interest us, but Ice actually might. What are we looking for? We could pivot towards Light though. We are in a region where Light is a possibility. Would we rather try to go for a light build? What's our region look like? What is light in this region? Really just the Cherim. I mean, it's an interesting idea, but I don't think it's particularly viable. Yeah, especially with our unique doubling down into ice. I don't think so. I don't think Boulder is happening. I don't think so. I think we're just gonna let this ride for a while. See what this team can do. Would like to maybe focus down the Raichu if we could while we got the time. Electivire selling stuff. That Electrizer would be so good for us to make Snom into an electric type. If we can manage to stomach it, but I don't think we're gonna get it. Maybe we will. I think that the Reboot Day is going for it. Nah, we got to put on the opposite end of the globe. The electric terrain actually would not be bad. All of our dudes can use that, right? We could throw that on this dude 100%, right? And start spreading electric terrain. That's actually not too bad for us. Show me something I can use, friends. Show me something I can use. It's looking like a whole lot of stuff that I cannot use. That Palmy I can actually bring into to the fray, though. And at least have a backup plan, and then we don't spend anymore after that. After that, we are good. We don't need to play it silly anymore. Alright, so we got double snow dude there. Yeah, we are getting hammered a little bit by this thing. Freaking Pichu with the red orb, man. Actually doing us 30. Electric Terrain Ampharos is putting in the work, though. Yeah, and Pikachu just thank God I like that right now, though. But the Electric Terrain is helping quite a bit. If we could get Pikachu to Raichu, we'd be in such better shape. Now the question is, do we continue with the Snamians, or do we get Electric 5? I think Electric 5 is more valuable. Show me Pichu. The pool is just too full of nonsense. We're not finding that, dude. We ain't finding the Raichu. That's just not gonna happen. Raichu Dream's not gonna happen. Even Magnezone Dream doesn't look like it's happening. With 42%, we ain't seen that dude show up for a long time. So now we gotta wait. We just wait and hope this win streak can hold. Pikachu should do some good for us as a frontliner, although I'm tempted to toss him into the trash in order to kit our Arcto there. Mr. the Zolt might be the better option, since it doesn't look like we're getting Raichu, right? Yeah. Dash to the farthest Pokemon, deal 50 special damage and inflict with paralysis. Yeah, Mr. the Zolt actually is looking like the better target here for items, but you know, we won't worry about it just yet. We'll let this go for just a minute here. But yeah, we want to hit Electric 7, so we can let this roll. We do get through. The Charcoal is an interesting potentiality. But the Shiny Charm is also really not bad. Ooh, you know what? We go with the Shiny Charm here. And then we see who we want to throw it on. And we let things ride for just a little bit. Yeah, but that Shiny Charm could definitely do some good on somebody. I don't know who, though. I guess we could put it on the paw. On the big paw friend there. Rather have it something kitted up on the Arctozolt, though. I would love to switch items around to make Pikachu thicker and Arctozolt more damage dealing. But we'll just have to deal with what we got. Ampharos is looking to spread terrain. It is not getting through. Yeah, we got that stolen from us by the freaking Regigigas. Somehow he got first pick on stuff, even though he's the leader of the freaking pack, dude. Crazy. Crazy energy on that nonsense there. Just absolutely nutty nonsense. Doesn't even need it for the synergy. Sadness. Alright, what do we got here? We got Litwick. That wit is not lit. Alright, what do we got here? What do we got? Do we roll down at all? We got nothing good in the regional. We got absolutely nothing in the regional. And very little in the pool. Alright, do we get through this Turtonator? I don't know, dudes. Not looking like it. Yeah, we gotta make some pivot plays here really, really bad, because Pikachu just ain't it. Alright, we roll down a little bit if we can't manage to get something on board, then yeah, we gotta swap. We gotta hot swap things. This ain't gonna work. Another level towards Magnemite's not bad. Okay, show me like a Mystic Water or something. I'll take a second Mystic Water set of some kind. We should be able to get pick at a decent point here. I'll just throw that on, and then we roll down to see what we can grab. Ain't nothing of interest here. There's Magneton. I guess that's something. Anything. Please show me anything I can use here. That's a level towards that. You know what? I will stack you up to bits because you are objectively a better mon. So we're gonna do this into this, into this, into this, and then we're gonna throw in this to get Electric 5 back. This just seems stronger. Yeah. And plus we got the pink paw of power there, doing pink paw stuff. We did get through that, dude. Ice Cream is hammering us pretty good. Zolt got freaking slammed for 800 years. But the crew actually did some damage this time. Electric Terrain is helping, like I said. Yeah. I'm kind of okay with this. What we need now is levels. I think that's what we need now more than anything else. So we gotta let this ride for a little bit because we need to be able to get Electric 7 as soon as it comes online. Yep, and then we would like to kit the Pawmot up with something else, but for now this is good enough. And does the Terrain Extender offer any... It does offer shield and energy. Yeah, it might be better on something else. Alright, the Chestnut team is here again, getting all those bonus defenses against all the nonsense that we want to do. Zolt's already gone. Do we get through any of this team? I don't think we do. We barely get through just the Slitherwing. Yeah, we're kind of outmatched in a big way up against fighting right now. Plus, they got Machamp and Chestnut. They had a lot of tier 3 on that team. Yeah, they are a hazardous bunch right there. PvE fight was more difficult, right? So we should buy in order to get, like, at least the ice energy up. Something like this. Hopefully that's enough. Hopefully, maybe, possibly. I don't know. I'm not super confident in this team's ability to take on this particular crew. Yeah, it's a little bit dicey. Just a teeny little bit dicey there. Okay. Show me something amazing. We should be able to get through the Lugia. We did. And then it's just through the Ho-Oh, which will bring both of these dudes back, but we should have no problem cleaving through the rest of this. Nice and easy. Manaphy Egg is interesting. If we throw the Terrain Extender on our Electric as well, it's going to be a lot towards the initial cast, which actually doesn't sound half bad. It actually sounds like I should maybe be stealing the Soul Dew off of the Pawmot. Let's see what our legend is first before we get too crazy, but we know this is 100% what we're building. Manaphy Egg is 100% what we are building there. We get the Double Dragon Electric. We go there. Oh, we got another level towards Magnezone. We're actually pretty close to Magnezone. You know what they say? Magnezoneliness is next to godliness. Alright, what do we got? We got this jabroni. You know what? Thundurus? actually kind of does warrant me swapping some things out. So Snom, you're going to the back row. And by that, I mean you ain't even showing up here. We need... Okay, that's another level towards Magnezone. Snom itself might not be that bad if we can get Frostlass as a bridge through for ice. Alright, show me more electric of really any kind. You're really gonna do this to me. You're really gonna do this to me. There's Frostlass, which ain't terrible. As a matter of fact, it can come in for Pichu in the moment. Yeah, alright. I really just need an electric that I can throw in over the Pawmot there so I can try to swap items around and get Thundurus kitted. But the problem is I can't get Thundurus kitted because I can't find an electric mon in the electric terrain. Alright, we're gonna throw this in. Show me any electric mon that I could throw in over the paw. Come on, dudes. There's gotta be one. There's gotta be one in the pool somewhere that I can bring, right? Yo, this terrain... Okay, that's fine. We throw you down. Hot swap. We want the items off of you to give them the Thundurus. And, yeah, we can give you the Shiny Charm back, I guess. Yeah, we could. And I think the Terrain Extender... I don't know, dude. This is really, really terrible. Yeah, we are getting skunked so bad on the rolls there. Toxel is an electric mon to bridge the gap through, but we ain't making it through the next fight is the problem. Yeah, we got really hard capped on rolls. Really, really bad. Oh, now everything shows up. Now that it's too late to do anything about it. Unfortunate. Sure, give me the Pokédoll, I guess. We can make some frontline tanky with the, with all that nonsense, but it's not really gonna matter. We can't possibly turn it around from here. Elekid is a decent mon, but it's just not enough. We went far too long without seeing anything of any use. Okay, what can we afford to give, like, power? I guess we give defensive items to Ampharos because it's already got the shield from Terrain Extender and try to make some work. I don't know, dudes. It's not seeming like it's gonna work out for us. I guess Elekid is maybe a little bit stronger than this dude. We do something like this. But yeah, we ain't got no level of power here. And we're up against the very top team right now. Yeah, we're done. Yeah, this is a ripperoni. 100,000,000,000% is this a ripperoni type sitch. Frostmoth actually did hold the line pretty well. Didn't matter. Sinistea was more than enough to take us out. That was a garbage game, dude. RNG slaughtered us like there was no tomorrow. Yo, Demon Girl, what's up? Yo, I have to leave in like an hour. So you hanging out? Sure. Thanks. Yeah, we got RNG down hard that game. Like, did you see how many rolls we got in an electric zone without seeing a single electric mon? That was rough. That was indeed rough. But hey, that's stream luck. That is stream luck. You will only get that here where you will see it live. Other people complain about that luck, I will document it. I will actually document it live. Hey. Yeah, 3 streams. Okay, let's do something else here. Alright, screw it. Let's go Bug. Let's go silly, try out the Bug synergy. I know it gets beaten by just about everything in the game, but, I don't know, maybe we'll get super lucky. Alright, this is indeed a Bug off the bat with a terrible item. But Caterpie itself is good. It potentially leaves a Flame Orb open for Heracross, So Heracross ain't something that okay. Sure, we'll throw in Chespin. We're feeling green. And you know what? We'll buy down all this nonsense. See if we can't come up with some bugs, though. Oh, even in the bug zone? We are not. We are in a fighting zone. Naturally. Naturally, we are in a fighting zone. But you know what? We can pivot into fighting pretty easily. Sure. And we'll buy down all this nonsense. And, yeah, that'll give us fire, right? Human 2, Fire 2, Fighting 2. Ain't bad early. Yeah, there are worse things. This is fine for now. We got a deep sea tooth, which is very interesting. Actually, very, very interesting on the Chimchar there. We'll do this. I actually wouldn't mind going for full silliness, fightingness. We'll toss all this. I actually wouldn't mind an Infernape with a Deep Sea Tooth. That sounds like it could actually be quite good. Infernape into Shell Bell is also quite nice. Needs a Muscle Band in order to really bring this whole thing together. Egg for 7 coins. I think that's a trap for us right now. I think we'd rather use the coins on roll down to try to get levels. So yeah, you guys can go ahead and do that. I'm going to stack up my backline while you guys focus on that. So far the rolls aren't terrible. That's Monferno off the bat. There's Quilladin off the bat. And then Quaxley is our next choice, and that gets us the full fighting entourage. Fennekin can go all the way back to the Shadow Zone. There's another level towards Quaxley. And there's another fighting mine on the whole point. Okay. This is actually looking like a squad that could be showing up for us. Okay, let's see if we can get through the ground rock. See what happens with this team. Alright, Monferno's going a little bit faster. Even a little bit faster now. Just should be throwing hands quite quickly. And there we go. We got through that dude entirely. This is the Muscle Band, right? That ain't bad. Muscle Band on the Infernape is not a bad play. Alright, we're gonna let the old additions here add up. Because Fighting 4 should be enough. Fighting 4, Human 2 should be enough to get us well and truly started. Yep, it is just a good synergy. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll let the game dictate to us how we play it, rather than trying to force something, you know? Would love to pair a Deep Sea Tooth with a Shell Bell, but we'll have to get the items for it. And right now, we are very, very far away from having that entire kit set up. But, yeah, we'll take Muscle Band into Monferno. If we can get Infernape, that thing goes with us all the way to the end, kitted with items. Because that thing has the ability to do nonsense to a billionth degree. How many ads? We don't have that many add-ons, right? Yeah, we'll let this ride for a little bit. This squad has potential, that's for sure. 2 tier 2s by stage 6 ain't terrible, at least on fighting synergy. Alright. Vaporeon is a dangerous mon, but I think we should be able to cleave through it because its ability just boosts everybody else's attack. Shouldn't let them cleave through our defenses gained by fighting synergy. Nope, we got through them. Shrug it off. Feel no pain. 3 up roll on save on feel no pain. It's a little tactical board gaming terminology for you there. Alright, we let it ride one more fight. At least. I should just let it roll all the way down, right? And then we try to capitalize on it. Get all those interest payments nice and high, and then worry about it afterward. You know what? I will do that. I will. Alright, let's see what we got. We got the Proto Light Team? Something like that? Don't 100% know what we're looking at. But Monferno should start hitting quite hard and fast. Does get through the Graveler. Do we get through these two? We should power up. And we do. Throwing big hands from the Monkey King. Ooh, we got options here. That is the Shell Bell. That is 100% what we bring onto this dude. And then this is just Green Orb. Do we just stack healing on this thing to hope that it lives long enough to do nonsense? I mean, it is a set. It is indeed a set. And if we throw it in the center, it kind of might actually cook with area healing. This is silly. This is silly, and I don't think that it works, but I'm going to do it anyway because it sounds fun. And then you are not a fighting type. Get that stuff out of here. You don't evolve into one, do you? No. In the main games, you do. Not here. Or do you? No, you're bug dark in the main games too, aren't you? When you're low kicks. Okay. Monferno's keeping dudes nice and healthy through the Green Orb, actually. Kinda getting work done. The enemy's just not targeting him enough, so he's not getting his attack stacks. But it's working. Okay. Yeah, now that he's getting dogpiled, he's getting very strong. Very angry monkey. He's punching at 8 million miles an hour. Oh, that is a very angry ape right there. That is an upset ape. Okay. Show me fighting nonsense through here. That's Machoke. We will take that, dude. We'll take another level for Chimchar. That was Palmot. I should have grabbed him. Rolling too fast. Okay, slow down. Grab the Palmy. We're not in a rush here, actually. So we can afford to take our time and really consult our choices. There's another Chimchar. Show me something really undeniably good. There's another fighting mon, I guess. In there, but we don't give a Wormadam about Wormadam. There's Quaxwell. Having a little time rolling down anything good. Mienfoo is a fighting type indeed. A Friend in Need is a fighting type indeed. Alright, we need to focus on where we are. And there's a double fighting portal, which we will take. Machop, huh? Do we care about Machop more than we care about the Poliwag? We do. There's Jangmo. We'll actually go ahead and lock this in. We did get it in time. Poliwag can just go. Jangmo can come in. Mienfoo is probably staying. I don't think we're going for the Quackable Dream. I don't think that happens. I think Great Tusk is probably the play here. We put this dude in, and then, yeah, something like this is okay. We would like to get Jangmo and Mienfoo in. I don't think Infernape's happen in this game. I would love for Infernape to happen, but we've been skunked on the rolls again, so yeah. That's probably not gonna happen. Don't get me wrong, Infernape would be amazing, but I don't know if that dude is gonna happen. Because Monferno is nice. It is no Infernape. We could, in theory, try to let the win streak roll down since we've got a pretty oppressive front line right now. And just try to save up and hope that we can manage with the 36% chance, find something, right? Yeah, because we do have backups for when the time does indeed come. Although this is another very, very good fighting mon with the Metadite. I mean, it's not that amazing, but it's decent. It's Amnesia the Dark Descent. Yeah, we let this ride for a little bit. What do these two make again? I should know by now, but heavy duty boots. Kinda unimpressive for us. I mean, the Great Tusk could probably use the defensive items. But, we'll let it ride for now and see what we get. Okay, we should be able to throw hands. The Tepig may be a problem eventually. Sheesh. That poor dude got tossed into the dirt. Monferno struggling into the Kangaskhan. Does not break through that dude, unfortunately. Yeah, the Poliwag is indeed helping them really crush us pretty freaking hard. Quilladin. We really needed Quilladin to be the target of Kangaskhan rather than your boy Great Tusk. We just ain't getting through that thing's defenses. Not with the Pokédoll giving it maximum defensive nonsense. If we had Infernape there, that would have done it. That would have done it. Alright, I think Rocky Helmet has to come on to the Great Tusk. I think that's 100% the play there. I could send our Monferno to the Hyperbolic Time Chamber to get super duper stupidly strong, which it might well want to do. 100 max HP plus 10 attack and 30 ability power. I mean, the additional HP alone is so big on this dude. You know, we're gonna do it, and we'll bring in Jangmo instead during the interim period and see if we can't roll into something. Mian Chao would be an acceptable mon to throw in over somebody. If we can find it. That's another level towards Monferno. Yo, tell me that the Infernape dream is not dead. Tell me that the Infernape dream could still happen. It totally still can. It totally still can. Alright. Is the Machamp dream happening? Not likely. And there's Chespin. I don't think Chestnut is happening here. I think Chestnut is not happening. Alright, we did get through all those dudes. Yo, show me one more broski. Show me one more Chimchar. That's all I need. There's a level towards Quack. Not really important. Let this in on that dude. Show me one more. That's more towards Palmot. I don't necessarily care that much. Although it is very insistent that it gets to come along on the squadron. We can't justify it. Not when we're this close to Infernape. I just can't do it. Like Mian Chao, I would accept and then throw it in over something. But unless it's something like that, we need to focus laser in on that Chim. Because Infernape, with the Hyperbolic Time Chamber boost, is going to be just a silly dude. Bug Bird Brain? That's Bird Brain nonsense there. Huh. Alright. Yeah, we're yo-yoing in between different things. There's Chimchar. There it is. Who's got to come home for it? Palmy, you got to come home for it. And then when Monferno gets back, Oh, it's going to be a dark day indeed. It's going to be a very dark day indeed, my friends. And then we just need to let these synergies ride. But an Infernape with the hyperbolic time chamber boost is gonna be absolutely crazy. Why was Great Tusk just hanging out, kind of catching a lemonade, doing Great Tusk things? Yo, that was it was something. Okay, we get the Soldew, which is actually quite good on this dude. So Soul will do. This thing is gonna go crazy now. That thing, look at this thing's stats. 295 for health, 34 for attack damage, 70 for base speed, decent defenses, 30 additional ability power, which really doesn't actually matter on that dude. And yeah, this thing is gonna go off like a freaking nuclear bomb. Let's go, Infernape. Fun fact, my best friend's favorite mon is indeed the Infernape. The good old Monkey King inspired Sun Wukong mon there. He's a very popular mon overall. Okay, Infernape is hammering down on this Vaporeon. We get it, you vape, yes. That muscle band is going hardy party now. Go Cardi. Yo, Infernape is hitting like a legend. Infernape is actually doing legendary mon damage. That is how we do the legendary Monkey King. And that green orb, as long as that thing's staying alive, is continuing to hit. I will buy down on these because it doesn't break us out of basic interest mode. I would love to see Coma All supporting the Infernape, just making those stats even crazier. What is this? This is Disable. Teaches a human Pokemon the ability to disable. Deal 12, 25, 50, 100 special damage to the target and all adjacent enemy Pokemon and silence them for a good amount of time. I mean, silence is not bad, but I don't know who I would even want to throw Disable on. Okay. Yeah, teams are just gonna cave. Now that we got Infernape all the way stacked up, teams are just gonna cave in. Yeah, it's not even close. Yeah, this dude has been time chambered. He's been stacked up with the muscle band. Unless somebody's like getting their legend kitted up this way, it's going to be a bad news bears kind of day for a lot of dudes. Seeing this squad roll up on them. Yeah, that's right, Demon Girl. That is exactly the kind of thing that we're looking at. Okay, what do we want? Probably another Mystic Water. Okay. Probably the Slick Spoon. Okay. Probably not any of those things. We'll take a Seed. See if that's enough to try to do some legendary fights coming up very soon with the Tower Duo. And then we'll see about recruiting somebody to the squadron. But for now, we literally just let this roll for a little bit. Should I sell the Chispin Dream here in order to get interest payments going? I think we don't have a choice. I think that's the best option. For sure, that's the best option. And now we wait for these dudes to cook. But yeah, low kicks in the main games, that's a dark bug, right? Not a fighting bug, even though it looks like it should be a fighting bug. Yeah, I think something like that. Okay, so big boy Great Tusk is slamming into dudes at maximum velocity. Meanwhile, Infernape is battling it out with Drifloon, battling it out with Wimpod, just hitting 8 million hits of damage. And Carnivines, Agana, Grookey was just hanging out the entire time. Yo, Grookey, you really got to get in there and help your squad out, because you just kind of hanging out was hurting them. Okay, we will keep the Quackable levels there. Just in case it should happen. It's not likely to happen, but it is a possibility. A nice large glass of possibility. Alright, anyway, Demon Girl, I know you gotta run, but after we get done playing Pokemon Auto Chess today, we're gonna throw in some Dynamica, brand new game. I am very interested in seeing what it has to offer. So, yeah, we'll play that. Should be a lot of fun. Don't know who's interested in seeing it, but I'm interested in playing it, and that's good enough for me. Alright, and Farnape's throwing hands at Mach 8,200,425, as one does. That Vesequin is chunking hits, though. But it ain't chunking enough hits. Alright. Let's see what happens. We do indeed get enough to comfortably grab that. And yeah, after we're done with the Tower Duo here, should be an easy buy up to the next level. And that'll be Fighting 6 on lock, and we really want to make Fighting 8 happen if we can. Although I don't 100% know who we're going to be training while that's happening. Probably a copy of the Mienfoo while we're waiting on evolution, something like that. Yeah. Don't know whether you're going ooh to the Dynamica or to the Fighting 8 Synergy, but we'll see. Both are gonna happen. Both are gonna happen. Right now we're leading the pack in HP as well, so I feel very confident in the way this is set up. We got just what we needed with the Big King Ape there. What did we get? That's like charcoal. That's a Flame Orb. Flame Orb kinda don't interest me much, but the protective pads do. Yeah, I'll take that. Where is a fighting portal? Perfect. Almost didn't get our portal there, but we should be in good shape now. We'll roll down a little bit on the levels, and we've got a bug. And we've got a big bug. Or we got this. I think... would I rather have Iron Valiant or Buzzwole? Ooh, I don't know, dude. I really don't have anything to make bug happen, but we could get 2 copies of Buzzwole very easily by slotting in another bug. You know what? I go Iron Valiant here. I go Iron Valiant because we got the Paradox Pokemon already set up. Why not? Iron Valiant and Great Tusk. Blast from the past, future, X-Men Days of Future, past, whatever. We got them. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. Alright, Iron Valiant, go and mess some dudes up. Okay. Yeah, that protective pad will help keep Iron Valiant in the fight. Hopefully long enough for it to do some nonsense. And Farnape's hitting dudes for good damage. The time chamber training certainly helped. Yeah. Even with that silly Kangaskhan set from before, I don't think it's going to be doing enough to get through Infernape's nonsense here. Nope, it is getting chunked to pieces. Alright, yeah, you keep throwing hits, Kangaskhan. But I think we got you. We did. Tougher dude than I would have thought, even. Still was not enough, though. And now we just get towards... and the other thing is that our fighting synergy isn't completely online yet. So we definitely throw in the Lopunny and... Jangmo-O. Those two have to be the dudes that come in. Alright. And then we'll get our full synergy all the way up and active. But other than that Kangaskhan team, I don't know what everyone else is bringing. Arceus in the mix there is a problem, but it's more tanky than it is, like, super duper dangerous. But the tankiness is maybe the problem. Although we are hammering the rest of the team. If Arceus is the last thing to go down, we're actually... Oh, we got KO'd off of Sticky Barb damage because we didn't do enough. Oh no. That Sticky Barb's gonna be a problem. Yeah, that Sticky Barb's gonna be an issue for us, friends. Yeah, we gotta get up to fighting 8 like yesterday. What do we want to do? I wouldn't mind grabbing the Stardust on something. Maybe on the old Great Tusk, since it's casting more often. Stardust kind of makes a certain level of sense on him. Yeah. Because you're casting, so that'll give you extra shield, keep you in the fight longer. Once we're up to fighting level 8, though, I mean, blocks 12 damage and it gets the training bag. Gain 4 attack and 10% base max HP permanently. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna do it. Alright. So hopefully, this will protect us a little bit more once we get all the way up there. Flying team is blitzing about at maximum velocity. Let's see if our dudes can kind of cleave through some of this nonsense. We are kinda. Infernape's just chunking dudes as best as he can. Yeah, our team is hitting a lot, but it ain't hitting for super high damage. I'm wondering if maybe the green orb was a throw on that thing, but it should be healing everybody for a decent chunk, so it's probably not that bad. We'll go down all the way to sell this in order to throw, like, this dude in. Yeah, and stealing power points is fine. Actually, Jangmo might be better, though, huh? Jangmo is a little bit better here than the bunny. And then, yeah, we're just looking to get somebody else in for fighting Synergy 8. Which I think as soon as we can afford it, we maybe rush that down. Because we don't even really need the levels more than we need the Synergy immediately. But we'll see how this fight against the Arceus team goes. Double Bug Arceus is like gnarly nonsense. Do we get through this rear line before the Arceus comes after us? We do not. No. Arceus came after us too fast. Unfortunately. Okay. We will buy down a little bit. And then after the birds, I think we buy down all the way to level 8. Because, yeah, that Arceus team is going to cook us 1,000,000,000% of the time unless we can get our Synergy fully active and then start something. Something's gotta shift significantly. I think Jangmo can be the first thing to train, though. So, actually, I will swap these two dudes' positions because that's going to be the first mon training, I think. Alright, do we manage to get through the old Dosians? We do get through Dosi, though. Boom. And done. I will give the Stardust over to this thing as well. We just need our line to hold. Okay. 4, 8, 12. Yeah, we go down all the way. We get to 8 out of 8, and then, who do we appreciate? We appreciate Lopunny. And we start training the Jangmo there. At Synergy 8, I am more confident in this team's ability to shrug damage, which is gonna be helpful. Okay. Let's see if we can't make something kinda happen here. Great Tusk is wandering around. Where's Infernape? It is slamming into that gold isopod, attempting to whittle down the enemy team as much as it possibly can. Cool Isopod is shifting around in the shifting sand lands. The Stardust is doing amazing at keeping our dudes alive, which is exactly what we need for endgame scenarios. It's just to have more mons on the board. And we do get through. Blasted, and that's an evolution right off the bat of that. Okay, we'll start with the Mienfu, I guess. Get that dude started on the Hyperbolics. Show me something good, I guess. This is a mon. It's not really the mon that we want. We'll buy into the dream, but we're really hoping Mienshao comes on board. Maybe replaces the Quackable. Alright. Yep, throw hands, fellas. Alright, fighting AE's definitely helping keep dudes alive long enough for casts to matter. Unfortunately, Infernape hopped right into a really bad sitch immediately and couldn't get through big defenses. Yeah, and Meteor's still throwing hits at something, at some phantom of our team. We'll buy that. We want the wide lens for anything? I'd rather have the Rocky helmet, I think. Yeah, because Meteor there is the primary damage dealer, and it's doing all basic attack damage. So this actually should help survivability a little bit more on Valiant. And then what are we looking for? Really, kind of anything. Quackable refuses to go into that good knife. And there is the paw. Alright, you're probably better than Quackable. I'm just putting that out there, that you're probably superior. We'll both go ahead and buy that down. I guess the next thing to go would be Quilladin for Mienshao, if we can go ahead and get that dude going. That's the next substitute up. Yeah. And Arceus is just living its best life. We do get through Illumise, but it got revived. I don't know, the green orb is helping keeping us alive. It was a tough match. I think we pulled through, though. Although that Arceus is definitely doing some nonsense there. Yo, was that Vikavolt damage primarily? What was crushing us so freaking bad? I think Iron Valiant gets him, though. Okay. We would love to see Ditto or like that's a mon and a half. That can come in over Lopunny, I think. That can come in over Lopunny, and then we can actually train 2 mons at once. We'll leave that there for the time being, but we definitely want that. Girder would be huge here. Girder would be absolutely freaking massive. Either way, though, we secured top 3, which is always decent in my book. Alright, when we get through that dude, and we get through these dudes. Now we got the option of the AV Sticky Bob Rocky Helmet. We'll Sticky Bob, and we'll throw that on the Como. I'll try to keep that dude alive. Machop is not of particular interest. You know what? Neither is really the Quackable. The Quack interval is not an interval that we care about. The Torchic was kinda, but I really need to save the money to try to get Mienshao online. Yeah. Or Girder. I will take an or Girder type situation. There's Mienshao. That is the dude that's coming in over our buddy Quilladin there. Alright, they got Rhyhorn on their team for execute damage. That could one-shot us. Let's see. We are not really draining health off of that Arceus, like, at all. Yeah, we were not healing off of our hits off of that dude for some reason. Okay, Quill Laden, you are no longer of interest to me at all, my friend. I apologize. We will start training Timber, though. We will swap the Mott with that. And hopefully, that thing takes some damage for us. Maybe we do something like this. Yeah, maybe we do something like this. Let's see what happens. Alright, we're up against another Arceus, dude. Arceus, can you see by the dawn's early light? Starting to chew through some bugs. Okay, there's another bug gone. Do we get through these Butterfrees and Beedrills and other nonsense? Infernape's the last one standing. I don't think it gets through all this, though. It's a lot of DPS coming at it. We do KO some of these mons. Valiant is gone, which is a problem, because now there's Focus Fire on this dude. Yeah, not so much. Not so much. We got Focus down. Unfortunate. Third place. Wasn't the worst one in the world. Alright, let's go up and try another one. Yeah, that 6th place last round got us good. That freaking got us good, man. But yeah, Arceus is maybe the best with the current bug meta. The best bug that you could get. Despite the fact that it ain't no bug. But when it takes on that bug synergy, it's probably the best you can possibly manage to have there. Just because Bug's main issue is that it's got no defenses. But Arceus is definitely big in defensive. Yeah. And otherwise, Bug can pull in other synergies pretty well, so. Yeah, that dude's team was pretty stacked up. The double Arceus teams, really kind of a nightmare for what we were doing there. Because we just weren't able to get through that bulk. And even with Infernape leeching health, it's just too many mons on the field. Fighting usually has a really, really good matchup in the bug. It's just, now when Arceus is given to literally every player that asks. Alright. Let's see what happens. Show me other players doing other player things. Alright. Do we leave it up to chance? Do we just let it ride? Or do we want to try bug meta? Looks like Zoroark's taking... No, they're not taking bug meta. Right? Bug meta it is. And that's bug synergy immediately. Alright. Hopefully we can actually get some levels on some stuff. Would be nice. But yeah, I think this will be our wrap-up game for the day for Pokemon Auto Chess, since we've been going for an hour already. Yeah, and then we pivot. Just like that, we got a level up already. You know what? This is actually a step towards poison. It might be better. We'll see what happens. Yeah, bug poison wraparound through Cascoon is also not bad. We actually do have a Proto Flame Orb setup going already. We'll throw Spinnerack in, and now we got Bug Poison going pretty hard early, actually. Nidoran and Quaxley just ain't doing it for us yet. Okay, and we got another one of these. We actually have the Flame Orb set. We actually do have the set now. So we want Flame Orb into safety glasses. We are actually kitted. Give me the Shell Bell as the last setup, if I can go ahead and get that. This energy should definitely help us. We could use Beedrill to hold this eventually. Kakuna is good enough. Kakuna is good enough for me to justify throwing this on. Yeah, I'll take that. Show me more bugs. That is more bugs. There is indeed exactly what I was asking for. Suwaddle is another bug. We will add more bug to the old barrel O bugs. And Suwaddle is more bug. Indeed, it is majority bug holder of the, what did we say? Majority stakeholder of the bug brigade. Krabby, you are technically a bug, but you are not the bug that we are looking for. Ooh, what do I want to do? Do we add a seed in order to make something chunky later? I think we do. And then show me more bug nonsense. That is indeed more bug nonsense. I'll take Venomoth. I'll 100% of the time I will take a Venomoth there. Suwaddle, sure, you can come in for a little bit. Get us to Bug Synergy 4. But yeah, really, we would like to grab Beedrill. That would be a good Apex Predator for us to add to the old Swarm. And then we'll go from there. Yeah, we are throwing nonsense. Quackable's gone. Poliwhirl's gone. And then Litwick's the last line of defense. Should not be a problem. Yeah, we got a lot of different bugs that we would love to add to the squadron right now. So I'm kind of okay with rolling down because we got a lot of targets that we can potentially hit. There's Swadloon. We will take all that and lock this up. We are upgrading bugs on a regular basis. It's not too bad. Bug 4 before GTA 6. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I know the joke's getting old. And you know what? I'm going to keep saying it until GTA 6 comes out. So there you go. You get what you get and you're going to like it. Regardless. Okay, and we're cleaved through these guys. That should not be an issue. I will execute the Scratch Cat out of there. Suwaddle, sure. Come on into the old party, bug friend. Bugs of all kinds are welcome on this squadron right about now. Bugs of every variety, from every walk of life, from every crawl of life, rather. Although half of our bugs are just cocoons, so they ain't crawling anywhere. But still. Okay, throw hands, everybody. Double Swadloons should be actually pretty powerful at this stage of the game. Yeah. Early bug is going to give us a major HP lead. Yeah, when it starts really cruising for the bugs, I cannot in good faith add Clawitzer to this nonsense here. I can, however, add like defenses. I'll go for this, but I ain't slamming it yet because that's a Stardust, which would be very good for helping. I mean, it helps whatever has the Flame Orb synergy stay alive, right? So maybe it actually is a good thing. Shell Bell seems like it might be better, but I think this with the additional energy draw and the special defense maybe is also not a bad option. Okay, so We're big chillin'. We're big grillin'. And chillin'. If you're willing. Okay. We're through that nonsense. That is indeed a Venomathians. We rolled down to see if we can't grab... Beedrill is on lock already. Excuse me. Show me freaking Caterpies then. Show me Caterpies. And if you don't show me Caterpies in just a second here, I am going to buy in. There's another level for Caterpie. And okay, we use this to buy in to ensure that our squadron stays alive. And there we go. This is the squad. And Bug 5 is on board. Would have loved to have Butterfree, but it ain't gonna happen by the looks of things. But at least we don't gotta look no more. If it happens, great, somewhere down the road, we will spend a ditto to get the dynamic duo of Beedrill and Butterfree on battle. But we ain't looking to spend so much on that, dude. Also, apparently our little slime dudes have given us a notification. You know what? Slime dudes are eating through stuff. We gotta go and we gotta change the overlay. VPET overlay is gonna go down. Oh, what's going on? I don't know what's going on. But I know I gotta get a portal in before we end up losing the opportunity to go bug. Turns out both of our portals are bugs. Slitherwing is an excellent bug and can probably come in over the Spinnerack, I think. Alright, let's go ahead and adjust Slime Boys. Yeah, I thought it was Alt that allows us to... Or is it just moving stuff? No, that's not what we wanted to do. Hold on. Alright, VPET... Maybe it was Control? Transform, reset transform, flip vertical... Show transition. I don't know. It should go right around there, but we wanna... No, that's just regular old nonsense. Is it shift? No, because that's just scaling. Yo, actively fighting me in real time, friends. I don't know. It doesn't appear to want to clip this in any meaningful way, but maybe this is clipped accordingly. We'll see. Hold on, let me try opening up the window for this dudes and see what happens on stream. Okay, it worked. It worked. It was weird, but it worked. Yeah, I got tired of those little dino dudes causing me issues. There we go. That's fixed. And that's a shell bell. There is a shell bell for Slitherwing, which we will take and slap down immediately. But, yeah, the swarm should be in pretty good shape, although level 6 bug nonsense would be better. Yeah, level 6 bug nonsense would certainly be a little bit better for us. Alright. Ooh, Caterpie Dream is real. Caterpie Dream is real again. Give me a big hecking King's Rock that I can throw on the Slitherwing. And just make it super duper live forever-y. Gyarados almost snagged what we were looking for on accident, of all things. And Zod and Mencia. We got a lot of classic dragon friends, though. Classic Gyarados, classic Salamence, classic Zardy. Throw this down. We could find the Caterpie here. And I would not be adverse to finding that dude immediately. Or Ditto. There's Butterfree. Butterfree is on lock. Alright, we need to spread our bugs out a little bit, though. Something like this. And then these two can hang out in the back. Alright. Butterfree Beedrill core combo is set up and ready to rack and roll. Do we get through ye old Taurosians? I mean, Tauros is putting us through our paces, but we managed to live it. Flying 3 certainly does provide a little bit of a bonus. So, a Mothim would be amazing if we could find that dude. But for right now, we just need to let our money stack up as best as we possibly can. That Flippy dude don't really matter to us. Does the Sewaddle matter more, or does the synergy bonus matter more? You know, we're gonna sell the Sewaddle in order to get the 40 so that we can get full-on interest back. And then we can really start pumping levels into getting dudes on the board. Spinarak will be the next one to come in, be a good realign option. Get us up to bug 6, which will make a big difference, I think. Alright, Cubfoo's on the board. The quicker we take that thing out, the less likely he gets Urshifu in time to be a threat in this meta. And where are you, Gyarados? You're in the middle of the pack? Yeah. KOing that Cubfoo early is really, really nice for us. And there's young Dittoians. That's a step towards Ariados, that's a step towards Whirlipede, that's a step towards anything. Venipede, Whirlipede, Nonsensipede would actually not be bad. And honestly, if we get Arceus, that would be really, really good. We saw what that can do on a bug squad. With a bug squad set up like this, it could be pretty freaking gnarly. Since we got both of the early game big bugs already going, and Venomoth, we are looking at an easy bug flying synergistic overload. We could use a better region than Ice, though. Yo, Lapras win. Lapras transport us to a land beyond time and space window. We'll take this. Alright, we can go ahead and buy down in order to get Spinarak on the take, and that's bug 6 now. Bug 6 is certainly a position that we do not mind being in. And we still got a ways to go. So, in theory, getting the Bug 8 is not going to be that far away. Also, we're on a massive win streak there. Yeah, that Urshifu, that Gyarados refusing to lose is going to be a problem, because that dude is going to be stacking up as we go. That is going to be a dangerous guy there. But our real line is chunking and dunking. Slitherwing is throwing hands. Yeah, our Beedrills are... I mean, he's okay, but he's a little bit underwhelming. Just a little bit. For the item kit that he's got on him, he's just a tiny little bit underwhelming. But you know what? He's always welcome here. Underwelcome, but overwelcomed. You know, underwhelming, overwelcomed. As it should be. Alright. Yeah, we got a fairly strong front line, actually. I guess this is a bug too, right? So Trapinch can go ahead and get thrown on the rear line. It is a bug dragon. We'll see. Alright, we're blitzing through some dudes. Slitherwing is indeed skittering and smacking. They got Timber early. Nice Ultra, dude. Nice Ultra pull on a fighting team. Really nice Ultra pull. Alright, we'll buy into that, and then we'll buy down on the old dream there. And that's another level of bug nonsense. Do we care about any of these tools? Metal coat, no. The aquatic, we don't really want. We want the poison. We're not getting Poke Rust, okay. Shed Shell would have also been really nice. Berserk Gene doesn't help us. I don't think there's anything left that we want. I don't think there's anything that we want out of this particular nonsense. Well, we will buy in and get Trapinch on the field. And then throw that dude like right here and get Bug 7 kinda close. And then we're just looking for Bug 8. Are there any bugs in the pool that we don't have yet? Nimble? Nimble is in the pool. And so is Tarantula. So there's some options for getting up to Bug 8. Which we would love to rush down. So, as a matter of fact, I think we will. I think we will. If we can manage to get one more bug, I will 100% go crazy on just getting there. Because then money becomes almost irrelevant for bug teams. If we can make that happen. Alright, show me a bug of some variety. Come on. Show me a bug of some particular intrigue. Although, when we get to the tower fight, we can basically guarantee it through a bug portal. And then, yeah, we're pretty much in golden shape there. Arceus would be really, really nice. Arceus, can you see through the dawn's early something? Yo, don't, CIA, don't come for me. I swear I remember. I swear I remember. I'm just got streamer brain. It's okay. You don't gotta disappear me. Okay. We are throwing hands. Dude's got an interesting Shed Shell Fluttermane? Is that what that is? I guess? It's kind of crazy to get double copies of Fluttermane. Yeah, dude actually did us in pretty well with that. We'll buy in towards the next level a little bit. And hope that we get Bug 8. And then we can start really grinding out levels for guys. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's see what we can do up against the tower duo here. Let's see what kind of items that we get. Yeah, Slitherwing is doing quite nice, though. Butterfree was actually leading the charge on damage there. Okay. Beedrill is the angriest of bees. And Ho-Oh is a goner. So that's Manaphy Egg. That is Manaphy Egg or Stardust. I kind of like the idea of getting the Manaphy Egg on whatever it is that we're seeing here. And there's Skorupi. There is indeed another bug. Alright, where do we want to be? We would love to go through this bug portal here. And I think we don't got a choice but to go all the way up on levels. And Pheromosa is what's coming in. Sure. Pheromosa, fine. You go in the corner. You get the Manaphy Egg. And then we put the bug portal in the back here. As well as all of you jabronis. And we want to swap this position. Yeah, we got a front line now. It's a little bit of a weird front line, but it is indeed a front line. So what would we want to see powered up immediately? Probably what we're gonna get is the Flygon, which is not a bad get by any means. I think the first thing that gets powered up is the Flippian Spinnerack, though. Alright, we throw hands into all this nonsense. Hopefully, it's spitting out bugs from the bug portal. We get another bee drill. We'll take that. Keep spitting out bugs, friend. Butterfree. That's not bad. Yo, so many big bugs, dude. So many big bugs coming out of the swarm. Level for Spinnerack. Ain't bad. You know what? I will roll down a little bit to see if we can't get big bugs. Tarantula is not good enough. Vibrava is good enough. Another level for Suwaddle towards Leavanny. Take some pressure. Cutiefly is interesting. Do we want Cutiefly over Spinnerack? I think we do. And we'll go ahead and sell Spinnerack, I think. Spinnerack has helped us quite a bit, but I think Cutiefly is just the better mon. Tarantula. I mean, we are kicking some tail. Nimble's interesting. I don't really think that it synergizes 100% with what we're trying to do here. Ability Shield would be quite nice, but we gotta get dudes so close for that. Rocky Helmet is also an option to keep Pheromosa alive. You know what? I'll Shiny Charm Pheromosa. I will Shiny Charm that dude. Because that's more ability power as well as the defense. I like that idea. Alright. Shiny Charm, the Pheromosa. We will also... Do we ice up the Pheromosa? I think we do. Get that thing nice and specially defensive. Okay. What do we want to do? Do we just go hard into this immediately and hope that we can get Leavanny up and running very soon, as well as Venipede in the background? I think that's probably going to be the play. And a level towards Skorupi is not something that I would turn down, because that is a nice bug to bring in the back. Alright, the Hive got toasted, but the rest of their team got toasted too, so... Alright, and there's Leavanny. Leavanny is a take it or Leavanny it, and we will indeed take it. Now we just want to roll down towards Bug. Maximum power Bugness. Because we got the front line all stated out to heck, which is real nice. It'll be a contest between Cutiefly and Vibrava to see who is leveling up faster, but I'm okay with it. Alright. Flygon would be a very nice mon to have joined the squadron. We're getting more bugs coming out of the mountain. And Pheromosa did live longer, but we ain't living against Xerneas hitting with everything is a single hit crit. Yo, that thing was hitting for 200 plus per attack. Holy moly. Why was that thing hitting so hard? How was that thing hitting for that much? Holy baloney. I guess the Geomancy boost was boosting its attack powers into the moon. Okay. That's dangerous as heck. We definitely want to add an additional bug to the old squadron there. And that might help a little bit. And we got a Wonder Box. Who would we give a Wonder Box to? Who indeed? I guess the Leavanny kind of benefits from having it. It's a pretty decent unit, right? Leavanny ain't terrible. Yeah, Leavanny ain't bad. I actually don't mind setting that up like that. Now our front line is actually looking fairly solid. And we're just looking to get Skorupi into the back line, I guess. Okay. Do we get through the prim of arenas there? Pheromosa's getting tossed around. The blue orbs are definitely hurting us. Yeah, their team is fully swarmed up. I don't even know what's going on there. Their Seismitoad is going crazy. All their mines are going absolutely nutty. Now, the question is, do we go Wurmple? Target adjacent enemies and inflict them with paralysis. Entangling Thread. Are you potentially better than the Cutie Fly? Probably not. Are you better than the Vibrava? Also probably not. Okay. Well, we had the back row to be able to prevent the Bishop from doing nonsense. Which is definitely nice. Do we get through this nonsense Oshawott though? This thing has got a lot of nonsense in its favor. We do get through that portion. We're starting to whittle it maybe a little bit with this amount of backline. It's proven pretty difficult to get through all that shield and defense though. Okay, we got him. The Geodosian is gone. We'll buy into the Trapinch Dream. Show me a max revive here. Maximilian revive. Now, who gets that? Probably Leavanny, right? Probably Leavanny is the strat there. Should be close to Flygon now. Close to Flygonliness is close to Flygodliness, as it were. Okay, and then we need to decide who comes in next. Yep. Would be great to have even more bugs on board. Okay, do we get through this Seismitoad in a reasonable amount of time? We do not. That thing just lives for freaking ever, dude. It's just healing so much damage. That freaking Seismitoad just lives forever. Alright, well, at the very least, we can buy in towards a level. Level 9 would certainly be helpful. Is Cutie Fly staying? I don't think Cutie Fly stays. I think that Skorupi comes in. Yeah, and we put that right back in there. I think this is how we play this. But yeah, that thing just is so stupidly strong. Alright, Leavanny burned itself to the ground with the Flame Orb. Reaper Cloth Pokédoll. I think the obvious play is the Pokédoll on something, right? Maybe on the Slither Ring there. Keep that dude stacked up a little bit. And then we want to just buy down, I think, into seeing this thing on the back row as well. I mean, Drapion is something. Fighting 2 is also helpful to a degree. We are on the back row immediately, thanks to Drapion. I don't know how helpful that is. The poison is probably doing something, right? Seismitoad is gone, but I don't think it matters into that Flutter Mane. It does not matter even the slightest bit into the Flutter Mane. Alright, Ditto comes out. That's just power for that to get to the Cascoon level. That gets us Poison 4, which isn't particularly all that amazing for us, but it is something. If we could get the Vanipede to get to 5, I wouldn't mind taking that. But it doesn't look like we're going to. No. So it all just comes down to this. Leavanny, please roll good items. It rolls okay items. And it's just toasted so freaking fast. Yeah. Bug was nice. Did get kind of manhandled towards the end there. But second place is not a bad game for sure. We'll take second place. We'll take a quick second, easy. Alright, we're back up over 1,000. I mean, Bug is nice. Yo, let's drop in to Eli's stream. Let's just drop in and just peep in. Yo, sniping on the stream. What is this dude doing? What is he playing? Is Eli playing something legendary? Power of friendship team. Yo.
Can we scam a win here? I mean, doesn't have a T10. Does have Evos though. A good amount of them.
Okay. Is he in trouble? Sounds 7, huh?
Yeah, okay. So Thomas doesn't hit Earthwacky, and Wailord doesn't roll good items.
Okay.
Oh, he did just get Shiny Charm.
Okay.
There's like a world in which we can win this here. We have to get like really good fight RNG, like what we.
Oh wow, he's got the full failing squad set up
I think there's a world
all the way down. All right.
I think I'll just leave the team as is, but just move this over here or something. Psych. Pangoro goes over here.
Believers unite. Let's just drop in the comments.
Loaded dice killed the Thwacky. Oh my god, killed the Thwacky, please. No! We didn't kill the Thwacky quick enough, I don't think. No, target the Wailord! Oh my god, this was winnable, man. Our targeting was just so bad here. It was for sure winnable, though. You know, we'll take a 6 in that position. 75 rolls for Pangoro. We'll take that. Yo, what's up, Fox? Welcome. Ugh.
All right.
You're still streaming.
Yes, I am. Just checking in.
I had to do some stuff this morning. I'll have to go do my laundry and stuff like that. How have your games been, though? If you're still here.
Oh, yes, I am. I'm just hanging out for just a minute, fam.
Pangoro, we'll take it. Holy Legionnaire.
Good bug games thus far. Hopping back
I
in.
appreciate you stopping by. Did the game like just start?
And see ya round. Hit him with that.
Oh, it did. Oh, brother. I guess we can go watch out the rest of the last one.
Alright.
Is Ari still in it? I forget if Ari got out before us or not.
Alright, just dropping by a friendos there. And weigh in. Alright, babies. But yeah, go definitely, if you do watch this on the VOD or whatever, go check out Electric Eli. He is a much better player than I am by leaps and bounds. That dude is on a whole different level from where I am. I don't even peek other people's screens to see their synergies. Like, I know pretty much what synergies beat what other ones, but I don't even bother to peek. I just do my own thing, which is very counterintuitive. So if you want to know how to actually play the game well, watch that dude. Watch that dude 100% of the time. He will not steer you wrong. Alright, we were enjoying Bug last time, so you know what? We'll round out the match with one more Bug nonsense somewhere around here. I don't mind that. We got like Bug nonsense coming out the wazoo, right? We could make that happen. A little Bug nonsense sounds great. Ooh. options. We'll go for the early synergy guarantee here. But we'll throw those two dudes in. And we'll try to make that happen. But yeah. Definitely go watch Electric Eli. He's so much better than I am, dude. Alright, so let's go ahead and throw in a little bit of nonsense up against these guys. Bug really worked out for us last time. Got us a nice second place win. And we will take second place 100% of the time. Okay, so far the natural grabs are decent. Mr. Grabs. Throw that in. For now, Charmander makes a lot of sense here. If we get the option to pop a Charmeleon, we will indeed grab one of those dudes. I wouldn't mind doing that. For sure. Also, we got the best music in the game. Give me the heart scale, because we are actually channeling a little bit of energy towards something we can actually use. We'll sell all the rest of this nonsense here and grab another Caterpie here. Yeah, get rid of that. Okay, so what would be most excellent here? Okay, so we really could have used the heart scale there rather than more charcoal. Because right now we got flame orb potential, we got red orb potential. We know that flame orb is quite nice. Good old Florbians. It's Florbin time. No water for us to grab, I guess. We want this for a potential Shell Bell. Because Shell Bell Flame Orb also kind of works. Yeah, Shell Bell Flame Orb is another combination that actually does okay. Two of those do work together, and as a matter of fact, I will slam them, but they're going on the Charmeleon for the time being. This and this goes on the Charmeleon. Potentially we do get Char here. Alright, there's Charmeleon. That's a front line for us while we look for bugs to evolve. There's Suwaddle. We will take that. That was Centiskorch. I should have grabbed that thing. Didn't even think about that thing being an option. Alright, Metapod is on lock. Show me Weedle. Yo, that big Sliggoo. Big living for Big Ever. But yeah, the Shell Bell definitely helping mitigate some of the nonsense there. There's more bugs across the board, which I will take. And we want to lock that in, and then that's another bug. That is indeed another bug, and it's actually also a very good item for us too. We'll throw that in. But yeah, so far the bug is indeed popping off. Who do we want to bring in? Anorith or Senta? You know what? Bring in Senta and get the fire synergy going just as an early start. If we could get Larvesta going, we could make some fire bug stuff happen later on as well. I'm not against that. Alright, so Butterfree Dream is on the table. Suwaddle Dream is also on the table. For now, Charmeleon can be sorta the holder of all nonsense until we're through with this team's garbage. Okay. Now we no longer need to hold on to this particular lineup. We can let that roll through. But, yeah, getting fossil bugs on board is also not a terrible get. Show me something that I can use here, though. Another level towards Beedrill. I will take that. And that is Centiskorch online immediately. We're going to lock in everything that's here, because there is Centiskorch online, that is Kakuna towards the Beedrill online. There's a lot of utility here. And we got a Lapras pass, right? So we'll be able to swap locations if we gotta. That'll do. That'll 100% do. Show me... Yeah, our mic is doing good. The desktop audio is doing its thing. Yeah, there we go. I don't think we need the global audio on at the same time, though. I can go ahead and mute that. Alright. We do win handily. Should not be a problem. Center Scorch. And there's the Kakuna Dream towards Beedrill. Metapod Dream towards Butterfree. We'll take both of those. Cutiefly early is also another good get. What are these rolls, broskies? What are these rolls indeed? I honestly think Melian might be reeling it in very soon. But for now, yeah, the music's kicking, and we are rocking the house. Double Center Scorch coming out, torching dudes for days. Burn them down, friend. And they're gone. Yo, we are feeling the heat here. Let's light them all up. Bugs and flames, friends. Bugs and flames. Little did we know that bugs and it's another synergy through bug nonsense. Yes, the Larvesta was there, but we can actually synergize into bug ancient through this. Charmy, you ain't important. You are important. Is it time for Charmy to sit back and relax and Max all cool hitting some b-ball outside the school with a couple of guys that were up to no good started making trouble in the neighborhood? Throw in Anorith for the time being, because we're close to getting that dude set up and kitted. There's Venonat. Do we even care about Venonat here for the bug poison run through? I don't even think we do. I think we want Bug Fossil. I think Venonat is a real neat friend. Actually, Leavanny might be the dude that can go ahead and stay behind, right? Potentially. I mean, it's so good later, though. Leavanny is very, very solid later. You know what, Venonat? I'm going to have to pass on you. And there's Caterpie towards the Caterpie Dream. Okay. Nope. I'm sold on this particular meta. Nope. We're going for it, friendos. Show me something that's not Suwaddle. That I'll take. Who is that? There is Butterfree off the bat, right? No, that is not Butterfree. It's close. There's Butterfree. And we're a step away from freaking Beedrill 2. Okay, this should be easy. Should be an easy bug bomb here. And what's this region? This region is Bug, Dragon, Fairy. Interesting. Yeah, we're kinda going off here. Kinda going a little bit off into the wilderness here. There's Armaldo. Armaldo is also on deck. How is this that this is working out the way it is? Our rolls are crazy. Our rolls are absolutely out of control here. Okay. Show me another bug. Pinsir is indeed another bug, and we do indeed enjoy another bug. So, a special damage to the target, restore half of the user's power points. If the enemy gets KO'd, give me the unknown. Missed them. Yeah. And there's Trapinch. That's another excellent bug to have on the back line. I think we can just worry about getting all the way up to spec here. Bug 8. And not even worry about rolling down for Beedrill. I feel like we've got such a lineup here. We just need to get bodies on the field. And then we'll worry about gaining additional power with the Bug's Nest ability. I think that's the play. I think that is absolutely the play, because this is downright silly. Everything that we got stacked up here is just funny in a way that I quite enjoy. Now the question is, do we keep Center Scorch or do we layer all this nonsense down on the Beedrill? Or not the Beedrill, the Pinsir. Because I feel like that's the better mon to be trying to do this with. Alright, and then we have the option of going for the Shell Bell as well. Ooh, send them to Shell Bell Hell, my friends. Okay, so what we do is we sell the Center Scorch, we make our Moldo big, and then we give Pinsir the Shell Bell into the Flame Orb, into this, and then we bring Yanma in and get the legendary fossil boost in the background. And we do something like this. Yeah. And then we just want to level up. All we need to do is level up. Yes, it sucks to lose the Fire Synergy in case we get Volcarona, but honestly, double big Armaldo, big Pinsir, I am not so freaking worried about it, you know. We're getting lots of use out of Pinsir's ability to smack dudes directly into the domicile. And Cutie Fly will further help Pinsir, so yeah, we just let this ride for now. We absolutely just let this ride. Well, we already got a scale. I would consider Rocky Helmet, but it just don't exist for us right now. I guess we could go Muscle Band on something. We cannot go Muscle Band on something. I guess give me Ability Power. That could be the, what's the thing that we make out of it? Let's give Special Defense, right? This thing. No, that's Heavy Duty Boots. Do we care about Heavy Duty Boots? Actually, maybe on the Armaldo? Maybe. The Force Displacement and Locked go away and gives it bigger defenses. You know, Armaldo, get chunky, friend. You get freaking chunky. And plus, additional ability damage helps you, right? Because you, gain additional defenses. So, a couple of casts, and you should be getting wild levels of defense. Because your defense is 18. It should be 30. Yeah, so actually the ability power doesn't help you at all. It doesn't help you at all, but the defenses and the inability to be cast aside do help you quite a bit. Should make you just about immune to everything that isn't special damage. And with a little bit of healing, you should basically be untouchable. Yeah, the only thing that we're worried about is the cast on that dude. Which does indeed Area of Effect cast on us and send us to the Shadow Realm. Which ain't exactly where we wanted to be. I almost think it's almost worth it to roll down for Cutie Fly, or at least amp up to Cutie Fly. But for now, I'm okay with leaving it the way it is. Hopefully we win this one and we get enough power over the next couple of battles here to get where we gotta go. Let's go ahead and get through this. Mr. Vish. Do we get through Mr. Vish off of the back of big Pinsir guillotines? Maybe. It's not a guarantee, but we are doing damage. And Pinsir cleaves through. There we go. Pinsir's high risk, high damage, high reward here. Once we got the Swarm fully unlocked, it should not be a problem. There's Mewtwo and Mew. Shouldn't be an issue. Armaldo's additionally getting the Fossil Boost, which we very much appreciate. 2468. Armaldo's who we appreciate. But yeah, there's just so many bugs in the pool right now. Look at all the bug nonsense, friends. We got the Dwebble, the Joltik, the Yanma, the Ladybug, the Anorith. They just put all the bugs in the pool this time. So, we are in good shape. Should be able to crush through this fairly easily. And it's a goner. Now we get our option of spoon or water. Or glasses. I actually wouldn't mind having the safety goggles on the Armaldo too. But we'll go with the water instead. We do get a point towards leveling up, which I do appreciate. You know what? I will go down a little bit on the interest payments in order just to get Cutie Fly in the mix. And get us Bug 6. I feel like the power upgrade from Bug 6 is just necessary. Keep us all topped off. Then we got Trapinch, and then any number of bugs could show up to round out the crew. Well before we get to the Tower Duo. So if we can get 8, we will rush that down. Okay. We're throwing hands up against the old Fin of Pals. Don't know 100% how this is working out for us, though. Back row is suffering quite badly. But Armaldo got him with Big Pinsir. Big slashes from Big Pinsir. Alright. So we got through that. Put another 4 points down. Fossil Water, if you were a bug, Kabuto, if you were just a bug friend, you would so be in on this. You would be so in, guaranteed. But alas, thine is not a bug, and therefore thine hands are stained with the iniquities of etc., bug cetera. Alright, throw hands. Who are we up against? A Ghost Egu? No, this is Amorph? Is this Amorph? Is this Amorph Ghost? What is this? This is Ghost Amorph, yeah. It is Ghost Amorph. I suspected as much. But you ain't getting through us, Ghosty Goo friend. You ain't getting through all of this nonsense, Mr. Ghosty the Goo. Alright. We should be getting close to our Tower Duo. I will pick up a spoon, I think, if I can manage it. Just most okay. Would be great if we could grab a spoon here. Would be nice if we could grab a spoon here. We'll take this. Perfect. Give me a do. Perfect. Okay, this is good. We want to save that to slap on our Apex Legendary there. But for now, I'm okay with this. This little squadron is pretty halfway decent. Perfect. Alright. We get some points to roll down a little bit on levels, which we will take. We got 2 fights to get through. I'll bring in Trapinch. That'll get us to fighting level... or bug level 6, which ought to help. And then it's just trying to get to bug level something. That's a human shaped team, isn't it? This is like going full Humy. They don't have a ton of Mons on their team, but they're indeed living for days with this particular setup. With the efficiency band, it's just throwing so much defense at them. Okay, and it should start melting now with Rage Mode. Unless it infatuates us for 800 years, which it does. Yo, that's kind of cracked. That dude is kind of actually cracked a little bit. Do we buy into this? I think we do buy into this dream a little bit. Okay, and then Trapinch can come into the front row. Get us Bug 7. And then we're just looking for enough points to get up to Bug 8. And then we just throw Sentin. And then we let the Bugness ride. The Bugness Everdeen. Alright. Armaldo, you do you. We should be able to cleave through this team, I think. I don't know. That Melian in the back row there is a little dangerous if it lives. It did not, though, so we got through him. Okay. That Gudra is causing us big issues with big survivability there. Armaldo is taking hits like a champ, though. Think we got these dudes. Despite how strong their Armaldo is. Alright, we got him. Alright, this is an easy, just go all the way to level 8 category and throw in good old Center Scorch, get the bug barricade going, and there we go. And now we just let this go. First thing, I believe that should be Beedrill immediately. And then, yeah, we go from there. Center Scorch may not be making it into the final squadron there, but that is perfectly okay. So let's see what happens. So far, Bug Game has been going very, very solidly. I mean, the changes were great. Bug needed this. I don't think it needs to be nerfed because it does get hard countered by certain synergies very, very hard, so... But we'll see. The way this thing interacts with Arceus, though, could probably be nerfed right into the dirt. Do we have anything to guarantee or reason to not? I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. My brain is burning up. What I was thinking is if we get Buzzwole, then Lady Anne is actually a really, really good pick in order to get the fighting synergy. And we do get Buzzy as a bug pick, or we get Genesect. And generally, the insect is not something that we care about. Do we care about the Flygon more than we care about getting these dudes? We definitely don't care about Senti anymore. The Bicentennial Scorch there. Okay. And then Buzz likes having this. Does Bug like having this too? The ability power doesn't matter, but the special defense kinda does. So I will make that. Not like we had much of an option. Okay, Big Bug Buzz doing his big bug stuff. Okay, Buzz is clashing immediately into the enemy front line. Casts the bulk up. Should be with the Soldu getting ready to cast more bulk ups. Doesn't quite do any damage to the Ho-Oh at all. Yeah, that one didn't go so great. The Zerg Rush didn't really cascade into much of anything. Okay, so we will get Lady Anne fairly fast. Does this thing want to come in right away over something like the Cutie Fly? I mean, the additional healing is so great, but the fighting level 2 synergy might be better. I think it can stay for now. I think it stays for now, and then we bolster it later. Alright, let's see who we got here. This is going full Steely Dan nonsense. Well, actually, they do have enough fighting synergy to throw our dudes into the abyss a little bit. Yeah, I don't know, dude. We aren't doing that much damage. Like, they are resisting most of what we're throwing at them pretty well. Yeah, we aren't, with all of these dudes throwing hands, we aren't actually able to get over the healing just from Green Orb with all of that damage that we had thrown at him, just doing 0 into the fighting synergy. But you're not even full fighting synergy. Is like fighting 2 enough to throw our entire damage off? Okay, let's see. Manaphy Egg is an interesting potential get. Stardust is also potentially quite good, and we do need, I think we need this in our life. I think we need this. I think it's necessary because we need big dudes to survive. We need big dudes to absolutely live as much as they possibly can. Yeah. Put this on Buzzwole. Hopefully make it live a little bit more. And then if this comes in over the Cutie Fly, that maybe increases our survivability. Do we care about the fossil boost? It only affects our Maldo, right? I think we can go ahead and slap that in. And get the fighting synergy going a little bit. Maybe that helps. Just a tiny little bit there, which is all we need. Just a little bit of something. Get us over the hump. Okay. Yeah, these should help us survive just that little bit more. I mean, Lady Ann's not good, but it's good enough, maybe? Our dudes are throwing hands. I don't think they're getting through the Mars Shadow. They are not getting through the Mars Shadow. Yo, this is miserable. Alright, we'll buy into that. Just hope that we get hope we continue getting Mon evolutions going. Woof. Proven to be a little bit tough. We're gonna do something like this to make sure that we have a line to get through. And something like that. Alright. Front line is spread out. Hopefully we can try to get through some of the enemy team a little bit. Hydreigon is overpowering us. Did get through Zygarde, but I don't think it matters. Yeah. Is this full dragons nonsense? Yeah, they got a lot of stat boosts from being just full dragon nonsense. Alright. Rabombi is on board, which is certainly going to help a little bit. And then we'll insert... if we insert that, then we get Flying 4, which is not the end of the world. Who are we getting flying from? Rabombi, Beedrill, and Butterfree. And then all of them will gain. I mean, Flying 4 ought to help Beedrill a little bit. It ain't going to be doing that much, but it'll be doing something. Maybe it'll start working on Vibrava next. Wouldn't be bad. Kind of lacking in top tier bugs, if I'm going to be honest here. Alright, a Smoke Ball actually sounds like it could be quite nice for us here. Yeah, throw the Smoke Ball onto, like, the Beedrill. We can go all the way down now, which I will do. The max level to throw this dude in. Alright, that should give us Yan Mega very soon. Fossil 2, Flying 4. It's something. It's rear line. It might help a little bit. Let's see if we can hold on long enough. Okay, Ho-Oh team is back up and running. We do have a little more backline right now. I don't know that it's going to matter. Just because our damage is just so pathetically low. Yeah, I mean, we're doing 0 damage. Buzzwole ain't able to get its abilities off to bulk up enough to get going. Yan Mega should help a little bit. And then I would love to grab really a whole lot of different things here. It's just tough. But we got top 3 at the very least. So there's that. I don't think Galvantula is better than Beedrill. No, probably not. Okay. Yeah, I think Pincers may be a little underwhelming for us here. Because it's relying on getting KOs, but it just doesn't have the damage for it. Okay, the bug's nest did survive long enough to throw another beedrill down, which might help. I mean, the bug's nest still being alive certainly could be worse, so... Yeah, but we ain't getting through that clef key. We ain't getting through that bag of keys. No. The reduced damage coming out of that Pokédoll is actually beyond anything that we could possibly manage to survive there. This could help. Who's living super duper long? Butterfree is? Yeah. Actually, the ability damage on Butterfree might be able to help us cleave through a little bit of this nonsense, which is all that I'm hoping for at the moment. Okay, Vibrava is locked in. Butterfree's locked in. Dwebble. We could insert Dwebble into this little bit of nonsense, couldn't we? We could if we really wanted to. I'll buy it, but I'd rather have like Venipede come in the front. Happiny. Another level towards Trapinch. Yeah. There's Wurmple. We care about Wurmple? Probably not. I mean, it is epic level. Some epic level mons wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to show up. But I don't think it's gonna matter here, because I think we're done already. Yeah, just too much outright damage. Third place is fine. That's an ELO improvement. And we are solidly over 1,000. Alright. Alright, let's get into it. One more for the road. Make it a nice 2.5 even. 2.5 even hours of evens and Stevens. So, yeah, we're looking for a better setup than the Flame Orb Shell Bell on the pincer. It's just not enough. It's just not enough to make that dude work out. It would be enough on Heracross, it's not enough on pincer. Alright, double Caterpie off the bat. We'll take that 100% of the time. Throw me a bug portal. We will take a bug portal there. You know what? I'll buy down the rest of this as I usually do. Until I forget. And then I won't. As it were. Yeah, give me Weedle there. And then we'll do something like this. Okay. Show me something good showing up. Show me something amazing. I would like very much to see instant natural Beedrill and Butterfree. Okay, we got a spoon. It's okay. A spoon is okay. We'll take Metapod. That's pretty good. We'll buy down the 1-cost mons. You know what? Keep Magnemite in mind. And throw in another copy. Sure. Spearow can go ahead and show up, do Spearow things. Okay, we got options. We got options. Alright, we'll throw the seed on for the time being. And then this nonsense can all go away. We'll put in an extra bug here. Do something like this. Bolivar can go. And then Magnemite can go. And so can Spearow. It's a conspiracy, my friends. A massive conspiracy. Alright, so we do have some big bugs set up. I don't know if it's worth slamming anything. Early streaking is very, very good as bug. But I'm not sure that we really have the items or the setup to begin a slam fest. Soldu is not a bad thing on anything. We're not gonna get it though. I guess we go for the black glasses or something. Yeah, and then this just forms max revives. That's nothing. The wide lens is interesting. Doesn't really do much for us. Right now we got a whole bunch of bricked up items that we're gonna have trouble actually making anything out of. We'll throw this in for more frontline. And then we're working our way towards a Butterfree. Do we care about Blipbug? I mean, it is another bug just to have on deck for the synergy. Okay, we got Metapod on lock as well. Show me more Caterpies. More Caterplease, if you would. No, not gonna show me any more. Was hoping I could grab that before we ticked over. Tarantula is quite nice, but we don't really need the fossil stone for anything. But it is more bug. It is guaranteed more bug. We'll take it. We'll figure out some way to use that synergy. Senti is just a strictly better bug than what we have. So now we got a front line of actual bug friends. And bug level 4 is also not something that I would turn down. Another level 4 towards Caterpie. I think we'll run away, right? We should be just one away. Ladybug is another bug. Yo, the bugs are coming fast and freaking loose. The bugs are showing up in force, and I like it. Okay, bug 4 gives us 2 Metapods, 2 Swaddles. If we could get a Swadloon, there would be Apex for us there. It would be so Apex, it might even be legendary. See what I did there? Okay, Ladybug, and then I was gonna say we could undo the pause on ourselves there. Okay, roll into Swaddles. We'll take that. Another Blipbug. I ain't so invested in the Blippies. There's Kakuna Matata, which is a good, decent get. Kakuna and Center Scorch are not mines that I am upset about seeing. Okay, do we get through this Pikachu into ground mammo nonsense team? I don't think we do. Double Metapod is nice. It is tough to get through crowd control like that. But we will throw these two down and then we'll roll. That's another level towards Blipbug. We really can't actually afford to bring that dude in just yet. Araquanid is a better bug than what we've got going. But do we care? You know, the honest to goodness truth is I don't think we do. I'm gonna say it. I don't think we do. Although, you know, a squadron of beefed up bugs is probably better than just relying on the tier 3 Butterfree nonsense, you know? Maybe it is. Maybe it's better that we get rid of the low tier bugs and just go for the higher tier ones. You know, they evolve earlier. Do they have as much potential as their late game counterparts? Maybe not. Aboliva's giving their dudes a lot of nonsense. I don't think we're getting through crit Metapod either. I don't know. We gotta make a calibration here. Do we care about the low tier nonsense? Or do we just focus on the better bugs? You know what? I'm gonna make an executive decision that we're switching up how we're playing our bugs here. Because we got a lot of mid-grade bugs. We could potentially get the Caterpie going off though. And Swaddle's not really a low-grade bug, right? Alright, first off, Beedrill ain't happening. Dewpider is maybe happening. Blipbug is not happening. We'll just throw in... I was gonna say we'll throw in another one of those. rather than the blip bug. There's Suwaddle. That's a very decent early bug there. Blip bug just keeps showing up. Okay. Yeah. Alright, we gotta recalibrate here a little bit. Board's playing a little fast and loose. So blip bug is goners in order to get Dewpider in. We will buy in order to get Ladian on the field. That's bug level 5. Blip bug showing up, looking to do nonsense. Do we care about the Metapod? Maybe not. Maybe we just go for all uncommon bugs. Nimble's a rare. Maybe comes in over the Tarantula. Yeah, and then we get rid of common bugs. I think we don't even care about common bugs anymore. I think we're going full uncommon or better bugs. I think that's how we play this. Yeah. Given what our endgame synergies look like, I think I'm okay with this. Okay. Now, what are we looking for in terms of additional bug friends to bring in? That bug water portal is probably where we're going. Okay. Then we're going for bug light. Yo, favorite bugbear of America is Bug Light. Okay, there's Heracross. There is indeed Heracrossians, and we ain't got no flippy dippy in anything for them. We would love to have Charcoal up the wazoo. For now, I'm gonna give you Upgrade. That's what we do for you. And then who comes in? I think you come in over good old Senti there. Yeah, something like this. We need Charcoals bad. Because we need Flame Orb and Shell Bell on this dude immediately. We just need Charcoal. We have everything else that we need. We literally do. You know what? We can go ahead and slap this on this old Swadloon there. But yeah, we got everything we need. We just need Charcoal. We do have Dark Synergy started. We could put that on something. Okay, we got Heracross on Heracross Violence happening here. Their Heracross is hitting pretty well into ours because of that nonsense, but the upgrade does manage to take a victory. Give me no freaking Charcoals, really? Okay, fine, but we can throw this at least on this dude. That's something. Alright, let's see if Big Suwaddle's enough. Big Suwaddle, what do you got? Big Suwaddle energy. Well, actually, it's a Swaddaloon right now, ain't it? Yes, it is a Swaddaloon right now. Okay, let's try to make this happen. Ah, man. Alright, so this bug synergy, what are we building here? Ideally, we'd love to see 2 pieces of Charcoal that could kit out Heracross completely, which would be a huge power boost for our team. What else are we looking for? Right now, we're looking to get through this Quillfish before it can start stacking up into the moon, which we did do. Another level towards Suwaddle is worth purchasing down. Give me Charcoal. Only 1 piece of Charcoal left on the board. We can maybe grab it. I will put that immediately into a Flame Orb. Or do I? Here's the thing. Heracross will get a massive boost from that, from Guts. But without the Shell Bell, having the Flame Orb is kind of dangerous. but so be it. We do it. We go crazy with the Heracross. Yeah. So yeah, the Pokemon gains 5 attack as long as it is burned or poisoned. Alright. Yeah, Heracross is on deck. We just need one more charcoal. And then this thing is kitted. No kidding. Who comes in next? Obviously, Murkrow's not staying. This dude can go ahead and go. I think Tarantula is probably the next mon to join the squadron there. But yeah, Heracross should be hitting like an absolute ton of bricks. It is. It's just burning through its life force so fast. We need that other charcoal badly. We need to prioritize that over everything else. Alright. Leveling should not be difficult for us. We've got good econ. Please, Mewtwo, grant us something amazing. Would love to see charcoal. Really, amazing just means charcoal right now. Yo, kids be complaining about getting charcoal for Christmas. Yo, load me up. Santa, please. Come down the chimney with an entire mine full of the stuff. I will take it. Don't know what we're doing with this fossil stone, though. There ain't really much other bug water crossover. We'd need 2 of them and 2 mystic waters to make water happen. Water 3 would be good for us, but as it stands, not so much. Yeah, Heracross could not get through that. With Shellbell, maybe it was a possibility. As it stands, though, not so much with Mantine flopping around. Okay, show me what I need in order to finish this set out. So yeah, it's either Senta or Tor. And which of these 2 I want, I don't know. Burn itself for 3 seconds to inflict 50 special damage. Or the user spins a Silken Trap, gaining Protect. Any attack the melee range received during that time will lower the speed of the attacker by 5 and inflict paralysis. Yeah, that's Spidops is going to be the play here. Spidops is actually surprisingly good. Close combat goes off, and that dude goes no charcoal. We go no charcoal land. We'll get the water. We need charcoal now. I will purchase 1 down in order to get this dude up, just so we can get bug 6 going. And then we have enough bugs to get to bug 8 with our legendary. If we can manage to get the points to get up there. We are on track, though. Being on track towards 8 is a good position to be in. And Heracross will carry us very, very well if we can just get the last item to kit him completely up. So we'll see what happens. And then we can start building up equity towards Leavanny and stuff, which would be very nice for us. Okay, Pikachu is causing us some issues, but big Heracross is doing big Hera damage across the board. And we get through the Psychic River, baby, is done. Ooh. Getting this dude early is very interesting. I mean, it's strictly better than Tarantula, right? We can go ahead and swap that in. But yeah, we got bugs for days. We just need levels. We rush down 8. As soon as we can afford it, we go all the way in on level 8. And then we just ride the bug train all the way to the station. Should be able to blast through the phalanx with no brass helping them. The smoke ball will go off, giving paralysis. Big help there from the smoke ball. Also, it does have the revive, so as soon as it's gone, it's back again. Yeah, Leavanny's items pretty much save the day there. Well, Proto Leavanny. That's sent to Scorch. We don't need to worry about finding that dude anymore. We'll buy into this. Show me Still no flipping charcoal. What is my life, dude? And also, no nothing, huh? Sure, I guess we'll take ice. That gives us the option of special defense or of going Stardust. Second place is Stardust on the Heracross. It's not nearly as good as the Shell Bell, but it's survivability. Do we want to, like, double up on the... I mean, we're almost at Masquerain already, right? It is something. Would go towards the Flying Synergy once it evolves, right? And it is a rare. Now the question is this better than this? And I think the answer is yes. I think for now the answer is yes. May not be later, but for now the answer is unequivocally yes. Alright, we got a Heracross working on a Lantern up there, along with Suwaddle. And they're crushed through that team. You know what? I will buy this down since we know we're buying it next round anyway. We'll throw that in, and then we'll burn this down. Man. We are so close to being able to afford all of our dreams to come true. We just need to get through this, and then 52 points in order to get all the way up to maximum bugness. Maximum bug power would be very great, but we're relying heavily on the freaking Tower Duo giving us a charcoal, and I don't like leaving it up to that. Worst comes to worst, we will just throw the Star Sand on Heracross and hope that it's enough to keep that dude somewhat alive, which would be quite nice. Yeah, they already got their bug portal set up. And their Heracross is throwing big hands as well. Alright, that's another level towards Swadloon. And another level towards whatever that nonsense ends up being. Yeah. We gotta let this ride, though. We have to let this ride. Let's hope that, I mean, after this... It's 1 point towards there. We could maybe roll all the way down. There is a possibility. I think the math works out. We might have to sell a Surskit, but the math, I think, is mathing. Alright. Blast through these two. Should be no issue. There's no Sacred Ash on the board. Ho-Oh cannot possibly get through us. And no... Flippy Dippian coal for Christmas. My life. My friends, my life. And then we got Nimble. You know what? We go all the way down. Show me a bug portal. We do indeed have a bug portal right here. Okay. Given that, I think we gotta go Stardust. It's the only thing that's gonna provide that dude with some recovery. And then our options are Pheromosa. That's the only thing that we got there. So we go ahead, we throw Pheromosa in. We get the Stardust on you. That would be safety goggles. I guess maybe Pokédoll to help reduce incoming nonsense on Pheromosa. Because we want this thing to stay alive if we can. And then this is all that we can make out of this, which is a Dust Stone. I don't even know if that helps anything. Sure, we'll throw it on there for the time being. Alright, now we need bugs to go into the battlefield. I guess Nimble comes in and, like, Surskit? I don't know what we do with Surskit. Alright, what we do for now, though, is we let levels stack up on folks. Hopefully, all the bug nonsense that we've got spits out some decent bugs. And, we can get through... Yeah, Sobble putting points way downfield onto our dudes is a problem. And I don't know how much the wide lens being on Leavanny actually helped us there. So that's another mon. What did they give us here? Tarantula? Is Tarantula making it into this squad? You know what, honestly, I don't think it is. Ladybug and the Ladian should be, though. Although this is a rarer bug, but I think we need the through line. We will purchase this thing down, I guess, under hopes of something. Are we bringing in Masquerain? Is this gonna help us stage the farthest enemy and deal 20? Yeah, that's actually not that great for us right now. It's interesting, but it's actually not that good for us. Yeah, we're gonna have trouble with a Mega Rayquaza on the field. All players receive 15 healing. That does help us. Hopefully long enough for us to get something else on the battlefield that we can use. I'll take the Wonder Box if we can get it. We're not gonna get it. Protective Pad isn't bad. Although Green Orb into the Pokédoll is also not a terrible get. Pheromosa just ain't all that chunky. But maybe this will help it live a little bit. Because right now we really don't have much going for us. Lady Anne is active. That's something. Alright. So who comes in next? Do we even care about the Trapinch? Because we're probably going to get Nimble and then... So leave Annie's next and then... Yeah, we don't actually care about Trapinch. What we care about is maybe an additional level for Leavanny. So that... Okay, that dude's evolved now. We'll take that. Gligar is not a bug. It's based on a Scorpion, but it ain't no bug. Okay, we did get through that team. That ain't so bad. Dewpider is showing up. Tarantula, you ain't coming into this squadron. I done told you once already, friendo. I don't know. Trapinch keeps showing up. We can't justify bringing them in with what we got going on. No, ain't nothing doing in the rolls. Well, at least Araquanid's gonna happen, right? Araquanid's not bad. Alright, they got Rain, so they got the additional power point regen. We're getting through some dudes. Kyogre is gonna casually turn us into scrap metal because we cannot get through Duat and we cannot get through Mantine. Okay, Araquanid is at least online. So, yeah, we should be looking at Leavanny very soon. Which is a power spike on that dude of significant value. Just not a lot going on in Bug World right now. Alright. Well, at the very least, we do get Leavanny before we run out of lives. So that's something. Like I said, it is a power spike. No Shell Bell on the Heracross is just hurting us really, really bad. We got Protective Pads and Heavy Duty Boots. I think Protective Pads, and that goes on who? Who wants that? Maybe, like... actually, this dude does. If we can slot him in. What goes out? I think Nimble goes out in order to get this thing in, and then this gets sold. And then Snom is also a very good bug. Who wants to come in for that? I mean, we could throw that in over Ladybug since it isn't giving us that much value. But I'm not sure how much value Frostmoth is actually giving us either. I don't know. Do we get through this team? We do. We do indeed. Okay, so there is Levani all the way stacked up. So that'll help. That is a decent mon to be stacked into the moon. Thank goodness so many people survived to this point, so we got at least some fodder to work through. Alright, Levani is cracked. All it's cracked up to be. Center Scorch is helping as best as he possibly can. I don't know, dude. Maybe Scorch goes for Snom. But it just ain't there yet. It just ain't there yet. Who's gonna get levels? Probably only Snom, right? Do we care about Snom enough to prevent us from trying to get levels for everything else? I don't think so. Don't get me wrong, Frostmoth is good. I don't think it's good enough to shred our lines for. Okay, Levani got through that nonsense. Their Pheromosas are beating the heck out of ours. And Center Scorch immediately plastered into the ground. Give me... There's the Shell Bell that we've been looking for. I'll take a Soldu, I guess. Probably doesn't help us that much. But it can go on something, I guess. I don't know, dudes. Maybe... What do you do? 5 seconds, units with melee attack. User gets wound for 2 seconds and takes damage. Defense. Casting again before the end of the effect. Throw spikes in all directions during 30 special damage. I mean, if this thing could throw multiple times, it would actually be fairly decent. Alright, what do we got here? Anything at all that we can use towards not getting our butts handed to us. Just Snom showing up again. And we already know that we don't really do well into this Kyogre team. Big Gators on lock already as a tier 3 mon. Yeah, that was never working out for us. Yeah, we just didn't get what we needed towards the end there. Unfortunate. We'll do one more. We'll try one more. Oh, wow. Legalized nuclear reactor. Watch this. I've never seen before, and how I found your channel. I just see Twitch recommends me. Just chill here for a bit. Yo! Well, welcome to the channel. We're playing some Pokemon Auto Chess. It is, boy, if you've never seen this game before, how is the best way to describe it? So it's an auto battler. You collect 3 of them on, and it'll evolve into its next form. For the most part, there are some special evolution conditions. You're trying to build up a team that has good type matching with each other, and attempt not to get beat down by enemy teams that are doing the same. A whole big lobby of players are competing with each other for items to help their Pokemon become stronger, and for evolutions and whatnot. That's the basic gist of it. And looks like we're back in it. I've been trying to run, so there was a patch update that made the bug Pokemon in the game a lot better. And so I've been trying to run that a couple of times to see if I can't figure out how to best run that. And I'll try it one more time here, since it looks like we're going to get the portal for it. Alright, let's just see what we get. And we're throwing in what kind of zone? We are in a bug zone, which is nice. So I'm going to go ahead and take Weedle as our optional pick there. We got a Spoon, which is a special attack item. What else? Chespin's not a bad frontline early. And then we'll buy into the rest of this nonsense for now. Yeah, it is. And it's absolutely free. You can go online to Pokemon-auto-chess.com. And right now you can play it yourself. It does have a learning curve. It has a fairly steep learning curve, but once you understand what's going on, it's actually quite a bit of fun. I think another streamer right now is going, that's Electric Eli. He's, again, much better than me at the game by leagues and bounds, and he's going on right now. So he's another good one to watch. Dudes online like Wef and whatnot, they got YouTube series entirely on how to learn it. I know you don't really want to read an encyclopedia to learn how to play a game, but I don't know. Like I said, once you got the feel for this game, it's actually quite a lot of fun. We'll grab a charcoal there, and then okay, we sell all this stuff. Another key thing here is that you get interest for every 10 gold that you have in the bank, all the way up to 50 gold. And that certainly does help with purchasing new mons. Alright, so we wanted to go bug here, but I'm actually quite bereft on bugs in the shop at the moment. That is a bug though. We'll take that bug. Show me black glasses. Alright. Then all I need is another scale here. So what I'm looking to do right now, actually no, we've got the kit already. Alright, so what I just made was flame orb, and then I'm looking for one more scale, and I'm going to combine it with the glasses and make safety goggles. The idea behind that is that the flame orb boosts your attack but lights your Pokemon on fire for the entirety of the fight, which would quite most assuredly suck if not for safety goggles being an item. So safety goggles will actually protect your Pokemon from the burn damage while still giving them the attack boost. So what do you got? I might give game a try since we're trying to find a fun Pokemon game, since in my opinion most of the recent Pokemon games have been pretty mid. You are quite on point with that. I tend to agree. Scarvi was interesting, that's for sure. And then Sword Shield was... I don't think Sword Shield was very good. I'm just gonna be honest, I don't think it was all that good. That's a decent bug for us, sure. We'll throw that dude into the old blender there. And you know what? Do I want to try to go towards a win streak? I will. And we'll get bug 4 going. Something like this. I won't go down anymore, but I actually have some recommendations if you're looking for some decent Pokemon games that are good. So there's like Poke Rogue, which is pretty nice. I like that one. It has meta progression, so you're doing different runs, battles with random conditions and paths. It reminds me of Slay the Spire, but very much in the vein of traditional Pokemon. Traditional 2D Pokemon, which is, I think, a really cool combination. What's the other one? The other one that I was playing not that long ago was Lethalmon. Lethalmon's the one. If I got a recommendation for you, it's Lethalmon. So it's essentially Lethal Company meets Pokemon, where you get sent down to random planets, and you get a limited number of time on each planet in order to explore, capture Pokemon, get resources, and then make it back to the ship. And you're like a convicted con man from old Team Rocket. And now your life is essentially being on death row and delaying your sentence by doing these missions on planet. It is such a cool game. Lethalmon is amazing. So that definitely comes heavily recommended. Alright, we are getting kicked in a little bit on the old teeth there. And yeah, this is a problem. Pretty early in the match though. I hope that we can find at least one more scale. That would be really nice, and then we can complete the set on somebody. For now, I think I'll buy the Blip Bug just because it ensures that we have the bugs that we need in order to go up to the next tier. So over here on the left hand side, you'll see the synergy chart. So we got bug 4 active. That means we summon additional bugs at the start of every fight. But there's a ton of different types in the game, and having more mons that fit those typings activates the synergies. Right now, this dude's activating Ice Synergy, which means he can freeze our mons mid-battle and do gnarly nonsense. He also has improved special defense from that typing. So yeah, we are in a little bit of trouble, but that's because we've got no early game super bugs. Usually by now I'd be working towards Butterfree or Beedrill, but I'm trying to play this one a little bit more conservative with our money. You can see some people in the lower right corner of their screens, like that dude's re-rolled 8 times, that one's re-rolled, I've re-rolled no times, neither is that dude. They've re-rolled 10, 2, 5, 7, and 3. It's not actually a ton of re-rolls, that's what we need. Okay, this plus this is the goggles. So now we've got that, and then with Deep Sea Tooth, I feel like this is a good attacker's bundle. Now, who is gonna get this bundle? And I'm thinking Swaddle. Swaddle is likely to get Swaddaloon very soon, so I'm gonna go ahead and throw that down. We'll toss that in, and then I'm okay with rolling down just a little bit to see if we can't get some levels on some dudes so we can stop getting our butts kicked quite as bad. Show me Swaddaloon. That's the dude I was looking for. Trapinch is also not a bad dude to bring in. I'll bring him in over the Weedle. Didn't quite get him in time, but Swaddaloon should be doing a lot more for us now. Yeah, that's going to be hitting a lot more like a truck. Baby, get him. And down. There you go. 3 been playing Poke Rogue, Radical Red, and Infinite Fusion. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, if you don't got with Lethal Mon on that list, brother, check it out. You are going to be pleasantly pleased as punch and pie if you can get that thing going. We'll go ahead and swap the old Chispin out. And you know what? 4, 8, 12. Yeah, get us the Blip Bug in there too. Get Bug 6 active. Alright. But yeah, those are all very, very good. Do you do the Nuzlocke stuff? Like run and bun and whatnot? I've been thinking of maybe trying a run and bun run on stream just so people can see how bad I am at Pokemon in general. Not like my Pokemon Champion stuff hasn't been indicative enough of that. Okay, that's a potential Reaper Cloth. Do we care about Reaper Cloth on anybody? Probably not. Not unless we get like Arceus at the end, but even then we'd want to build that thick. Guess we'll save the glasses for something else. Maybe a Randy Random type thing with the Wonder Box. Okay, we should be able to. Okay, we don't get that. What do we even want to do here? Oh my gosh, I don't even know. I guess we take this portal. So we did not get any of the portals that we wanted. So we've got potentially a problem if we've got no bugs here. And we indeed have no bugs. So then the next best thing is what synergizes with everything else that we can try to get. Fossil has run through with bug, but I don't think we have access to it. I guess maybe Delmise? Grab the highest enemy and deal 80 special damage. Maybe. Maybe that is the mon that we've got to bring in. I'm gonna need to switch out Blip Bug in order to get this dude in, which costs us a level of bug synergy, but we'll bring it back right away. But yeah, that's a problem. Not getting your portal is one of the things that kills us really, really bad in this game. I once tried Soul Link Run and Bun and Soul Link Kaizo, which didn't go well. Yeah. Those games require so much planning phase stuff in order to be able to get through any of that nonsense. Alright, so what are we ideally looking for? If we get an Electivire shop, we want a Shed Shell to turn that Delmise into a Bogmon, if at all possible. That would help quite a bit. Otherwise, I don't know. Upgrade could be actually fairly decent on Delmise here, considering it's given the enemy team the old "get over here" Scorpion style, grabbing them, shaking them, ravaging them, doing all those Delmise things that Delmise are known to do. I guess the advantage is that Bog doesn't really add any additional stats to the Bogs, so it's not like Delmise being here is costing stats, it's just costing us Mon generation. Alright. Furfro. That thing is a chunky buddy, but hopefully Delmise can help bring dudes into the back, from the back row here, into the old beatdown area. It did, and then it did not KO. It brought him all the way in just to have him sit there and say hello. You should be a goner, friend. But yeah, Furfro is a tough dude to take out. We have buy a Ditto. Ditto allows you to copy the stage 1 of any Mon that you've got currently. We'll throw in another Magnet on here and try to go for some attack damage. We're going to turn this Delmise into an AD carry. Do you play Pokemon Unite? That's another one that is hit or miss. I like Pokemon Unite, but I can't say that it's good. I don't hate it, but I also can't say that it's good. Pokemon Unite pains me on a deep and thoroughly deep level. Let's see here. Alright, yeah, we need to play it conservative on money, especially now, because we got to try to get up to all the way to, I don't know, we got to get way up in levels if we're going to try to make this work. Can't afford to roll down for 800 years when a big damage dude is a Delmise that don't synergize with anything that we're trying to do here. Trapinch managed to get into the back row, and then Hatterene should be a goner. Okay. Yo, that Swadloon is doing a lot of work, though. That thing goes to leave Annie, and it's gonna be going absolutely nutty on dudes. Do we care about Blipbug enough to keep it around forever? Probably not. It's just holding synergy for now. Assuming that we win, that should be easy. I think... Is it worth spending the Ditto to get Vibrava right now? I think it is. I think it is. No, it is an acquired taste, for sure. You know, there's certain Mons that I really enjoy playing, and I do like the fact that many different Mons play differently, but ultimately a lot of Unite just comes down to, oh, I'm stunned for 30% of the game. That's so much fun, you know? Those tend to be how this one rolls down. So we didn't get the victory there, which is unfortunate. So we do not get the full interest bonus, but we're working our way towards it. Alright, yeah, we're struggling a little bit here. There is certain, for sure. This is a gimme round, which is exactly the kind of thing that we need. In theory, with our legendary, at stage 20, we should be able to, in principle, get all the way up to Bug. Well, I don't know, man. Because, Delmise is gonna have to sit one out. We might have to just ditch Delmise. Which sucks, because it's decent, but if we can't get a Shed Shell, then there's no real point in having them. Because he do not synergize well with anything that we're trying to do here. I will get a magnet here. Yeah, if we have to sell Delmites, I'm not really that upset about it. I mean, I am, obviously. It does put us behind everybody else in a way that sucks, but I think it'll be okay. Right now, we're holding our own from a very rocky beginning to now. Let's see, what else? Was there any other Pokemon games? Oh, there is a spin-off game of this game. Already, this game's a spin-off game, but there's a spin-off game of the spin-off called Pokemon Autospire. If you're more into trying player versus enemy type stuff, that is also a game to look into, because it's this, but if it was only player versus enemy and you were, you know, doing a Slay the Spire style, every floor gets progressively harder thing. And that is not bad. I just can't help but notice how Delmise was supposed to be grabbing the farthest dude and did not grab that ice cream cone. I just can't help but notice that. We'll buy down a little bit and then get Blip Bug in. And that makes sense for now. Alright. So Bug 6 is active. Weedle is garbage, and we do want to replace that dude as soon as we can get a better bug in. Let's see what's in the regionals. First off, the add-ins. Any good bugs in the add-ins? Laurantis would love to have that dude, but that is not actually a bug. And then regional. We got Burmy here. Burmy is actually a really good mon for us to have, if we can manage to grab it. Alright, yeah, lots of ice on this squadron here, causing many, many problems. Alright. Let's see here. I will just do this. Program lets you swap unused items to another one in the same category. Yeah, it would be nice to have, I don't know, maybe the blue orb? Blue orb with the upgrade and the Razor Claw is interesting. It means really a lot of basic attack damage stuff, which is exactly the kind of thing we're looking for. And then we could do an exchange of something with good old Croagunk's pass there. But right now, this set is okay. For what we're looking to do, that should help Delmise do what it's gotta do. So what the blue orb will do is it sends out a little shockwave every third hit, and that drains the power points from enemy Pokemon, meaning they can't cast their abilities as fast. That with the upgrade, which makes our Delmise attack just faster, and the Razor Fang, which makes it attack faster and crit, it's okay for what we need it for. Hopefully this is enough to make Delmise start zapping dudes, unless it's like stunned forever, which is also a possibility. We did snatch something from the back row with that. Quillfish is living forever, but not long enough. Okay. So Delmise is doing work, but not enough work. I think we need at least one more bug, right? Because we got bug 6. We need at least one more bug to replace Delmise, and then we need a halfway decent bug for other purposes. Yeah. Yeah, there is a bug. There is a halfway decent bug like I was asking for. Mothim is another option for holding on to the items that Delmise has. I'd rather have a legendary that we get at stage 20 hold that, but honestly, it's not bad. With Silverwind as its ability, or not Silverwind, Quiver Dance, There is an attack damage mon for sure. So, if our legendary doesn't really like the attack damage set, if it's a caster, we can go ahead and give Mothim all that nonsense, and it should be able to do just fine with it. Yeah, Dhelmise attacking the back row there was not particularly helpful. I will actually be very, very pleased to swap Dhelmise out. On a normal steel team or a ghost team, Dhelmise being able to drag dudes is just fine because then you got a lot of other nonsense happening, but on a bug team, it just doesn't work. Okay. Do we want to go all the way down to pure bug here? Can we even go down to pure bug? I don't think so. Alright, we're going to rely on hopefully getting our portal here, and then Burmy will evolve into Mothim, which will help, and then we'll see what our legendary is, and our legendary will replace Dhelmise's position, and then hopefully this is enough. Alright, throw hands, guys. Show them what is good. Tower Duo, I'm introducing you to a Tower of Pain. Go for it. Dhelmise should be able to... I don't know if it grabs Lugia at this point. Does it? Doesn't matter if it does. Okay, there is a special defense and ability item coming out from that. Interesting, but maybe not helpful. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Big pick time. We do get a bug portal right off the bat. And Tinkaton decided for no reason to push me into a portal that was not at all mine. Neato. We could be screwed. Based on Tinkaton nonsense. That's Genesect. It actually has a synergy through line with Dhelmise. I don't know if it's worth trying to make that particular through line happen. Alright, so that's Bog 7. I mean, it does synergize, but I don't think I can afford it. Okay, but we do like this dude with the attack damage items. This is our back row. We want you to do this. We want you to do this. And we want you to do this. And then as far as defensive items, I guess we can make Pineco go big. It's not like the end of the world. Yeah, our front line is kind of trash, but our Genesect should be helping significantly now. Yeah, Genesect into Mothim is gonna be putting in a lot of work. Do we get through the rest of this nonsense is the question. The big overlapping shot from that helped. We need better bugs though. Yeah, we need some better bugs immediately. We need to swap out the low tier bugs for vastly superior bugs immediately. And then actually we might be able to bring this back. Off of the backs of Genesect. It's possible. But yeah, when bug goes wrong, bug goes really, really, really wrong. Alright, show me decent bugs here. Cutiefly is a better bug than like Weedle. We'll toss Weedle into the dumpster. We will evolve Centiskorch. Swaddle's fine. Cutiefly evolving would be a very good get. There we go. Ribombee is on lock. That's another halfway decent mon. Helps keep our front line alive a little bit longer. We'll take that. I don't know if this is enough with Xerneas and Geomancy. Yeah. I don't think it's enough. I think we're done here. Xerneas is just a vastly superior mon to anything that we're bringing to the table now. We live on 1. Yeah, this is going absolutely stupendously. He's in stupid, tremendously stupid. That was Wurmple. I should have grabbed that thing. Alright, what do I want here? Another blue orb might not be bad on ye old Mothim. I did not get it. Instead, I got this, which is not at all what I was hoping to grab. Unfortunate. I guess it is DPS. It's not good for us, but it's something. Alright, sure. Mothim can hold that. It's not the worst item on that dude. There's Dottler, I guess. That's something. Wurmple may be objectively better than Dottler if we can get it on lock. There's another level for Vibrava. We're working towards Flygon, actually. Venipede is objectively better than you in every world. And we'll see if that's maybe enough to try to turn things into our favor. Not looking like it, though. Not with Quackable all stackable up and throwing nonsense. We are not even beginning to aim at the mons that need to get taken out at all. Like, even a little bit. No. We had Dunzo. Next to last place there. Unfortunate. Sometimes that be's how it's gonna be. 7th. Ouch. We got double penalized in there. Yo, I don't know why, but it seems like I have to have somebody tell me and actually look at it. Why, whenever I tie with somebody, I seem to get, penalized way more. I don't know. There's some things in this game that I don't understand. Like, Naganadel is supposed to evolve from Poipole after getting 20 KOs. I've had it where it just, for some reason, only on my account where it'll get the 20 KOs and then never evolve. I don't know. There's some things. There's just some things. Maybe it's the rank that you're in when you come in. If you tie with somebody and you're a higher rank than them, then you get penalized more in the points department. I'm guessing it's something like that. How many boosters have I got unlocked? Oh, another thing in this game is that for playing matches, you eventually earn boosters that you can open up to change your profile mon. Like right now, I got the shiny Ditto Fennekin, which is, you know, a neat mon. I also got the shiny Wynot, which I was rocking for a while. Hoping to find something more hound-ish. I guess a fox is as close as we can get right now, but haven't found one shiny dog. No Arcanine, no Growlithe, no Houndour. None of that. Houndour, by the way, very good mon. If you can get it up to Houndoom, it starts calling in the whole pack. Houndoom is, in and of itself, a very good mon. Houndoom and Bayonet are both mons that just summon more nonsense to the battlefield in a way that really, really works. Alright, one last bug game to round us out. Hopefully we do not get our teeth kicked in, although Bug is on the opposite side of the world. Which, you know what? Poison is also a through line into something. We could go Poison, actually, and give up on the Bug Dream. We are in a poison fossil type area. You know what? We give up on the Bug Dream. Bug Dream ain't happen. It's Bat Dream now. Alright. For this, I think we're gonna go Toxic. Although we got the shiny Magikarps, that means that we get an additional big money investment, which I will take. Alright. Big money indeed. Let's see what we can manage to make happen out of here. We'll put Charmander in for now. And we just want to keep the money where it is. Money where it is. Money for nothing and mons for free. That is the song. Classic. Those were the original lyrics to that song. Don't know if you know. 100%. They changed it for mass publication, but that was the original inspiration. We'll go for the Mystic Water here. Grab it for reasons. Don't really have any sort of item set up yet, but we could eventually. So, what are we looking to turn these into? The Nevermelt Ice into a Shell Bell would be quite nice. If we get double charcoal, we could go Shell Bell Sea Tooth, which is not bad. And then The seed can become a King's Rock, or Smoke Ball's really not bad either. What else would we want out of this? Grisidia's alright. Alright, we got a Manaphy Egg possibility. Very good if we have a caster that wants that. If I could get a spoon, I wouldn't mind having that on this particular set. Alright, somebody else took the spoon, so I'm gonna take this. And then maybe we'll get an attack damage setup. Charmy is not staying, right? So in theory, we could do loaded dice into Manaphy Egg on this dude. And that's a decent... I mean, it's not a good setup by any means, but it's something. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think I even want to roll down. I think I want to let the interest build up right now. And I think a lot of people are going to be doing the same. Okay, Charmander, let's see if you do some stuff. Okay, that dude's rocking a rock-based squadron so far. Yeah, we ain't getting through all that. Graveler is very chunky early. Is actually, it's the only thing that's really chunky, but initial rock synergy is also quite good. If he's going rock, he's probably in a very good spot for now. I don't want to add another rock to the game, knowing what that dude's doing. I'm gonna go with... I'm gonna go with this towards like a Shell Bell. Worst case scenario, this becomes protective pads, which I'm not upset about. We can afford to roll down a little bit now and see what we're looking for. Larvitar to Tyranitar would be quite good on an Econ run, which is what we're doing right now. Grotle is an interesting man. Maybe. We could shift towards Grass. Grass is showing up an awful lot. But I really would like to make something in our own homework. But yeah, our synergies are Poison, Fossil, and Dark. And do you see any Poison, Fossil, or Dark anywhere in this lineup? You don't? No, you don't. For some reason, our rolls are going pretty bad right now. Alright, but at least our money is in good shape. Bidoof, huh? Bidoofians. Are we feeling doofy? I think we just want to invest in getting Mons on the field. We could go flying, I guess. Flying or fighting or something. This is going to be objectively better than the doof at the least. Alright, Charmander, you do your thing. And we'll see if we can't put some damage downfield. Charmander just ain't it right now. But we got no synergies whatsoever. Did we just poach somebody else's portal? Did we just not even worry about having a synergy of our own and just try to poach somebody else's strat? Yo, maybe that's the play. Because the Econ is there for it to go silly on that sort of thing. But does say that Grass Synergy and Poison are back on the menu with that dude, right? That's Poison. Quack can go. Although, Dratini was also an option for flying. Fluff. Maybe I should have considered that. You know what? I'm gonna go and lock in the idea of flying. And this can go ahead and get sold, and then we'll worry about reorganizing afterwards. Yeah. We'll worry about that afterwardians. Maybe Dragonite actually happens this match. I don't know. Our last game that I played was all about, or not last game, yesterday, I made it all about Zubat and trying to make Zubat work, which actually did lead to some interesting games, so. Yeah, but seeing this much flying nonsense like this, Quaxley can come back in, you're gonna come in for this, And then we really don't have... I guess the King's Rock is not bad on something. Yeah, we'll make... Do we want a King's Rock or the Protective Pad? Protective Pad adds so much damage possibility. And it does synergize well with loaded dice. We'll give that to this dude since he's not staying. As a matter of fact, we'll give the whole kit to this dude for the time being since he's not staying. So that we can go ahead and sell him later and get all that stuff back. Didn't quite manage it in time. But level 6 should provide us with some more and very interesting mons trying to do their things. What is your... Release 3 petals spread between the closest enemies, dealing very little special damage. Yeah, we're struggling a little bit here. There's an additional poison synergy. Do we just keep... Man, I keep flopping back and forth on what we should be doing. I don't know, man. I don't know, do we want to try to make poison work? Or do we want to make flying work? I'm gonna go poison. I think I go poison and we rock the socks off of these dudes. Because we got this in, we got this in, and then poison 5 is just around the corner if we can get something for it. That was Tentacool. I should have fluff. I didn't even recognize. Alright, that's Bulbasaur. That means we're poison 5. Although we want to do something more like this. Alright. Yep, we're gonna go with poison. Enough of the wishy-washy nonsense. Poison it is. We're locking that in. Alright, and we will buy down on levels a little bit. Alright, another level for Toxel. I'll take that. Show me toxic. Show me toxic gameplay. All the way around the world. Maybe we're editing again if we don't get this portal. Okay, looks like we're doing something else, baby. Although we can switch regions. We could switch regions if we do get a bad region but a good legendary. We don't really. Fluff. I don't even know. We kind of got in... no, we don't. I was thinking this thing maybe becomes floral once it becomes Rosaria. Yes, it does. So I guess we're going floral. I guess we are going absolutely floral nonsense. We don't really have a floral mon to stack this on just yet. But yeah, I guess we're going floral because that's where we are regionally as well. Alright, show me some floral-looking friends. Pivoting once again, but this is indeed floral as well. So that can come in over Zubat, I think. Yeah. Right now, our setup is rather incredibly silly. Yeah, we're having trouble even getting through the most basic amons. And they've got floral already set up, so I guess we're competing with another floral team here. Yeah. I don't know. I think we got them. We do. Alright. That works out. What do we want to do? Probably the ability cast. And get rid of this thing. Alright. Now... what are we looking at? Toxel, you ain't staying. We're looking for any Floralmon. There is a decent Floralmon. You can come up here. You're a 3 range though, right? So we probably want to put you down here. Something like this. And then we just got to look for dudes. Zubat, you can be replaced by that. We'll take the Spirit Wand for additional casts. All this nonsense can go. Alright. Floral 4, Poison 3. Maybe Poison is our through line, though. I'd rather have grass be the through line, though. Something like Grotle could go into this and be quite happy. I will swap out the... Do I swap out the Nidoran, or do I just look to add things in? I mean, this is grass and floral, so Sunflora actually does make a certain kind of sense, right? Just having to adapt on the fly and confuzzling myself. Okay. What do we want from these dudes? I actually don't think I'd mind getting this spoon here. Making something nice and thick. I think with Comfy in the front, it's already making something just absolutely gigantic. Yeah. In a case, its ability, I wonder if it benefits from the choice specs as well. Whatever we throw that thing in with. Alright, sure. Grotle, you are coming in over that. And now we are looking to make you nice and thick, friend. Boom. Alright. Grotle's gonna get nice and big and help us out here. And then we're looking for an opportunity to maybe bring in the Sunflora. That wouldn't be a bad get. Okay, big shots from the Grotle boy. Doing a lot of work, actually. The big penguin is throwing a lot of hand... Or not penguin, that's Mawile. Different Steelmon. Yeah, that thing was just healing way too much for us. But all in all, not a terrible matchup, all things considered. Alright, Grotle, if you were evolved, you might have been able to handle that nonsense. So, and this is another very good Floralmon. Alright, I feel like Nidoran has outstayed its welcome, and this can come in to get us Floral 5. And then, honestly, we could swap out the Grotle for Floral 6, but I kind of like the idea of leaving that dude in and just getting all the way up to spec. And with Grass Synergy, that should help a little bit with the healing. Alright, so we're up against the Tyrant Lizard in the back row there. Grotle is throwing AoE nonsense, but it's kinda very much outmatched. Yeah, that Sceptile on its own is doing a lot to us. It doesn't have any healing other than the monster synergy, right? But lots of monster going down. Exactly what we don't want to see. We will level up the Skiploom on the side there. Okay. We add that in. We want to get the Sunflora into the battlefield as quickly as possible. That'll max out Floral, and then we just focus Grass for the rest of it. Rest of these levels can be Grass, although if we get Xerneas, that is an excellent Floral unit as well. So, tough to say. And it synergizes with Light too, so maybe Xerneas is the mon that we want. Yeah, there's some through lines here. There's some ways to bring this back. If we get Xerneas, we want the Magnet. So we'll play for the mon that we want to see. The change that we want to see in the mons and the world. Yeah, we'll go all the way down in order to bring the Sunflower in. And then we got a light spot here. Who wants that? Probably you. And then you are also a floral dude. And you actually probably beat out that in order to go front line. Yeah, I don't think Florges needs to come to this particular event. Alright, Badoo is stacked up and Badooing what it needs to. And with the Manaphy Egg, it should maybe be doing something. I don't know. Grotle being a baby mode is just Not exactly what we need in order to make this whole thing work. You got a lot of mons on the battlefield. Alright, that helps considerably. We'll get Bellsprout going. That is another floral mon of a higher quality. What do we have? Rare, epic, rare, rare, epic, uncommon. Alright, gotcha. That can come out in order to do this. Although we do lose grass energy by losing that. Never mind. Big Grotle is gonna front for us. Because, yeah, we need, we actually need the through line. Big Grotle is living and doing big damage. But its damage does kind of cap out after a while. The AoE does help. But 100 ability power is just not striking through these defenses as much as I would want. No. It's just not there. Ivysaur helps considerably. Alright, what do I want to grab here? With the magnet, I guess the spoon in order to get upgrade, and we're really, really, really hoping we get Xerneas. Oop, didn't get it there. There we go. Yeah. Xerneas for our legendary is exactly what we're hoping for. Right now we're having trouble with the most basic of mons though. So I don't know what we do. You know, it's one of those kinds of days. Let's go ahead and get Victory Bell up and going. And I think actually we do have to wind down. Ghastly is a great ultra, as is Shinx. We can't really use either of them. Eldegoss showing up as Nido. Does this thing become a grass type eventually? No. No, it does not. So yeah, you aren't joining us. Okay. Anything here that we can use. Another level for Grotle, we'll take. Yeah. We are going to be struggling to a degree here. We do have a lot of Floromons joining the squad, but nothing is getting through all the nonsense that we're up against here. Although, we do manage just somehow, by the skin of our teeth, to manage to make it through that, which I will gladly take. Sure, throw on that dude, and then we are looking for levels. Venusaur would be a big, helpful get for us. We will go down hard in order to try to find a through line here. That's not the through line I was looking for. This is okay. If we can get Badoo to like Roserade, that would be enough to help quite a bit. Even Roselia would do quite a bit towards us. Get Grass 6 unlock. We actually do have berries available, right? So we should be picking these so we can use them on our dudes. That's part of the grass synergy that I've been ignoring. Shouldn't be. Yeah, we actually ain't getting through that Sunkern. That basic level 1 Sunkern is actually out DPSing us by like a wide frickin' margin, man. Yeah, Sunkern actually overpowered, as it turns out. As it so turns out, Sunkern is actually the best mon in the game and cannot be stopped in any notable way, shape, or form. Okay. What do we want to do here? I think we can just let the Lugia fight ride and then hope that we get hope we get Xerneas. Hope we get Xerneas and we can turn this around in a big way. Yeah, getting Floral on board late, wishy-washing around, not being able to get any sort of synergies happening was just killing us in a big way. Yep. Yes, indeed, Rooney. Really got fluffed up a little bit by that. Okay. But Big Grotle in the front line is indeed eating a lot of damage. And we do get an upgrade for a rear line plant. And we got the Sticky Barb, which is okay on a front liner. Show me this Fairy Floral that gives us a decent chance at Xerneas, which I 100% will take. Show me Zern. Yep, show me Xerneas. Okay, we do not get Zern. Instead, we get possibly the worst option. But sure, Teal Mask. Throw that on the old Ogerpon. And then, I don't know, dude. I don't know. You guess you come in for the Petlil, because you're objectively better than that, dude. And then, we Sticky Barb you, we upgrade you, and then we give the front line a berry to hold, and then... no, we can't actually give them berries to hold, huh? Fluff. Yeah, we are in a state that is to be certain. No Xerneas was exactly what we didn't need to happen. Alright. Let's hope that, Ogerpon does something here. Yeah, Ogerpon doesn't do anything here. It is strictly and completely outclassed by what Xerneas could have done for us. The Budew is also strictly and completely outclassed. The Sceptile is going to heal for forever off of everything that we do. So yeah, we're done. We actually lose here to infinite Sceptile powering up. Yeah, that was that. Okay, so, yeah, about that. About that streamer luck, though? Yeah, about that streamer luck. Well, we ain't going out on a 7th place. That isn't how we do this thing. That isn't how we do this thing. 980. Wowie zowie, dude. Yo. Yo, this game sometimes, though. This game sometimes. Sometimes it just ain't too much fun. Okay. Well, I think, after this one, if we can get back up to 1,000, I'm done streaming for the day. If we can get back up to 1K, which would require 2 good games in a row in order to make up for that. Rehydrate, we got a little Fruit 2O water here from Pure Aqua. It is, incredibly mid, and I'm okay with it. Alright, now if we don't get totally and completely fluffed on every roll this time, we might actually be able to place more than last. Immediately, we're looking at a ground setup, which I am okay with. I would 100% play ground now, because I'm done playing for fun, now we're playing for sweat. Dragon is also an option. No, it isn't. Sure, give me this. Whatever. We're playing for ground regardless of what we get. We got a dark monster area. Trash. Absolute trash. We could run through with ice with Glaceon, which I would not be mad about. So what are we looking for? Nevermelt Ice in order to make this into Glaceon and make Piloswine go off a little bit? That wouldn't be bad. Or if we get a ground synergy gem, which can happen when you play ground. But that's easy early Glaceon. That is 100%, and that's gravel. We're right off the freaking bat, and so we now have room to do this and to bring this mon in, and now we've got front row for days. and I'm okay with this. I'm not even investing in buying down these. I should, because it increases the chances of showing us what we want to see. But I'm a little demoralized. A little demoralized. There is a... That's the glove, right? Mixing those two together. This also is not bad, though. Okay. What are we looking at? Just a bunch of Spearows? Sure. Ain't no ground types here. So I'm gonna go ahead and sell these off in order to get us back up to the point where we get a little interest and we rock and roll from there. Good hit. Gracidia Flower is interesting. And actually, with the Eevee as a support holder of items, that's maybe not too bad. Loaded Dice is also very interesting. I will grab another magnet. Just opening up options. I think I do make the Gracidia right now, though. I think that that's valuable. And for now, we'll rely on Graveler being the one hit by it, but after these holes are dug, then yeah, we'll move things around. You know what? The smart play is just to do it this way. That's the smart play. Is it the most efficient for digging? No, it is not. Is it just the play to make? Yeah, for sure it is. Plus, a little defense on the Glaceon couldn't possibly hurt our chances of doing something better, so yeah, we'll do that. Alright, Graveler is struggling a little bit, but with all through on the back line and their Goners. Send them to the Shadow Realm. Give them the classic Yugi Mind Crush. Alright, This is good, but I don't know if I want to make it yet. Alright, I think I can comfortably look for something here, right? This is a ground type. We would like to add this to the old squadron. What else can we grab here? Pineco is not what we're looking for. Nubbins is what we're looking for. Trapinch is also something that we very much would like. Graveler into Golem is like... That dude's just okay. That dude ain't winning no awards for being amazing in any category. But it's like overwhelmingly fine. Alright, Vibrava would be very nice here. Mamoswine would be very nice here. Golem would be incredibly mid, but we will take it. Alright, zap this going. And there we go. There's the ice crystals on lock. We'll move the entire procession over by 1. So, that's not ice, that's flying synergy, right? Would have been better if it were ice, because there's some more through-line stuff we could do, but flying's fine. I think there's Gligar? Gligar's flying into ground if it shows up, which it's not guaranteed to do. But getting an early synergy gem's not bad, so it's not like I'm mad about that. Okay. Do we manage to freeze these bugs? We do not. We did not barely get through any of that team. Did we actually KO anything? I don't think we KO'd one thing on their team. Wow. Okay. Alrighty then. Yeah, we didn't get even through one dude. Although this is quite a good set of gets there. Grotle is another ground mon that we would very much like to see on the squadron at some point. And then, do we just roll down 1 and see if we can't lock something in for the next round? We got nothing. But Grotle is certainly a mon that will assist us in a way. But yeah, we're getting very, very close to Golem, which I do like to see. Golem and Grotle. The classic combination. Alright, we're through this team. That should not be a problem. Maybe? Alright. Scared me a little bit towards the end there. Do we bank on Graveler becoming Golem? Is that something that we can confidently say will happen? Heart Scale into Muscle Band is also really not that bad of a play. We'll take it for now. We don't necessarily want to commit to it, but it is an option. Cryogonal is not, or Bronzor is not something that we're interested in. Grotle being on the field is, though. You can go ahead and take that place, and we'll move the procession over one as we have been. Brilliant. This is also another ground mon, so we can go ahead and buy that thing down. But really, right now, we want to try to focus in on making a tier 3 of some variety happen. Ideally, multiple varieties. But Gary is coming up on our next fight. And we need to be able to say that we can survive Gary. Gary the Dose. Okay, once Gary the Second arrives, we'll decide what we want to do. Should earn a little bit of cash here. Would love to see a tier 3. Alright, show me some. Alright, ain't showing me nothing. Alright, we go Need Arena, maybe? Would love to see something. Come on, Gary, don't do this to me. Fluff. Alright, we got done dirty. We got done absolutely dirty by that, but it's still not out of the woods yet. Ain't out of possibilities either, though. The digging's going well so far. We'll just keep excavating this line, and hopefully it'll do enough that we can try to make something happen. Gracidia certainly helps. That's Rocky Helmet. That is an easy slam down onto whatever our front row is. Could end up being Mamoswine, but we'll see. For now, the Need Arena will be able to come in temporarily until we get our Legend Dude up and running. Yeah, show me a ground type zone. This could yield a ground type zone, so we'll go ahead and go for it. At the very least, it'll yield a legendary that is ground, so... Alright, a unique that is ground. So what ground unique are we looking for? Earthworm wouldn't be terrible. We don't really have the items for it, though. Who else? Alright, it's Torkoal! Okay, Torky. Torky Tom here. Channel underground and appear underneath the enemy. It's basically Lapras, right? It's basically blinding Lapras. Sure. And you are a 1. So you are up and close and personal. Show me something. Vibrava is decent enough to bring in, but over who? Over Graveler, maybe? That's not so bad. I guess Torkoal wants the Rocky Helmet. We'll make it nice and thick. It is trying to get into the back row. I don't know, dude. Is that the double set good enough on Torkoal? Even with the Rocky Helmet, it is kind of getting torched up pretty badly. Yeah, I think at the very least the blue orb's gonna be valuable for it. Attacks apply armor break for 2 seconds on hit. Maybe armor break isn't bad. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah. Potential chance to crit, potential chance to do nonsense. Gonna grab the spoon here. The Antsy, you can go in the trash. And we'll do something like this. And then I'm not convinced that the Razor Fang goes on the Torkoal, though. I'm not convinced. Not yet. We want to move this whole thing over. We do get its fire synergy, though. Lucky get on the gem. That is a very nice pickup. The Nidoran will grab. Show me... That's a level towards Pylo. I'll take that. That's almost Golem. And that's Trapinch. Do we care about you more than Nidoran? I feel like we do, but we could have the meme theme and get both Nidoran and that. But for now, you know what? We focus on the Mon. That's Golem. There's Golem. Alright. Golem definitely comes into the old squadron there. You know what? As a matter of fact, you Hyperbolic Time Chamber. You go and get to be the biggest rock that anyone's ever seen. Alright, Golem is training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, learning how to become a Super Saiyan. Goku and Gohan will be there, giving him pointers on instant transmission. It'll be good. You'll see. It will be good. Now, Solu would be a great get. That is not going to be possible. Reaper Cloth is also a potentiality, and also not exactly what we want to see. I'm guessing I take the Charcoal and hope for like Shell Bell or something. Yeah, something like that, maybe. We could also make it into a Pokénomicon, but I'm not really sure that that does much for us here. Alright. You know what? Show me levels for these remaining mons. We will put the Nidoran back on the bench. If we don't see anything here, then I've just got to save my money. Alright, that's another level towards Trapinch, towards Flygon. We'll buy that, and then we gotta wait on money to generate. We can't roll down anymore. We've had our fun playing silliness. Now it's time to get serious. Yeah, this poison team is cutting through the fact that we've got defenses in order to just chew us with poison, which is a great strategy towards getting over our defenses. Yeah, look at that poison damage stack up. Yeah, poison is gonna do nonsense to us. Alright. Yeah, Fugu doesn't even need... That Fugu fish doesn't even need nothing to go ahead and beat us down. Alright, what do we want to do with this particular nonsense? I guess Gracidia here, throw this dude onto that. We'll swap these two and get these two to start burrowing. Something like this. Give Torkoal the best chance that he's got to do nonsense. Although, this thing does it do special damage? It does. So actually Namicon here makes a certain level of sense to burn everybody, right? Because Torkoal, when it hits, it's dealing special, and that'll set everybody on fire. Yo, is Torkoal actually the Will-O-Wisp Master? Is this young Raphael from, who was that? Duncan Knee Deep? Or was it, yeah, I think it was Duncan Knee Deep that has, Raphael the Torkoal. I don't think that's Wolf Glick. Okay. And that dude is back from the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. And you can come in over who? I guess at the moment you would be better than young Mamosh in some circumstances, but maybe not this one. But yeah, Big Rock, Rocky Balboa, it will be joining the fray. And then we'll see what happens from there. Alright, Mew and Mewtwo should not be an issue. We're zapping, getting burns down. Torkoal is doing freaking buster damage there. Let's go, Torkoal. We got the Razor Fang already, so I could probably put it onto... Probably make another crit set for somebody, right? Yeah, this works. Do we just burrow down enough in order to... I think we do. Because we want Golem in here. This mon's too big. Too big not to just bring in and do things. With that dude in, am I comfortable enough to like do something like this and then put these two in there and then this dude like coming out of there so we can get maximum digging going? I think I'm okay with this. Alright, Golem should hit into something. Do some nonsense burn damage with the old Torkoal. Gets into the back line and again gets shredded almost immediately. Do we get the big Golem rock drop on him? We do. Golem hit him with the rock slide and it was all over. And Grotle is the last man standing. Grotle got that Waluigi, or that basic Luigi energy. Stand and do nothing and win. Question is, do we really... What do we want? I don't know. What ground type legend? I guess Groudon is really what we're looking for, but I wouldn't mind seeing Landorus with this particular squadron. Oh, this dude's done digging. We need to move him over. Okay. Throw hands, Torkoal. Light everybody up on fire. Just start shredding and dreading. Torkoal's having a little bit of trouble staying alive here, but I think the fire damage was enough. I mean, look at the amount of damage that fire is just doing there. It is solidly helping. Okay, I think... What do we want? Magnet would be ideal, but I think Scope Lens is fine. This one makes the Razor Claw. You know what? We will take that. Why not, right? Really start working this crit kit up and over. Getting it all set up for when we get a legendary up and going. Alright, all that's dug out. So we'll have this team go ahead and start digging all this stuff out. Getting to ground 6 would make a difference, but I don't want to sacrifice the Glaceon yet to get that going. The extra digging would be helpful, but one line dug out already ain't bad. And that rear line is getting there. Alright, their team being stacked up in this particular pattern definitely screwed up what we were trying to do a little bit. Yeah, wow, that formation alone was just devastating to us. Just had Golem hanging out in the back. Towering up over there, huh? Yeah, those dudes towering up definitely made a difference. Alright. Well, what are we looking to do here? Alright, Golem got that dug out completely. I think we can go ahead and move him over here. You can start digging that piece out. So that at least Golem's making it into these fights, right? That'll help. To a degree, that will help. I would love to try to get Big Mamosh up and running. I don't think it's gonna happen. Like, Mamoswine would be a game changer for us, but I just don't think it's happening. Not this late into the trials. If we got one more Nubbins and a Ditto, I'd pretty much be willing to use it that way. Unfortunately, I don't think we're getting through all that. No. That milk tank was going way too fast. That's field, right? That's why that thing was moving so fast towards the end there. Upgrade plus field. It's a good strat if that milk tank lives long enough to do it, which it does. Alright. Starting to struggle just a little bit, but the legendary may come in and change things. Okay, hope for something good. Prage for something amazing. Now, what do we want to do with this back row? The answer is I'm not really sure. For sure, we want to go ahead and double down on adding in more ground types to this field, which would be very nice for us. Above that, I don't really know what we want to do. Torkoal just taking a stroll around the world. There we go. The burns are starting to add up now. Yeah, Torkoal is putting in a lot of work. Okay, Torkoal. We got replacement assistance for you coming up. There is another Namicon there, huh? I guess more burn. More burn and more ability damage. Show me a ground type of some variety here. I will grab that portal. The Altaria clearly wanted that portal. What is the Altaria player playing? Okay, we got Zygarde, which is not a bad mon at all to be seeing on the battlefield. Do we want to just buy down enough to add him in? We do, and he does synergize well with if we get Gibby. So we'll go ahead and put you down there and give you all the nonsense here and hope that you cast on the reg. Alright, we want the Glaceon to be standing on the fully dug spot. And this kind of works. As we dig out lines. So ground 6 is going to help us quite a bit, I think. That's already dug out, right? So we don't need you to be standing on that. We'll do something like this. Give ourselves a little bit more protection. Zygarde should be hitting for some okay damage. In theory, every crit is applying armor break as well, making our Z-cast just that little bit more dangerously. Alright, Zygarde is putting in the work with the burns. Yeah, that initial cast throws down special damage on everybody, right? So that should be raining down fire on the entire enemy team. But it doesn't appear as though that is what happened. It might have megamorphed too fast for that, though. Okay. What are we looking to do? We just want to get up to... I think we just want to get up to ground 8. Will we substitute out Glaceon temporarily in order to make ground 8 happen? Given the boosties that it does give, I don't know. The answer is a definite determined. I am not at all sure. I know for a fact we want Gibby, though. Gibby actually solves a world of problems because it'll add the Dragon Synergy boost, which should get us all the way to where we want to be very quickly. Oh yeah, that global burn is certainly active and doing things. We got through that, and then it's just the Coco at the very back who is sitting with us in our smoke. Alright, giving ourselves the smoke, my friends. Wonderbox would be amazing. Probably not gonna get it. Yeah, Abalava, I think, is going straight for nonsense. Loaded dice is not the worst thing in the world. Sticky Barb, I guess, is the next best option for us. The glove was also a thing, but it's not really damage that's getting us. It's the lack of a front line that's actually surviving. Golem can get nice and big here if we add this to him. And then we bring Vibrava down. Something like this. Sure. We could do that. Although, the ability to pump up this backline to even more silly levels maybe is even better. And then Mamosh, you don't actually need to be standing on that space because it's fully dug. So we do something like this. Okay, Zygarde's doing whatever it wants to do in the summertime, as Zygardes do. It throws down Global Flames. We're starting to burn them up a little bit. The Z throws, but I don't think it's enough to get through all this. No, it is not. Barely even touched that Machamp there. Yeah, he didn't even feel it at all. It freaking all. Alright, this thing can come down here and start digging. Well, we got a line. We do indeed have a line here. You know what? We'll put you up there and see what happens. Yeah, it's a tough one. This one is certainly a tough one. Alright, show me a level 8 possibility, and I will indeed, move the Glaceon on out of here. Maybe even sell that bad boy in order to get round 8 on lock, because I think we need it. Yo, we need it badly. As badly as Bradley. As good as Glaceon is. And it is quite good. We need to get this rear line dug out, and we need to get round 8. We've got mons to make that happen, so. Sorry, Glaceon, but your time here is coming to an end with a quickness. If we see a natural Gibble, we'll take that too. That would actually solve our issues if we find Gibble. We wouldn't actually need to trade out the Glaceon, because Gibble would get us all the way up to Synergy. But we're reliant on finding that dude. And unfortunately, there is not a guarantee that we will do that. Another Razor Fang, huh? The Stardust actually makes a certain kind of sense on the Golem. Make that thing live even longer? Maybe. Actually, does this do it for us? Does this get us all the way up to 8? Because those two dragons, maybe. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say that I think it does. Does this do it? No, it just gets us up to round 7. So unfortunately, you're going to have to go in order to make round 8 happen. I'm sorry, Glaceon. If it were Gibby, then we wouldn't have a problem. But you ain't no Gibby. You ain't not a Gibby for certain. Luckily, we can put the Ice Stone on somebody else to preserve our synergy, so we will do that. As much as I like Glaceon, you gotta go. Alright, now who wants to get the Ice Synergy? The additional special defense on this might, again, help Golem live just that little bit longer that we need. So Golem, you're now an Ice type. And the Gracidia Flower is gonna go on who? Who do we want to go fast? I mean, Grodel's not terrible, right? Sure. Grodel, grow a flower for us. Okay. And then this can kind of come down and do its thing over there. What are we looking for? Whatever it is, I still haven't found it. Yeah, we'll buy it down into that. It's not exactly the apex of what is going to help us. Dragonair certainly would be something. Yeah, Zygarde's just struggling a little bit in order to make an impact here. The armor break does help a little bit, but not really enough. Yeah, I think we're toasted here. Yeah, unfortunate. Wowee. We're just having game after game, huh? Game after game of interesting. Unfortunate. I think 4th place is neutral, though at our current status we're so low in ELO that it actually gives us a point. Rough stuff, bros. Rough freaking stuff. I'm not sure what we can do to bring ourselves out of this tailspin. Yeah, it's just the mons and the synergies aren't exactly balanced. Some mons are just objectively better. Yeah, there's no amount of synergy manipulation or mons that you can add to your team that will make them better than those other dudes. We do have early electric here. There is a tier natural Flappy, which we will grab. Yeah, electric. I do like playing electric. Yeah, more Flappy. Show me an Ampharos. Show me natural Ampharos immediately. Plus Magnet is a very, very good synergy. Very, very good item for us. Something like that I do like. Yeah, natural zappiness. Sounds like something we could do. Stop it, Greninja. Alright, a blue orb on the Flappy. Do we like blue orb on the Flappy? I actually kinda do. I actually kinda do like that. Blue orb on a real line mon makes a certain kind of sense. What's your ability? Deal special damage to check. You really just don't actually do much as Ampharos, though. Do ya? Just raw damage, which isn't really... the sign of a good Pokemon in this game is when its description reads like in the Encyclopedia Britannica. Alright, what I will do is I will slam... I don't even know if I need to slam yet, though. Is the thing. Alright, now we got actual energy synergy. We'll decide after we see how our first match goes, how I want to put things. Whether we want to make the blue orb, or whether, you know, what we're doing. I guess if we get another magnet, we'd be happy to go blue orb x-ray on that thing. No, we do not. We do get loaded dice, though. Loaded dice blue orb is interesting. Show me another... There really ain't another magnet, is there? I'll grab the energy generation, I guess. Ooh, okay. You know what I will do? I'll go... this into this and hope that it helps. Because these two are very, very nice. If we can get something like either an upgrade or some of that nature, this is actually a complete set off the bat. That could do quite nicely. Alright, Flappy, throw some hands on him. Okay. The electric synergy is trying to do work, but early game Metapod has a lot of good stats on it. Yeah, its stats are just solid. We weren't able to make that work, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Let's see, the duck. The duck is interesting. The deep sea tooth is further better AD, right? Deep sea tooth is better AD. So we can actually throw that onto you. And then Dupida, you're not actually of any value to us. And then we do have the ability to add something on the back line. We'll add another Mareep, I guess. Try to get more bzzzt going off, you know? See what happens. I think if we can manage to get... What do we need here in order to make this work? I would like to see a little bit more AD stuff on us. But, honestly, if we could get Ampharos, I'm not feeling bad about having Flaffy all the way up, because then once we start getting cell phone batteries, we don't actually need the attack speed all that bad, because we'll be just naturaling into that. No natural electrics. Have we had to roll down at all yet? No, we're still at 0. So are these dudes. That dude's done 11, and that dude's done 3. Yeah, you rolled down a lot to get what? To get this? That's what you rolled down that much to get? Okay. And what did you do? You're just naturaling with ice nonsense. What were you again? You're this team. Aquatic. Alright. Well, Golem is, or our Graveler. No, we don't even have Graveler. We have Geodude. Frontline Hatena just sent us directly to Go. Do not play us Go. Do not collect $200. Sent us straight to start. Rough. Okay. Do we think it's equitable to roll down? I think it is. It's a step in the right direction, as is that. Show me Magnemite is a strictly better than Mareep type situation. Chinchou is a strictly better than Pichu type situation, and I ain't even worried about having Pichu do any nonsense. We'll put Graveler in front. Hope that we can try to do something with this. Yeah, well, we get through some of this nonsense. The paralysis might help a little bit. Okay, we got through that. Show me something really, really good here. Meowth, huh? Riolu's another magnet, which I do not mind having. You ain't sticking around, though, buddy. Chinchou to Lantern would be very, very nice. Pichu, I don't really care about, but you know what? If you're gonna show up repeatedly, I'll buy you. That's Lantern. Lantern's unlock already. That is a solid tier 2 mon. There's another solid tier 2 mon. There's another solid tier 2 mon. Okay. Yeah, I see you, Jake Sully. I do indeed see you. There is a nice rare. Show me... Yeah, show me more levels. And there's a Ditto. I mean, it's an 8 and ball, but what do we do with all this? Would love to, like I said, get Ampharos on board, but we need even more support than what we've got to make that happen. Show me at least one more Flaffy. No, not so much. Sheesh. I mean, we could go all the way up to Palmot already, right? That's a potential of something that we could do. But I like the idea of saving all these Dittos for something more nonsense-driven. Then we could just slap things around afterwards. Yeah, something like that doesn't really bother me that much. We should be able to easily get this dude done with. We do, and that's another blue orb that we can throw on somebody. And on Electric Team's blue orb is very, very nice. Okay, we can go ahead and lock that in. Show me this electric artificial zone right here. And who do we throw in? Palmy probably is going in until we see what our legendary is, and then that's gonna swap out. Dynamo is interesting. I'm not so... That's a double dragon right there if I've ever seen it, which does 2 slots, right? What do we want to move out for that? Jeez, I don't know, man. Do we make the Magnemite Dream go away in order to get the double dragons in? I think we do. More electric rats. Yep. We want more electric rats in immediately. And then... Do we sub out this electric rat for the other electric rat? I think we do. Do something like this, and then Flappy and New can come down, and then... Yeah. We want to evaluate what we got here. Okay. And then these two should be creating arcs between them. They are indeed creating arcs. When one goes down, the other one's in trouble, though. But Flappy was enough to sort of put things back in order. But we need to get Ampharos sooner rather than later. Alright, show me some stuff. Although that's a good mon and that's a good electric mon. Fluff. Alright, forget the Flappy Dream, it's not happening. Kilowattrel, you're coming on board and you are immediately supersizing. Yes, indeed, Aruni. And then, are you better? You're better than Lantern, right? But that's providing us with the light. Is Flappy good enough to bring it all, given that we got Kilowattrel? Fire spark with electricity in the target, dealing 60 damage. The spark can bounce up to 4 times between adjacent Pokemon. Yeah, that's silly enough bouncing around that this actually kind of makes some sense. And we didn't get that on him in time. But yeah, we want Kilowattrel just to throw bouncy sparks of nonsense down on everybody at all times. Yeah. Yeah. Flappy Dream ain't happening. But what we do have is Dittos up the wazoo. For Palmot to Palmo. Or Palmy to Palmo, Palmai. Let's see. What could we even grab here? Like, Razor Claw is interesting. I think I'm gonna go for Wonderbox, though. I think I go for Wonderbox. If I could get Wonderbox on each of the Wonder Twins, Minun and Plusle, I wouldn't be mad about that. I think for sure I could be happy with that. Let's see. Deep Sea Tooth goes on you for the time being. We can, like, Wonderbox one of you and... You know what? We Wonderbox one of you and we Orb the other one of you. And we see what happens with that. This is a silly strat and is nonsense and makes no sense, and we're doing it anyway. We're doing it live, and you know what? We go down to this in order to get this dude on the take, and he'll just jump right up into there. Getting a rare on the take is certainly not going to hurt our chances. Okay, yeah, we're passing electrical arcs between us like there's no tomorrow. We're throwing big Kilowattrel hands. Big bird hands, friends. And then, yeah, we get Pikachu in, and that's Electric 7. And we do want to rush that. We do want to rush that. As soon as we got the 34 for it, we want to put that in because we'll start charging up electrical batteries, and that's more valuable than money. With our current setup, that's more valuable than money because we got the double uniques. Yeah, those dudes, we're throwing a lot of hands very quickly. Alright, let's see what happens. I might actually want to move Palmot a couple of spaces over, just to kind of mitigate any nonsense that could happen there. Big zaps coming out from the Wonder Twins. Oh, he actually rolled the strat. Actually rolled the goggles orb. Neato. A rando strato. Magnamite. We'll secure you in the back, but you aren't necessary. Alright. Throw some hands. Electric is shaping up to be pretty decent here. Let's see what the leaders got going and see if we can't come up with a strat for dealing with them. You're just all around ground type nonsense. Which turns our triple zaps into nothing against you, right? But you don't have the setup to turn that Burmy into a Wormadam just yet. You're going to have to roll for that. Okay. Good stuff. Let's see. What makes sense here? Maybe something to try to make the Minun live a little bit longer? Wouldn't hate that. We are still just a little bit shy of where we would need to be in order to be able to do more nonsense electric things. Given that fact, we could buy down into this, sell the Geodude, and then if we win, great. If not, then we sell Magnemite in order to get the synergy back. Or not synergy, the interest. Alright, throw hands. Throw hands on them as quickly as you can. Alright, big back and forth on the bird zaps. Now, don't get me wrong, I realize full well that the ideal thing for that thing is Soldew to get this power up, but I want it to be throwing down zaps at a distance. Maybe not the most apex it plays, but now we can go ahead and get up to 7. There we go. Now we actually have a front line. We have a front line, and we can start storing up for cell batteries, which is going to be just great for us. And the fact that we got cell batteries going before stage 20 is massive. Because more batteries we add up, the more silliness we add up. And with double blue orbs, that's going to be a whole lot of silly. Alright. We start slowing this dude down quite a bit. Yeah, Amarouge would have cast by now if not for all the blue orb nonsense that we have going on. Okay. How close did we get to getting a battery on that run? That was only 25%. Yeah, the opposing team kind of caved a little quickly for us to be able to stack up there. Yeah, their team is hyper aggression. It's a psychic. Psychic into Ghost. Sableye proposes Synergy Gems. You got something for me that I can use? Wild? Not really. Monster? Also not really. I guess a Rocky Helmet, though, would be nice. I'm gonna have to wait a while. Yeah, but show me that other scale. I'll take that. Yeah, show me that. Okay. Dudes are contemplating deeply the items that they want. Okay. This goes on to the pommel. Make sure that thing's nice and thick. Make it nice and tough to break them down for spare parts. Okay, now what synergy do we want to build into there? We could build field into it, which is an option. If we get Raikou, that gives us natural field, though, and we probably aren't hitting field 6. Alright, we're up against the #1 spot, I believe. Yeah, and that Stonejourner might get slowed down by our blue orbs, though. Might prevent them from actually being able to cast. Which could be huge. I think that's exactly what happened. And we got a cell battery out of it. Yeah, keep that Stonejourner sitting right where he was. I think he's in perfect position. Yep. For sure. The more you're waiting around, the better it is for me. So each cell battery should improve our speed notably, right? Yeah. Gives 2 speed to all your electric Pokemon. Alright. Yep, we just need, I don't know, about 5-10 of those bad boys, and then we're in good shape. Even at 5 of those, we should be noticing a dramatic improvement. But every little bit helps. Okay, everybody, sock it to him. Let's go freaking fast. More zaps. Indeed, more zaps. And he comes back just in time to get zapped down instantaneously. I don't even know what hit him there. Okay, next is the legendary fight. We're not going to have quite enough to get all the way up to. Spec is going to have 8, and then that'll be 46. No, 44 that we got to make up, right? And I don't think we're getting up to 44 from this. We're close. We're not quite there. With the Toxel Salt, though, he can sell Magnemite for sure. That's 31. We would still need to be a little bit more, but we might be able to get there if we sell the Toxel too, and then we boil it down as much as we possibly can. Maybe. I would like to just slot the legendary in rather than having to fight for position. Alright, we got through all of it, and our reward item is that, what do those two things together make? Is that the Pokédoll? I think that's the Pokédoll. Which actually might help Palmo significantly. Alright, there are only 3 electric portals, but it doesn't look like anybody's interested in them. So I'll take that. Yo, was Litwick trying to go for the aquatic portal? But you are running ground, right? Didn't get any portals that he was looking for, though. Okay, we will... Do we pick up the Pichu? Do we care about picking up a Pichu, is the question. I don't think we do. We're at 39, and we need 44. We wouldn't be able to get it even if we sold the Toxel. We are lacking light right now because we don't have the Flaffy, so... Lantern is actually on the lesser value scale at the moment. Do something like this, make Palmo the big target on the battlefield. Should help reduce incoming damage quite a bit. Yeah. 11 and 36 with 150 HP. If we could get that Palmo to Palmot, that would be good enough. But I don't think that's going to happen. Could happen, though. It's not outside the realm of possibilities. Big zaps going off, building up more cell phone batteries. Getting a Verizon Wireless on, or AT&T. Yeah. Yeah, that works. So we're up at +4 speed. You know what? I will buy you. Oop, didn't mean to buy you, though. Okay. Yeah. This is fine. And then Lantern can come back in later once we got the money for it. Something like that doesn't hurt me. Something like that doesn't hurt me, not even a little bit. But yeah, Kilowattrel into the Palmo, and then just Tornadus throwing raw nonsense out there. You can see just the difference between mons. Tornadus with 0 items is doing better than several of the legendaries that we've had fully kitted. That's just the way electric synergy works. We are getting slowed down significantly by this dude, though. Yeah, the Articuno is throwing some real nonsense at us, and being able to stun us out of our abilities is hitting us pretty good. Yeah, that one hurt. We'll double down into that. Show me something for the Thunderous. Maybe the Razor Claw, actually? Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Residia Flower is actually kind of silly in this. More speed. Speed is key. Yeah. What happened? What happened? Oh, Derek now says you should sell Wattrel? Yeah. About that. I don't think so. Yeah, no, I do not think so. Let's see. I could make the front line thicker. I mean, I get what you're getting at and then transfer the items over, but I don't think so. I don't think so. It's doing too much work for us. I think that just throws us into the shadow zone if we do that. Let me get rid of that nonsense there. But yeah, I get the logic behind it. I think that's a throw. I think that's an absolute throw. I think we need more zaps is what we need. Alright, throw this down. And the reason I say that is because then our rear line consists only of Thunderous. And that means that all the Palmot's taking is just waiting on Thunderous to get through all of the enemy team. Yes, Wattrel's special damage isn't doing that much, but I mean, are we really gonna crank out another 300 plus damage just on Tornadus there if we get rid of Wattrel off of these particular item sets? And the answer is I don't know. I do not know. But I don't think so. Alright, we'll bounce that on down. Would be great to get Lantern back in on the battlefield. And, yeah, additional throws in case would be very, very nice. Perfect. Yeah, no, they aren't that great. I mean, yeah. It ain't exactly, the AD carry of the world. I just don't think the math adds up, you know? Okay, Flame Orb is interesting. Rocky Helmet further improves our front row. Now, here's a good question. And, you know what? We buy the Pikachu for the walls. And then we buy this for the walls. Do we Rocky Helmet up the front line a little bit more to help it survive? Or do we Shiny Charm the front line to make it survive a little bit longer? Both of those are fine. The Flame Orb has no place on that team right now. And I think I'm going to go Shiny Charm. And then the highest defense dude, 8-8. Yeah, it goes on you. Keep Graveler going. And then Lantern comes in. It's doing Lantern things. More zaps equal more cell batteries. More cell batteries equals more speed. And more speed means nobody gets left behind. Ohana, etc., etc. Just having a little bit of trouble. I think I have to roll down for better mons. I don't think I got a choice. Yeah, because level 9 really ain't doing it for us. It's a matter of finding some mons to throw into this motley mix of friends that we've got here. Magnemite is fine. It ain't what we're looking for. Ooh, if we were running artificial, Porygon would be nice. That's a Toxicity. That is a strictly better mon than Pikachu. Yeah. You take Flame Orb? Yo, you just sabotaging? Are you just saboing right now? Okay, that bear tick took forever to get through. Yeah, freeze is messing us up in a big way. Yeah, we're close to being able to deal with that team, but we just ain't there yet. I will roll down till we see 40, and then we gotta pause for a second. That'll light back up. At least top 3 is a possibility. This actually might not be bad on good old Lando. Or not Lando, Torno. Tornadus there. Alright, speed should be up nice and high. Flame Orb would kill this thing before it could throw one move. Flame Orb would absolutely detonate that dude from orbit. That dude would absolutely be taken out. We have no items to protect us from the Flame Orb damage. We would be down so fast you wouldn't even be able to count the seconds, dude. I guess Raichu was a thing that could happen. On an off chance. Manectric. He's also not a bad mon, though. We roll down for it. Yeah, I don't think we're living that, though. No. Oh, well. Electric is fun. Didn't quite come together towards the end there. Yeah, Namorous teams are silly, though. So I should never expect to get above that. Ice teams are also quite good, so... Yeah, losing to Enamorous and Ice, I mean, losing to the meta ain't bad. That is absolutely losing to the meta. Wonderbox and Thunderous. Yeah, but I mean, you saw that the duo was doing... we would have needed... You're right on potentially selling Minun and Plusle, but only if we could have made, like... If we got Manectric in on the field, or if we got Shinx, if we got Shinx on there, Manectric plus Shinx would have been good enough to swap those two out. Or, I think Shinx is field too, right? It would have been justified to then sell Kilowattrel, put Shinx in, get the field 3 synergy, and then do something like that. Like, there is a world where either Wattrel or Plusle Minun go, but we didn't hit those rolls. There was absolutely a world, you're right, where that could happen. And yes, Flame Orb doesn't need that to be good, but when you're playing on a team that's already this frail, you need it. You absolutely need it. We ain't playing fighting. We are playing a team that gets tapped lightly on the shoulder and collapses into Thanos Ash. There is kind of the risk when you're playing either Electric or Bug, unless you've got Arceus filling in roles in either one of those two. Most of your team takes a light breath on the shoulder and they vanish. Alright, you know what's interesting and I haven't played in a while? Vertical Aquatic. And we have Aquatic available. Also could pivot into Dragons, though. Could do Dragons, but I kind of wish it gave me the Goodra here, but sure, we'll take that. And the Charcoal's not terrible. But hey, levels on everything is alright. We'll grab these just to put them in. But yeah, already towards tier 2. What's the meta? And also, then what's chunky on an electric team? What do you frontline on an electric team besides Raichu, which we didn't have? What is your big defensive front to keep Thundurus alive? Let's see, meta. Oh, not wiki. Not wiki, meta. So, Enamorous ain't the meta? Enamorous, Chansey ain't the meta, is it? Huh. Because the meta's still looking like ground fairy to me. And there's more fairy, more ground. Oh, there's an electric team. And they are running the Shinx into the Xurkitree, into the Luxio. Oh, look, there's the Shinx that I was talking about. And then their front line's looking like the Metagrossians and Doublade, getting the shrew damage through. Huh. And here's a leather electric team. And Raikou going for the wild synergy. Hey, the field synergy. That's what I was talking about. Is that's what you can do to run through with those two. So yeah, huh? Looking almost exactly like what I was saying. Like Namorous is unbelievably. These guys are low elo? Does the meta only show low ELO stuff? Okay, let's just grab the King's Rack. I didn't know the meta screen only shows low ELO games. Learn something new every day, I guess. Let's see here. Do we need this for anything? I don't think we do. Jeez. I don't even know. I don't even know. Yeah, there ain't nothing here. There ain't nothing here to even worry about rolling them on. For slams, what am I thinking? I don't know. The King's Rack is interesting. I don't even know. I don't like Sliggoo at all. That thing just is so underwhelming, but I don't know who I want to stack stuff on. If we're playing Aquatic, then I'd rather have one of the big boys playing Aquatic. Chinchou can fill in for the moment. We could run temporary water just to get something going. Although we don't really have frontline if we do that. That's Aquatic. So we'll get Water 3, Aquatic 2 for the moment. Something like this. Create a rear line. I really don't want Goodra to be my front line. That thing is just so underwhelming. Although King's Rock and the Wonder Box could be good for it to hold temporarily. Alright. Depending on how we're stacking up, let's see what the rest of the teams are playing and then I'll make the decision. So, you're playing what kind of synergy? That's Steel? Fighting is going to be miserable to be up against regardless. Ground is manageable for aquatic teams. Fire is whatever. Grass is whatever. Psychic's going to be a problem. And more ground. Okay. We'll throw on the Poliwhirl. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, no, Nubbins ain't coming in for nothing. Don't need the Mareep in back there. We'll just hope that we get some good stuff. You know what? I will go King's Rack into Wonderbox, or not if it won't select. And then we'll go ahead and throw that onto the Sliggoo, I guess, and hope that we can get Goomy at some point. Yeah, I really don't want to roll down for freaking Goomy of all things, but might not be an option. Don't really want to lose streak either. Okay, well, no need to roll down for it. This is strictly uncommon. I don't know that it's Slowpoke's better than any of that, but it is Frontline, which we have a distinct lack of at the moment. And honestly, these guys are replaceable, so we throw that in. Although, we do potentially have a Dragon comp if we go for that. Electric Water is doing the least for us at the moment. Yeah, we could slot Dragon into this fairly easily. Water Dragons is kind of a powerful team. haven't piloted it that many times, so I don't know all the pieces that go into it. All I know is that Water Dragon is very, very good. Red Orb? Yes, I'm considering Red Orb, but here's the thought on that. And then we get Wooper. I mean, that could be a very easy slam down. I don't really like adding Wooper since we got ground teams out the wazoo coming for us, but you know what? I will just go ahead and throw you in the front row, and then actually you hold items a little bit better than the Goomy, because I don't think that's becoming Goodra. I do not believe that that's becoming a Goodra, but you could become Quagsire very easily. But yeah, Red Orb, I'm thinking is not a bad call, but what I'm also looking at is potential, like, I mean, if we can get Mantine as our unique, or Lapras, having a Deep Sea Tooth is also an option. You know, Deep Sea Tooth into Shell Bell nonsense, get AoE stuff going, is also a very, very interesting option. So I'm hesitant to throw down the Red Orb right away. But you're not wrong, Red Orb would be good here. I just don't know that it's better than what we could get down the line. But I don't want to get too good to use syndrome and then all of a sudden we're in trouble. Alright, do we care about the Zazu? We don't. This is also gonna partially depend on what portal that we get. If we swap out the Horsey temporarily, we can at least guarantee that our portals are aquatic. I'd rather play vertical aquatic than I would dragons or water or any of that. For now, though, I'm happy with this. Though there is a dragon there. There is a world in which we swap this out and go full dragons. Which would be incredibly silly to make that pivot. I don't know, dude. What do you think? What do you think? Should we go vertical aquatic, or should we be looking for dragons? There's Shell Bell. And there's Wooper. What do we get rid of? We'll get rid of one copy of Horsey. That doesn't change our ability to go dragon. Show me this aquatic. Oop, got mixed up there. There we go. Aquatic or dragons, huh? Well, there's aquatic fossil and nothing else. So, aquatic it is. Now, the question is, what do we want to bring in for this? I guess we can get rid of the Slowpoke, right? Yeah, and Vish does special damage and apply freezes. I do like the idea of the Shell Bell into true damage on this thing. Make it live forever and do damage. I think that works. Yeah, the Red Orb finds a slot with the Shell Bell there. On this thing. Yeah. It's not the fastest attacker in the world, but it should be alright if it's slowing dudes down. Might be able to feed off of them a little bit. Alright, since we're going vertical aquatic, I don't think Slowbro's necessary anymore. I don't think Chinchou's necessary either. And I don't think we're pivoting into dragons due to the Arctovish. Yo, their Marshtomp is... They're Swampert. They got tier 3 Swampert and kitted it all the way to the moon already. No, we ain't contesting with that. That's for sure. What would be good here? I mean, Soldew would obviously be decent. Yeah. If we were playing dragons, though, I would love to see this thing. But alas, we are not. So let's sell that and get a level up and throw in... We actually don't really have anything else to throw in there, do we, at the moment? I guess I could bring in the Ladybud temporarily to get a fighting synergy. We'll sell it immediately after. But for now, it just fills a role. Alright. Throw that thing down and see what we can do. Yeah, that freeze don't appear to be doing too much, does it? Nope, it does not at all. Unfortunate. Alright, let's go ahead and throw what onto the back row. Anything other than levels? I think levels are more important. Deep Sea Tooth is an interesting potentiality, but I want the Soldo, I think. Make the Vish throw some nonsense around. I think that's the play. Alright. Yeah, we'll do this into this, get it on the Vish. I mean, this thing is not ideal, but if we could get Celio, which, by the way, I have noticed that that dude hasn't shown up, and Celio would be an excellent get for us. Would definitely replace Ladybug, that's 1000% sure. Yeah. Aquatic 6 will make a big difference here if we can get it, so we do have to look for it. At the very least, we have to look for it. Preferably, we get some Evos down. That would be very nice for us. Alright, Belly Bolt has 1,000,000 HP, infinite shield. We do get slowed down with that, but we don't have any of our mons that do damage on that dude. No. No, we are in trouble. Alright, we need an aquatic mon of superior degree immediately. Alright, time to turn back from a lost streak here and go what? There is an ice dude. It's not the dude that we want. This is fine, I guess, for the time being. Sell the Ladybug. Doesn't really do anything for us here. Zorua is in the regionals. Interesting. There's Celio. There's that boy. We were looking for you, friendo. Just talking about you. Yeah, I don't think we're getting through an Absol team. Not off the back of this squad. If we could get Quagsire, we'd be in a much better position. But alas, we are having trouble finding Quagsire anywhere in this whole event, as it were. We are in the back line, does not matter. Poliwhirl loops around, gives us the 360 no-scope directly to the back of the dome piece. This is, strictly speaking, another good mon. We will buy into it in order to get this thing on the field, get Aquatic 7. As a matter of fact, we rush it all the way down to get Aquatic 8 and get the Surfing Pikachu up. That might be the play. It's just to go and rush 8 to get a Surfing Pikachu going. With this setup, it's possible that it does something. But we're going to have a little bit of trouble with all the nonsense that we're seeing floating around. Okay. Blast those dudes, and what do we get? Glasses out of that? With Aquatic, we really need just more water, I think. But for now, we'll buy that. Alright. So what do we do? Do we roll down, or do we want to get all the way to 8 immediately and get the synergy on lock to maybe turn things around a little bit? That would also get us ice synergy, right? I mean, it's a strong step up. You know what? We do it. We go silly. Because I'm tired losing by playing the right way, so we play the silly way. We get Aquatic 8, Ice 2. That's how we do this. Forget playing rationally. Rational equals loss. Go silly. Silly or nothing. Alright. Let's see if we stacked up enough nonsense that our surfing helps us out. Alright, Surfing Pikachu is putting in some kind of work. There we go. Keep it going, friendo. And yes, the surfs did indeed make a big difference there. There's another level towards Totodile, and we have a Ditto there. That could be Crocodile, or we could go for the Quagsire, which I think I do immediately. This thing is halfway decent, right? Hurls mud at the target, dealing 50 special damage and reducing their speed by 20. That is a big speed drop. If Quagsire is lined up against something, that is a big speed drop. And then we actually got the Belly Bolt there. More of an electric mod than it is anything else, but when starting on a light or when receiving 50 incoming damage or more, supercharge and deal 10 special damage to adjacent enemies that are also knocked back for 3 seconds. Cooldown for supercharge gives 20 speed and 30 shield and electrical field. Yeah, I mean, when it reads like a paragraph, you know it's a decent mod. Now the question is, what do we do regarding who we are putting in for that dude? Yeah, that's the question, ain't it? He's definitely coming around to the team, right? But the question is, who is getting replaced? Alright, show me something that I can use. Another Soldu would be nice. And actually, we want as many waters as we can. I'm not going to slam that right away, because maybe after the Tower Duo, we get the items that we need in order to make something happen. Alright. Throw this in, and we'll see that. Okay. Throw hands into this. Oh, thank you, Zatu. Actually coming in clutch with some stuff, huh? What do we want to throw this on, though? I mean, the Goomy is the obvious choice, right? For the green orb. Try to keep this whole line alive. And then the loaded dice is probably better on something else, for sure. It ain't good on anything that we got right now, that's for sure. Alright, let's hope Sligoo lives long enough to just passively heal Quagsire and the Vish. Which it does appear to have done quite nicely. And the glove plus the Stardust definitely made good rolls. Okay, Quagsire is actually putting in a lot of work and we're turning this around. All we needed was Quagsire, as it turns out. Yeah, I don't even know who we would wanna switch out. Like the Sligoo goes, if we can get Belly Bolt. That's for sure gets replaced immediately. But the problem is we actually gotta get Belly Bolt in order to make that happen. And there's Croc. That's not bad. Croc and the Legend of the Gobos. He's pretty decent. There's Celio. That's also fairly decent. We'll grab another copy of it. Probably ain't gonna get it all the way to where it needs to be, but it's good enough. Alright, Croc and the Legend of the Gobos should be doing some good stuff for us. Swampert is just waiting to come in. Yeah. That thing is just so flippin' dangerous. I don't know, broskies. I mean, we got him frozen for a couple of seconds. Maybe we get through him? I don't know. We need another freeze. Okay, we did manage to get through the Swampert team. Color me surprised. There is a Ditto towards Glory. Lotad. Do we want Lombre? It is a very, very solid unit. And we will sell these in order to get the Lombre Dream. And no Tadbulb. Unfortunate. If we get another Ditto, do I waste them both to get Belly Bolt online? Is the question. And the answer to that is I don't know. Let's see what happens. Alright. Well, we got freezes going down, which are helping. Quagsire is nice and thick. It is also doing work. And we got a potential Manaphy egg. So if we get Manaphy, we are in golden opportunity state here. Oh, and there he is. There he is. We make the Belly Bolt immediately. Alright, show me the aquatic portal. We did get it. Okay. Let's go ahead and throw this somewhere. Lugia is not exactly who I was planning on bringing, but I think we can go ahead and safely lock that in. We'll bring this. Do we bring in the heavy duty boots on this thing too? Or do we want the green orb on this thing? You know what? We are subbing out the Sliggoo. The Sliggoo is what you do. We throw that in there. We throw this in there. We throw the loaded dice on there. And then this is just, what? The heavy duty boots, which can go on... I guess Big Croc can frontline for now. And that's not the worst thing. And then we gotta swap out the Dynamo for the freaking Belly Bolt. Didn't quite have time to do everything that I wanted to do. But yeah, Lugia jumping around on the background, healing itself as it flies around. I mean, yeah, the timer should be allowing it to get a lot of HP back as it's flitting about, zipping on dudes. Yeah, it's healing pretty good. It certainly is. Yeah, Lugia does work. Lugia is absolutely putting in the work. Show me... What do I want? Show me something like this. Yeah. And then do we want to swap any of this out? I don't think we hot swap any of this. I think Dynamo is just got a time to go. It's time to go, Dynamo. And there we go. Alright, we let it run down at least one more before we start rolling like mad. This is the Sylveon. We'll see how we do well into this particular setup. Belly Bolt did get... their Belly Bolt did get powerful pretty quickly. But I think we got them beat. I think we got enough healing out of the old aquatic waves in order to make this happen. Plus, the Surfing Pikachu is no slouch. Putting in a lot of work with that dude. Okay. There is another level towards Walrein. I very much doubt Walrein happens. The Soldew is very interesting. We aren't gonna get it. The ability shield ain't bad. The ability shield ain't bad. Yeah, we are cruising now. I do like the idea of throwing this down on something. You know, Croc, you can be a defensive mid-guard and go in between these two. It just make everybody chunky, my friend. Make everybody absolutely chunky. Lugia definitely benefits from that. Actually, I don't know. Maybe something like this is better. Get him the Rune Midgard. That's a Ragnarok reference for those of you out there. Okay. Throw down against Keldeo. Keldeo takes 10 hits and then it starts doing nonsense. It needs exactly 10 hits to wind up and then it starts going nuts. Okay, we got into the back row on that dude. Hariyama's also gone. The flights are just crazy. Lugia is so good, dude. Lugia is such a good mon. Alright, there's more Celio nonsense. We got the Ditto. That's potential Lombre fodder right there. That's Lombre Natural, which we will take. Corsola is good. I maybe should have considered that. Totodile, though? Yo, big for Alligator. Big for Alligator win. Yo, the Beartic actually also might not be bad. I will hold that in reserve. Beartic is an option. It does synergize with Ice quite nicely. Dude's got Unknowns going off, summoning Sharks out of nowhere. Alright, we drop a freaking nuke on the Shark, and there we go. Off of the back of Lugia. Off of the back of a Lugia, we doth proclaim. Now, Poliwhirl might be able to go in order to get Beartic in. But I'm a little worried about not having any sort of rear line. But I do like Beartic. I do indeed like Beartic quite a bit. Alright. And there's Sobble. Poliwhirl, I'm afraid that your usefulness is basically done. Because Sobble is just strictly better than you in every conceivable way. Although, if we get all the way up to the point where we can add Poliwhirl back in, that is Water 3. And Water 3 would be still E. As a matter of fact, maybe it's better. It could be better to replace Lombre with it. I mean, Lombre is doing okay work, but the Water 3 provides generation for the team, right? No, just the water Pokemon specifically. That's maybe not as good as I would have hoped. The Manaphy Egg is potentially incredibly silly on that dude. I mean, it does help the Sobble go off, right? Does indeed help Sobble go off quite a bit. You know what? I'm going to do it. We get Water 3, Ice 2, Aquatic 8. And then the Lombre Dream is not happening. Politoed Dream, though, is still possible. Okay. So we're in on them. Hopefully those big snipe shots put in some kind of work. I mean, Sobble's hitting for some damage there. Yeah, it's throwing big snipe shots down. 171. Yeah, keep throwing snipe shots, Sobble. Yo, I saw a dude getting Teleon all the way up once, and that thing just wiped boards. And Teleon is some next level nonsense. Throw that down. What do we got here? Vanipede's fine. Croc is decent. Beartic. Beartic is strictly speaking probably better than the Celio, right? Yeah, strictly better than this dude. This dude can go. Thank you so much, Celio, for doing what you gotta Celie do. But, yeah, you ain't staying. More Croc powers. More Croc powers. Yo, are we making it all the way to Feraligatr here? It's looking like a possibility. Man, that Celesteela's freaking got Sonic speed. Okay. Another level towards that. Okay, what do we got? We got a Wonder Box here. That I wouldn't mind seeing. Yeah, I'll grab that. I'll go all the way down to 20. There's Feraligatr. Ladies and gentlemen, the big Croc is on board. And then, who do we give items to? Bear Tick or Belly Bolt? 190 versus 200. 8 and 8 versus 10 and 9. I like your defenses better than I like Bear Tick's HP. Plus, you have more silliness in your text description, so therefore you are better. Yeah. Alright, do we manage to make it through this thing? This might be a problem to try to get through. As in, it's definitely gonna be a problem. Yeah, Groudon stacked up to pieces with that muscle band. I mean, people say muscle band's bad, but with the Shell Bell, it's really not. With Shell Bell, it is most assuredly not. We would love to see... Yo, Seismitoad, the team ain't changed since you looked last time, fella. Team ain't changed a bit. Alright, let's see what happens with this particular squad. I mean, Big Croc is living quite nicely. We could use Drizzile. If we got that dude on lock, we could maybe make something happen, but we have to actually get that thing. Which is a lot easier said than done. The muscle band is interesting. Because it might be just what Feraligatr was lacking. Alright, Vanipede showing up. Coulda, woulda use some other things on the map. Ain't really showing up with what we need. Well, regardless, this is probably our last round, unless we manage to somehow come out of this in one piece. There's another level towards the Poly World, which I will take. But I don't think we're getting through all this. No, we would need some sort of scaling damage on Lugia, rather than what it's got. Loaded dice is good, it's just not enough. Third place, though, respectable. Respectable. Alright, +7 ain't bad. Alright, one more. Please let me at least get like a third place and, no, second place. I need at least a second place in order to get back up over 1,000. And then we got boosties. We got 3 of them added up so far. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can't make something happen. Vertical Aquatic was indeed fun. Lugia is a broken mon on the right setup. We just didn't really have it. Loaded Dice is great if you've got a bunch of BS effects going off at the same time, like Poison and whatnot. Poison and Ice love Loaded Dice. Other teams, it's kind of an sort of thing. Or if you got something that... can throw really rando effects on hit. That can also be quite nice. Yeah. That can definitely do with loaded dice. Also, crit kind of works with the loaded dice quite nicely, because then you can crit multiple dudes at once, potentially. But, yeah, on that particular set, loaded dice don't work so great. Mostly just a placeholder, honestly. But we'll get into it. Let's see. We got Haunter. I remember that dude. I remember that dude because his name is legendarily good. Bob Rost. Oh, Bob Roast there. That's so good. Pan Dolce Don Setter. Okay. Bug Catcher at 1030. Freezes. No, that's not even Freezes. That's Feezes. Swilly, me, and Baloo. All of us low ELOs dudes hanging out with Bugcatcher, who is not crazy high ELO either. But we'll see what happens. Alright. Let's go ahead and take a look. But yeah, Derek was right. Ice is falling off in a big way. Probably because Lapras got nerfed directly into the dirt. Yeah, they threw that thing under a bus, ran over it, backed up, and then ran over it again. Let's see. Fighting is kind of interesting. Although normal wouldn't be bad either. Let's see what kind of range that we get. Maybe field is an option. We got a bunch of field in the menu as well. What do we got? We're looking at fighting, steel, and rock. I play a lot of fighting though. But I may as well keep that going. If it works, don't fix it, right? Sure, we'll buy the Squirtle in. It really doesn't matter for this opening gambit, and then we'll buy the rest of this down. We ain't playing Bug though. We played too much Bug recently. Too much Bug, we ain't sticking with it. It's bugging me to play Bug. Okay. Well, Charmander can go in front and kind of face tank. We almost have enough to get water online, which, you know, that's a give or take it. We could run that for a minute while we're building up some fighting mons in the background, right? That's a possibility. So let's buy down the 1 costs and then 1 costs plus Cyndaquil. Let's see what happens. Okay. We're shaping up towards Shell Bell, and then what else? What else? Because Shell Bell is a very good thing. On Hawlucha, it likes Shell Bell into Soldu if we get Shell Bell. We don't really need the rest of this nonsense hanging out for the time being. Natural Quilava would have been interesting, but not so much to the point where I care. Alright, we got enough for fighting too, which ain't a bad type synergy for us to be starting off with. Early fighting should be very, very strong against most things, so yeah, fighting is one of those early types that very, very easily can try to win streaks so long as people aren't naturally into tier 3s. Yeah, not that worried about it. Oh, there's more fighting. Okay, fighting is confirmed and locked in. Alright, what are we looking for? We'll get this towards a Rocky Helmet, which is quite good on most frontline fighters. And I don't mind it. Okay, for now, Charmander, you gotta go. Squirtle, you gotta go. This is how we do this, and then I think we can go like Shell Bell, Rocky Helmet, and I'm gonna slam both of these on the Machop for the time being. And you know what? It's looking like we could get Machamp. That might not be a bad idea to go for that thing and throw the ticket onto him. It's a possibility. Okay, they got multiple tier 2s. That could end up being a problem. Yeah, that was most assuredly a problem. Alright, we got the Flappy before it could cast, but we ain't getting through this flippin' Shandy here. Chanticleer there is going to take us out because we do not do the damage to that dude. We do not do that kind of damage. Alright, that's massive ability damage. It's not terrible. It's not terrible on a lot of different fighting mons. They very much like to have additional ability stuff going on. So, what do we want to do here? Do we want to roll down at all, or do I just want to lock in the fact that I'm hoping that I get my choke and it'll be halfway decent? You know what, if I don't train it now, but I could save this for my unique and hope that we can overcome by the virtue of fighting synergies and natural powers combined. Maybe. Alright, we wait a little bit longer. Yeah, I ain't really worried about rolling down for for an uncommon tier 3. Machamp's nice, don't get me wrong, it is very strong. But it ain't so strong that I'm convinced I gotta go so hard for it. Like, Mamoswine is basically worth getting a little silly for if you get within striking range. Machamp, not quite as much. Not in my experience, anyway. Okay, we got through the Sandygast, and there is another victory that we can throw on the old pile there. Throw on the old Piloswine, as it were. Yeah, sell this. Anything good here that we could kind of bring in for a 2 cost? I mean, there's the Horsey, right? It's okay. I don't think it's better than having the extra copy of the Machop there, though. Yeah, I don't think it is. We are in, like, fine condition right now. Not amazing, but fine. So what we want to do is not get swamped by this normal team doing completely normal things in a very normal way. Yeah. This is gonna be an issue. Normal has a lot of shield early, and that Jigglypuff has a lot of sleep early. Nah, we ain't getting through that. Normal is very, very strong, very, very early. Let's... we want to roll down at all here. I don't know. If we lose this one, do I sell the Chespin in order to get back up over the threshold for nonsense? And I might. Right now we're yo-yoing between win streaks and loss streaks, and you really don't want to be doing that. You either want to commit to losing for a while or commit to winning. And win streaks are obviously better, but you know, lose streaks just are costing you money if you're oscillating between the two of them. It's better to have one or the other. Okay. Well, so we've got a vertical water team. Well, maybe water aquatic hybrid. Yeah, actually, water aquatic hybrid's what's going on there. Okay. Do we care about any of these dudes, like, at all? We don't, but we do like the do. We do indeed like the do. Yeah. This Machop is probably getting sold. That Machop is probably going straight to the Shadow Realm. And then a Unique is getting that item kit. Because for a frontline fighting type, that should be just about fine. Lucha would love to see everything that we're doing right there. Let's see. What else would like to see what we're doing there? I think I just want to let this ride until after we get above 50, then we can try to play around with some stuff. Like I said, I am okay with an early game, little bit coming from behind loss streak type situation, because we can make a big play with the money. Alright. Feezy there in the very lead with that team. Or gets hammered too. Okay. Alright. When we get the Poliwag going, we will add another Mon into the field. Choodle, you know what? You're just filling a spot for now. Go ahead and do Choodle things over there in the corner. Aquatic should help. A little bit here. Gyarados shouldn't be a problem with this team, I don't think. I'm a little worried, but I think we'll be okay. We do have some kind of rear line. It ain't like a Zerg rush. Bug makes Gary very, very easy. Sometimes this can be a little bit scary. But I'm fairly confident that we got it here. Okay. Punch him down. Yeah, Troodle's getting worked on immediately. Gary's gonna throw a big freaking water pulsatus, but I think we got him. Yeah, good night, Gary. Good night indeed. Okay, there's Machoke. I'm hesitant because I know that I'm going to be selling that dude, like, post-haste immediately. Alright, we got a fighting portal. We will lock everything else in, except for the Machoke. Because I think, yeah, Machop's getting sold. That set's going over the Machoke. Maybe changing some things up a little bit with, oh, there's Heracross. Heracross the world. Uses defense and special defense by 2. Yeah. Yep, for sure. Alright, so what am I thinking? Because I've seen Heracross play very well even without conditions before. Going like Soul Gem plus this. And then, do we want the Rocky Helmet or do we want the big Choice Specs heal? I mean, it's so much damage if we do it that way. We're gonna do it this way. And then we're gonna make our boy... then we're gonna make our boy Chispin, I think, nice and thick here. And then we'll buy the other copy of Machop. And we no longer need that going. Alright, Heracross should be throwing big freaking hands on everybody here. Alright, Heracross comes in, gets a big close combat off. Yeah, that'll work. What ability power did you end up on? 180? Plus the 364 special damage. Yeah, that's silliness of a high order, which we do appreciate. Give me... potentially, what, like AV? AV on top of the Rocky Helmet would make a very, very thick Mon happen. Thickmonly, as it were. Throw that away. Choodle, you are no longer necessary. Go to the Shadow Realm, my friend. Never to be heard from again. This is another fighting type, so we'll add that in just because we got synergy with that. Throw this dude somewhere in there. Get Fighting 6 on lock. I guess we can go ahead and add some points to the old level total. That'll do it. Alright, go ahead and get him, Heracross. Teach him a lesson. Big close combat onto this dude. Diglett is deleted off of the face of the planet instantaneously. Yeah. I think maybe Heracross hits for some damage. I think maybe Heracross does a little bit of damage like that. Okay, this will get us Poliwhirl. That'll help Heracross throw even more cross hands in a cross way. There we go. There's AV. That is young Chespin locked in, if we can manage it. We will grab points towards the level. Honestly, we are straying further and further away from Chestnut with every level that we get. So right now this thing is just holding on to our defensive line option. But it ain't really 100% what we want to see. I will bring Heracross back by 1 and hope that it's like the last thing to hit. Everybody else can start getting poked on first, and then Heracross can come in and do Heracross things. Flip tables, smash cars, break down buildings, bash skulls. All the standard Heracross things. Alright. Heracross is coming in. Get him, Big Hera. Does indeed. We do need one more bug fighting, and I don't think Ladian's in the mix, right? No, it is not. Yeah, that would be a great cross through, but we don't got it. So we'll have to make... Yo, I was wrong. Chispin is indeed staying. Okay, color me, because I was very incorrect. I guess Geodude's the only one cost that I can bring in right now. We'll just throw that thing in there for the sake of having it for the moment. So we don't go underneath our interest threshold, and that'll do. Okay. Throw in what we got. Okay, Poliwhirl should help Heracross cast that second big throw The first big throw does indeed neutralize the Zongoose. Second one does in the flippin' Jigglypuff. Third one turns Spidops into a Spider Pancake. Yeah. Yeah, Heracross might be doing a little bit of work. Maybe just a little teensy itty bitty bit. Okay. Lopunny is also a very, very good mon. If we can manage it. And then Bounce Sweet, huh? We'll buy that too. And there we go. We're guaranteed Fighting 8. Just like that, we're guaranteed Fighting 8. We could be crazy and buy down into it immediately. I don't think that's the play. We are on a 4-win streak so far. Our HP is doing in decent shape. Fighting 8 doesn't offer us that big of a boost right now that I think we got to go emergency mode in order to make that happen. Okay. Yo, we got him. The Mewtwo duo should be pretty much caved in. Got him. Okay. Now, what do we want? I guess towards another Soldew would not be a bad idea unless we wanted to work towards a King's Rock for that front row and just make something so unbelievably tanky no one in their right mind would ever be able to get through it. Which honestly sounds pretty nice. I ain't gonna lie, that do sound pretty good. I think we can go ahead and do this on the Palmy for now. I do like that thing being chunked up. So we'll go ahead and do that. Yeah. Getting more paralysis down, status conditions is quite nice, so I do think that thing living a while longer is definitely something we want. Okay, Gyarados immediately sent to the Shadow Realm. Gumi sent to the Shadow Realm. Do we get through this thing before it can take us? We do. That big burst damage. It's just a nuclear warhead-based bug. That thing is an atomic bomb. Okay. We go all the way down to that. And then we keep it going. Let's go. Nuclear-powered insects, as you do. The bug bomb, as it were. You thought the bug bomb was something you get rid of fleas in your house with? No. This, my friends, this is a bug bomb. Will 100% take care of all your pest problems. You got a pesky Lairon that won't go away? Bug bomb. Kaboom, and the stain is gone. You got Rookities hanging around outside your house? Get shut down by Mawile immediately with Crit Set and Widelands. Holy moly, that thing was way more dangerous than I expected. Okay, so that's Monster Steel. And you only got Monster 2, but that thing was still cranking out damage like crazy on Monster 2. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe we do need that Fighting 8 more than I thought. Alright, I need a seed. And we do not have a seed, so I'll grab the potential for Green Orb first. It's not the greatest item in the world, but it will help keep things alive. And keeping things alive is very valuable. So if we get the King's Rock from the duo, I will throw that down and create a defensive core on the Quilladin. If not... Actually, do I just go for it and get Bounce Sweet in? And start training somebody? I could. No. No, I don't do it yet. That would be silly. That would be silly to do. It's worth considering, but no. No, it's not the play. Would not help us get out of here into a better, advantageous situation. Fighting 8 is a great leap in our defensive capabilities, but I don't think it's enough to justify doing anything in particular with it yet. Yo, did that close combat go down on the Clamperl and it just didn't feel it at all? Did it just shrug? Is the Yanmega shrugging it off too? Yo, These dudes actually just turned to Heracross and Atlas shrugged. What on earth? Okay, we want to place this over that and then throw this in. But yeah, what just happened? Exactly why did this nuked up bug slap into that dude and it just not matter? Was that all from their fighting synergy resisting? I guess it was. Somehow Quilladin did the majority of damage that match. Or, no, that did the majority of blocking, I'm sorry. I have no idea how that went down like it did. But indeed it did, and it do. Yo, their damage mitigation was crazy, town. I swear, we close combated that Clamperl, and it did not even flinch. Alright. Well, regardless, we get through this nonsense here. We are getting close to being able to afford to slot in one additional mon, right? We will power up, I guess, this dude. Do we want to try to find another fighting type to start training it? That does pretty good already. Wish Incineroar was a consistent fighting mon. That's a good fighting mon to train up, though. It justifies trying to get all the way up to level 9, I think. Stuffle kind of justifies level 9. If we can find Timber, we'd love to see that dude as well. But show me a way to make Quilladin the thickest boy that has ever existed in the planet. There is a big boy. Okay. Ho-Oh is chunked to bits, and Lugia is also gone. Okay. Maybe Quilladin goes in order to make whatever we get here nice and thick. I don't even know. What would we want to make? Not Keldeo. Keldeo doesn't necessarily care about being hugely defensive. I don't know, broskies. I do not know. Alright, Iron Valiant. I mean, it's throwing damage all around, right? And this is inflicting poison and gain 15 attack and 10 defense and 20 speed. I mean, maybe Dogi is actually the play here. Because if it's living forever, right? We could do something like Dogi in here. Give it the full defensive kit. And then give it something like Green Orb would heal off the damage that it's getting, right? That would do that. And then we've got like Scope Lens for something. I guess maybe the Palmo from now. Do something like this and just have Dogi get a lot of HP back. Yeah, have this thing just passively recover everybody around it and then continue to get powerful. Yeah, because the more that it throws that, the stronger it'll become. Yeah, if things become a slogfest, Dogi actually should be quite powerful. Yeah, Dogi works. Dogi certainly does do some stuff. Okay. We're gonna roll down a little bit. And yeah, I like Dogi there. I like Dogi into all of this. That thing taking big hits is gonna matter. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna get at least top 3 here. And then we'll go from there. The Palmo getting the additional boost, honestly, it's not really that important for that thing to have the Scope Lens, but we have nothing else that really wants it. Other than maybe justifiably it could go on the Poliwhirl. But I don't think so. Okay, so now we're looking to do big hits onto the Reggie-Gig. Didn't quite get through the Reggie. That's a problem. We're going off on the Togetic to prevent that thing from going completely crazy on us. Do we get through Loudred? Would be nice to get through that, dude. I don't know that we... Yeah, we do. Okay, now we just got the Spidops and the Jigglypuff. Yo, this Dogi set is working. Dogi is certainly doing things. Gambit is giving the player in first place a coinage. Yo, give me the coinage, friendos. The Gracidia seems like a great play for us here. Yeah, that initial speed boost is gonna make sure that Dogi can actually cast. The speed actually is gonna be valuable for us. Now we just boost up in levels a little bit, and we decide who gets the speed. Because speed is going to be key. And we do something like this, I think. And then this gets thrown right to there, and there we go. That's the strat. Get these dudes all sped up. Should help them do their thing. I'm a little bit worried about having Heracross hit into the violence first. But you know what? You gotta risk it for the biscuit. That's 100% what's gotta happen. How's the rest of the field doing? They are getting chunked down a little bit. I wonder if the Lucario team is struggling against anything. Any particular type synergy here that's messing with them. Okay, Dogi is slamming heads pretty good. And do we get through the blasting cap? We do. Goodbye, Blastoise. Good night, Moon. Grookey. I mean, Grookey's interesting, right? The drum beat entire team. Yeah, Grookey might not actually be, you know what, we will do this just to add Grookey into the background here. Yeah. Which grants 2 bonus PP to adjacent allies, except other dramas, cycles through wood block, gives shield wood drum roll, deals 10 special damage to all enemies, and raise tempo, give 10 speed to the entire team. Yeah, I mean, Grookey powering up the old Poliwhirl is probably a good thing. Although, this Dialga team kind of cut through us a little bit. But that's true damage. True damage gets through fighting's defenses, which is, of course, an issue for us. That is a halfway decent man, which I will buy into. I'll go down to 40 looking for something to slot into the squad. Nothing doing. But yeah, I think we lock in at least 3rd place here. But yeah, Bugcatcher's Steely Dan team is going to be a massive issue for us because we're relying on lasting forever, and our team cannot last forever against true damage. It cuts right through all those defensive measures that we've got. Yep, that 100% is a problem. Anything that lets us stall will get crushed. Although the Pokédoll is an interesting thing, and if we had room to throw that on Dogi, I probably would. For now, that goes onto the mat, and then we roll down to try to find some place for Stuffle to belong. Would be better than Bound Sweet if we could get it. Okay, that is a step towards Palmot, which I'm not against. That's a step towards Thwacky, which I am also not against. That was Timber. Fluff. I should have taken that. I should have taken that, and I only saw it afterwards. Maybe it's a good thing, though. Maybe it's a decent thing that I didn't take it. Because maybe we don't want that. I think we probably definitely wanted that, but maybe we don't want it, actually. Possibly, potentially. Okay, Torchics showing up in force. I don't think we're making this thing happen. I don't think I care about Torchics, though. Show me... I will take Timber if it shows back up, or I'll take Palmot. There we go. That dude's on lock. Show me Lopunny or something. Ashwa is an Apex level fighting mon. It beats Bounsweet a million times over. Bounsweet, you can like, I don't know, go to the Shadow Realm, friend. Okay, Grookey, you try to get our team stacked up. Give them shield, give them nonsense. Okay. Yeah. I don't think Dogi's making it through, though. Nope. But hey, third place was something. Alright, it's 4:15. I got time for maybe one more. I got time for one more game today. Has been interesting. Interesting folks in the chat. Interesting games. I mean, that's respectable. We need one more to get back up over 1K. One more is all we gotta do. Show me at least a third place, and then we can comfortably call it a day on this game. Oh, rough stuff. And then I'll have to take a nice long break, and then maybe tonight, depending on how I'm feeling it, maybe I come back with some Dinotica. I've been promising it for a while. Haven't brought it in. Gonna have to, probably. Alright. But yeah. Yeah, Fairy definitely ain't the meta. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and ground is looking very schmexy as usual as well. Yeah, ice is suffering a little bit. You don't see that much ice. Like, we got one ice team that's making it up into the top 10, and they're all the way at 9. So, yeah, it fell off in a big way. Lapras getting nerfed into the ground probably doesn't help. Yeah, ice is not meta this patch. He was right about that. It's still strong, but it ain't meta. Okay. What are we doing? Psychic could be fun. Psychic could be fun and silly. And as a matter of fact, you know what? I think I will play Psychic. And hopefully somebody plays a strong bug team, and then we just Reaper Claw the heck out of them. So more so than early pick, we want the correct items. The spoon is more valuable to us. We can early frame these two dudes in, and then buy down all the rest of this. But yeah. What even, what is this? Yeah, we're in a Psychic zone. So yeah, we want the Soul Dew into Reaper Cloth, into like Razor Fang or Razor Claw, either one. Although this is also acceptable. Okay, buy down more trash here. Yeah, grab all that nonsense. And we'll allow the cat and the olive to do their thing. Okay, we'll shred through this. And then we'll go and see what else we got here. Okay, we do get the Soul Dew. I am comfortable making that right away. And that is also pretty good too, though. The Reaper Cloth is actually maybe more important than the Soul Dew. Okay, this is a whole bunch of garbage. So I'm gonna sell all this to try to get us back underway towards something here. I guess I can buy the 2 Chespin and the Poliwhirl just in case we need early game fighting in order to make something happen. Probably won't need it, but if we don't luck into anything on the Psychic side, then early fighting is enough to give us an advantage. So, we'll play it that way. Of course, early grass isn't terrible either. Looking like more ability power, I guess. Yeah, I could really use a Solu there. Could also do Reaper Cloth into the double spoons, which is also an option. Which might be good on Cat, actually. Reaper Cloth into this is not terrible. I don't hate that at all. I don't hate that not one bit. This makes early grass, right? That's a little recovery. Cat immediately jumps directly into the front line so that it can get smashed to pieces by a freaking Spearow, nonetheless. Alright, we're through the majority of that line. Is the healing that we get through the terrain enough? It looks like it should be. Alright, we're through with that nonsense. There was Fennekin. Should have grabbed that thing. Hoot Hoot is a psychic type. We'll grab that dude, and it gives us another pair of glasses. We do like that. Alright, we ain't worried about switching up what we're doing too hard until after we get through. At least when we get to Gary. Then we care about it. Otherwise, we're okay with this for now. Otherwise, we do not mind. I will buy this stuff down, since it doesn't affect our synergy totals at all. And maybe it'll prevent some nonsense. Of course, early Torchic into Combuskin would be nice if we were going for a fighting run, but alas, we are not. We could pivot that way, though. There is a possibility. But we just played fighting, right? It's not fun to see the same thing over and over again. Big crit damage from the Cat. Don't think it's enough, though. No, they've got, I think Red Orb on one Trico was enough. Okay. Although we do get fighting all the way off the bat here. Oof. Do we spend down on these two? I think we do. The two T2s are pretty neat. We don't care about the Alboliva enough to get that thing going, though. Yeah, we ain't running a grass fighting combo build. That's not gonna happen. Though grass is a possibility. Grass certainly is an interesting possibility. And to that, I say I'm not sure. I guess we'll see how it goes. But with Hoot Hoot already in there, we already have a pick that's halfway decent. This team should just be temporary for the time being in order to get us through to Gary, and then over that, I don't really care. Yeah, Quilladin, you ain't really doing it for us. Blipbug, you're like, okay though. Alright, we let this roll for a little bit. And we see how this team plays out. Man, I would love to grab Totodile and slot that in somewhere. Actually, you know what? Is Totodile better? It's certainly better than the Olive, but is the HP better for healing? Yeah, I think we need the healing more. To keep Quilladin in one piece long enough to try to... Did not get its big shield up, actually, which is big unfortunate. Yeah, nope. Alright. Yeah, we need to make our pivot into Psychic sooner rather than later. It's almost time. I gotta wait until Gary. Okay, Charmander, you're no longer needed to be seen. That is a good Psychic Mon. Alright, this is heavily favoring us going Psychic. So you know what? We sell you. We sell you. Yeah, we got enough Mons to actually pivot full into a Psychic backline. But we don't really have the Mon to hold on to items for us. Do we buy down in order to slot Psychic in? And I think the answer to that is probably yes. Psychic 3 is on lock now, which is something. And then the Cat could actually maybe get replaced by the Poliwhirl. Yeah, that is maybe where that goes. Alright, Cat. Yeah, you can do Cat things. It's not really going to matter that much. No, does not matter at all. The AoE is nice, it's not strong enough. Throw on what? Blipbug, you could get the tier 2, I guess. Cat, you can go in order to make Poliwhirl happen just for a minute. We'll get Bronzor in there. We'll throw this onto you, and then, like... Actually, this makes a certain level of sense on this, too. That's okay. And then, Psychics. Unknown Oven is probably not worth much of anything, but maybe it's better than Blipbug? This is okay for front row. No, as a matter of fact... No, we want Quilladin in there to take the early hits. Unknown Oven is just whatever. If it were Unknown W, I would take that, but alas, it ain't no Unknown W. Okay, we got a Scale. Not super duper helpful for a Psychic type build. Alright, show me an amazing Psychic unique that I can just coast the rest of this match on. Our Psychic portal is all the way over here, but we do get it. Alright, show me incredible, super duper, ultra powerful, best Psychic Pokemon in the game instantaneously. And we got 2 of them. We didn't just get 1, we got 2. Okay. All Pokemon with shared vision will attack the same target in range. Launch a mist bubble in a straight line, which bounds traveling 4 tiles, dealing 30 special damage and lowering the ability power by 30 each time it passes through an enemy. I mean, sure. So, we got dragons on lock. We'll put 1 dragon there, we'll put 1 dragon there, and now we're up at 5. And then, I guess... like 4 and 4, 960, 4 and 4, 960. There really isn't much difference between the 2 of you. We'll just kit that one up to go, I guess. And now we're at Psychic 5 already. That should end up hitting pretty decently. Okay, we got a big blast with the Luster Orb. Don't think we're getting through all of this nonsense, though. No. Unfortunately, the damage was still kind of very, very mid. And we don't really have the front line to be able to cover for those dudes, do we? We can put in the Hatter Rim. Sure. That might help. Getting a little more front line will definitely do something for us. Knocked Owl would help to get powered up as well. Unknown. The other player gets more Unknown on their bench. It's like okay. Yeah. Alright, we can do that though. You know what? I will do this just to have it, I guess. I would like to get that thing a Soul Dew. That would be nice. No, maybe if we put these 2 together. Maybe that's the better play. Maybe Duty Boots is whatever. Power Lens is actually maybe okay? I don't know. Because none of these are really frontlining. At the moment. Okay. Shared Vision is doing something, I guess. Okay. Yeah, with all that ability power, it's like insanely mid for reasons. That damage should be coming out of there like a nuclear weapon. But it isn't a high base power, so I guess that's what does it. And then, well, this did cast. We got Unknown K, that's Kick. Unknown Q is Quit. Unknown N is whatever. We need a Soul Dew immediately on the other lady, so we can help cast. And Unknown X is X-Ray. I mean, X-Ray's alright, and N is Nuke. Yeah. You don't really need Nuke. None of these are really all that great. I guess Kick is okay. Quit, we don't need. X-ray is not bad. You know what? We'll go unknown X-ray and give this some additional power. We'll put Blip Bug up here, and then do some like this. Get the Murkrow out of there. We'll buy in a little bit towards the next level. Unknown X maybe can come over here. This might help a little bit. Get us through this particular fight at the very least. Okay, you got Bug and Fighting going on. X-Ray should be going off on these dudes, which may help a little bit. It did not. The damage is just so incredibly low. Yeah, these laddies are not pulling a whole lot of weight. Okay. Well, the Blip Bug can come in. Well, no, it doesn't want to come in. This wants to come in. And then Unknown K for Kick can come in. And now we got Psychic 7 at the very least. That's like something. We'll start off with a bunch of unknowns. Maybe Unknown W can come in. Honestly, we could fill this back row with unknowns and just hope that they can do enough nonsense for us. Try to get us through something. But maybe the Hitmonlee being in will do something. Yeah. We are having trouble making any of this happen. Lee comes in, starts throwing big kicks. Alright, we do get through that dude. Yo, Hitmonlee actually clutched up for us. Hitmonlee actually clutched up in a huge flipping way. Yeah, opposing teams are really freaking tanky right now. They just eat so much damage. Alright, what do we got? We got Unknown Abras. Kick worked well for us. Burn would be okay. Aqua Egg Uxie might not be bad. We'll take that. And then Unknown Lock is like fine, but it doesn't really do that much for us. Noctowl we'll definitely take. We could go for the Wild Annihilate. It's not the smart play here. This is more frontline. And actually, we will try to get towards having that additional front line. Alright. Yo, Mew, did you really have to do it to him? Did you really have to? Was that completely necessary, Mew? Okay, that is... Do we care more about the Rocky Helmet or the Star Sand? I think I care more about the Rocky Helmet. Throw the Rocky Helmet on the Hatterene. So that got blocked right immediately. What do we got here? Pest is fine. Yoga is whatever. Zero. Only enemy Pokemon for 2 seconds. Nuke is whatever. Kick is fine. 4 random unknown on the bench could be even better. We'll let the Uxie pop out first, and then maybe it'll generate some EXP for us. And then we'll throw down Unknown question mark on the next round and see if that helps at all. But yeah, the damage being exceptionally mid is not doing us any flippin' favors at all. Come on, bring in Uxie. We got him. Is it going to be able to do anything? Starting to throw some hands. Did a little something. Yes, indeed, it did a little bit of something. Alright, this comes in. Mana. Surf, huh? Pest. Volt. Item. Random item component is actually super duper valuable. You know what? Give me all the way down to get this next unknown in, because we want both of these unknowns to be played at the exact same time. And Noctowl is actually a frontliner, so it can go right there, and then Hopefully we slow down the pace of battle enough for both of our unknowns to cast some sort of nonsense. Alright, we got Luster Purges going off. The unknown get added to the bench. We got through that, but we ain't getting through these dudes. No. But unknowns are added to the bench. We got Burn. We got Coin. Coin's not terrible. Quit isn't that good. Burn is nothing to us. We actually can get the Shell Bell off? Maybe? Maybe Shell Bell ain't terrible. Mana Unknown Eye is quite nice. And maybe we use this on the Hatena, get a big frontliner. Maybe on the Spoink, towards Big Grumpig. Okay. So we need to go down to like 30. Quit is there. Bronzor to Bronzong would be huge for us. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, so we'll get Unknown K and Unknown I. Start the casting immediately, and then although the Namicon though. Yeah, these two, maybe they get sillier if we can go ahead and get them into position. But those spikes are crushing us right now. Okay, big nuke coming down from that laddie. And there goes Hitmonlee. It's on the battlefield doing Lee things. Does it manage to get through Skarmory? It does. Hitmonlee once again doing amazing work. We'll go ahead and sell the coin. We ain't using it. Alright, we got an Ice Stone. That's kinda worthless to us. Q doesn't do anything. V doesn't do anything. K did indeed help. So we'll throw that thing down. And then we're looking for any Psychic to fill the gap, which we do indeed have with this dude. Psychic and Steel are both active. That will help a little bit. We can go down to 30. There is another halfway decent mon, which you know what, I will go ahead and buy. Is it a frontliner? It is. Girafarig is indeed frontline, which is not something that we mind seeing. Go for him. That was kind of a whiffed throw. Okay, we did get that dude. Do we get through the Quilladin? We got him with the very last. That had to be 1 HP. No way that wasn't 1 HP. Kick has been working out quite well for us. And then Girafarig would want to come in over what? Like the Dodler? Or over the Hatena? You know what? It comes in over the Hatena and gets the big shield for now. And then I think we let this fight ride for one. I mean, we're in a very weird spot, considering all things. But big Girafarig is an option. So we'll go ahead and see what we can manage to make happen with that. Unknown K will go off doing Unknown K things. Yeah. I mean, it's like fine. No Unknown W as far as I can tell. Interesting. Yeah, that's fine. Unknown D for the Ditto is actually also perfectly fine. We'll buy you. Show me this Psychic Portal, okay? Show me this Psychic Portal. Boom. Red Orb it is. Okay, what do we got? Speaking of Red Orb, there's Groudon. Mewtwo is really the only thing we got here. Materialize a strange Psychic Wave towards the enemy, dealing 80 additional damage to them and teleporting the Pokemon in its path. I mean, it's good enough. And you are artificial. Are you also artificial? No, you're just steel. which means you're not that great for us, but you're okay. I'm gonna put you in. Well, actually, I should make room for the Ditto, right? Does the Dollar need to be here if we've got the Ditto going in the background? Oh, and Big Spoink's in. This dude has 250 health. It actually beats the paints off of Metang for just a little bit. But we do have the Magmarizer, huh? Magmarizer's interesting. It's not actually the mon that we need to see. Yeah, but maybe Big Spoink actually gets the item and Girafarig stays behind? I don't know. Yeah, we do have to make an adjustment to the line. Does this give any base stats? Yeah, it does. And we do have a fire team. Alright, we make some adjustments to the line here. We make a handful of adjustments, and we can turn that into an Ice Stone. It really doesn't help us any, but it does give special defense. Yeah. We'll make Girafarig. Do we want Girafarig nice and healthy, or do we want the pig nice and healthy? We, I think, want the pig nice and healthy more than the giraffe. We throw that in. We give it one of these. We give it one of these. We got another unknown D for Ditto. And then we give the Soul Dew to the Mewtwo. And then we give the Magmarizer to the Mewtwo too. Get it a little bit stronger. Probably ain't getting no Flame Orb options, but if we did, we would take it. Alright, Mewtwo is teleporting dudes all the way away. We did get the Ditto. The Ditto... Oh, somebody is raiding? Yo, Eli, what's going good, my guy? So far, trying to make electric... Oh, not electric. Trying to make psychic happen, but man, it is a struggle. Alright, W is interesting. Yo, feeling sickly, but wanted to raid out and share some love. Thank you, my guy. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Oh, jeez. What do we even want here? I guess more generation wouldn't be bad. But yeah, I appreciate that. Psychic is a synergy I do not touch with a 20-foot pole. I know. If you don't get, like, Gardevoir, then you're in trouble. Yeah, 100%. We ain't really got much of anything going on here, but, we'll try. We'll try and make it work. Was it impacted at all by the patch? But I hope your stream goes well. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I'm not going for too much longer after this either, but yeah. I hope you feel better. Yeah. Yeah. Better than just the Fennekin. This is a Ditto Fennekin. You can see it there. It's the Ditto Shiny. Yep, it's got imposter syndrome. Okay, we got through that, dude. How does the rest of this match shake out? Okay. Yep. We'll grab another unknown Ditto going. And we'll bring in another Wish, too. Yep. Got lucky with the special Ditto Fennekin. You know what? I will go all the way down to get Psychic 9 on board so that we can maybe, just maybe, bring in W and maybe, just maybe, get something really good off of that. I would love to get Metang stacked up to pieces. Don't think Dodler's coming anytime soon. I don't think Ponyard's coming anytime soon. I mean, it is a really epic grade friendo. But, Ultra Grade Friendo doesn't help me that much. Yeah. Dark Steel. Really not feeling this dude, but he is worth a lot of money. Okay, so we got that going off. Geez, 4 unknown, 1 at each corner of the battlefield. It might. We do Ditto, though. We get unknown D going, and then see what we can find. Dratini ain't it. I think we gotta leave this, and then we roll down hard next option that we get. I think if we can get the Ditto going, the next play is to get Grumpig. Next play is to go ahead and get Grumpig, all nice and stacked up. Okay. We'll see. Okay, the D did go off. That gives us big Grumpig. With all those defenses stacked up, that thing should be nice and impossible to break through. Maybe, hopefully, possibly a little bit. Okay. We want to slot in Unknown Jaws. He's probably the play here. Or Pest. If I have random 1-star bug Pokemon, huh? Nah, Jaws is the way to go. Get the Sharks in there. And then this goes on Noctowl. Get our front row as tanky as we can hopefully make it. Maybe we get through this fight. It's a definite maybe. I don't know how we stack into a Magearna. I know how we stack into that Skarmory. It hurts like a freaking truck is what it does. Nope. We ain't making it through this one. The Unknown Jaws definitely did help, but it wasn't enough. Unfortunate. Alright. 446, huh? Yeah, Psychic is hard. Psychic is hard right now. Let's see. 5th place. Yeah, rough stuff. Our scores are oscillating all over the place. If we can at least get a 3rd place and get back over 1,000, I will call it a day. We just gotta make it there. Alright. So what should we play? Should we play Fairy? Should we play the meta? Or do we leave it up to Randy Rando? Yo, Randy, what do you suggest? What do you suggest our 2 synergies to pick from should be? What do you think, Randy? Yo, we just played Psychic. Redo. Randy, your head's not on straight. Baby or Poison? Baby isn't a real synergy, Randy. Baby ain't a real synergy, my friend. We already did Poison today, too. And it worked out just okay. Worked out great yesterday when we were playing Zubat meta. But, no. We ain't playing Poison again. Give me something I haven't played in a while, friendo. Aquatic Fighting. Literally types we just did. Literally types we just... Who let Randy into the house? Who told Randy he had a say in anything? Who was the jabroni that decided that Randy had a say? Get that guy out of there. That guy means nothing to me. Although, immediate double chest spin does suggest that fighting would be fun. Alright, maybe we leave it up to the portal. Whatever portal's in front of us, when it switches, is what we're playing. You know what? This is the portal. Let's see what we got. Maybe we're playing a completely normal game in a normal way. Does that sound normal to you? Okay, we're not playing a normal game in a normal way. We're playing Ghost. Okay, Ghost it is then. We'll start with a basic fire synergy and then we'll go from there. Buy down all this garbage. I guess we're doing Ghost. Freaking Randy, man. Freaking Randy. Alright. Throw some heat down on them. Mystic Water is an excellent first item to get on a Ghost squad. And then the Soul Dew, I could not ask for more. I will throw that down immediately on the Litwick. I don't even need to think about that one. This is for sure going on Litwick without any sort of hesitation. Problem is that Ghost starts off with not a whole lot of great early mons showing up. Like, you can grab Duskull and Duskull is an option. There's also Duskull. So, yeah, that's basically what we're looking at. But Dusclops is a very, very good mon. Okay, more energy throwing is quite good. We'll buy down both of these. We'll get rid of the Geodude. We'll get rid of this. And then the Chespin can stay for one more round. And we'll see what happens. If we get an early Quilladin, I might keep it up front, just depending on what our rear line is ended up looking like. But yeah, if we could get a... I don't even need Chandelure. Lampent is good enough. So we throw hands with the Litwick until the cows come home. That is more PowerPoint generation, and it's a bridge item. That is a bridge. And we definitely want a coin if we can manage to grab one. There will be one directly in front of us. Got it. Little slow on the take there, Morpeko. Just a little more and you would have got it. Okay, throw down the deep sea tooth. That is more generation on this dude. And also, the coin, though, makes me not want to play silly. Because I would normally roll down here a little bit in order to see if we couldn't make Lampent happen. But I'm very hesitant to do so now. Very, very hesitant to do so now. Okay. Well, we could temporarily get fire synergy going if the mons show up for it, and then that could bridge us into Ghost eventually. Just deal with this for now. That is a big Graveler doing big Graveler energy. Yeah, he got through our line very quickly, but such is to be expected. Let's go ahead and throw something together here. Yeah, seeing that makes me think we almost gotta try to do something. Although there's the early fire synergy that I was talking about. We'll take a magnet for the sake of something. And then, yeah, we put this in the back line, put this in the front line, and now we're looking at Fire 4 early, which is perfectly acceptable. We could sell this thing in order to get to 30, and I think I will. Well, if we win the next fight, we don't have to, though. Is the thing. If we win, we don't have to. If we lose, then we do. Fennekin, your life is on the line right now. Your life is 100% on the line. Charmander, don't let him down. Don't do it, Charmy. Okay, Bug early is a pain. And no Lampent means that our likelihood of being able to get through this nonsense, nope. And loss means that Fennekin goes to the happy farm. Goodbye, Fennekin. I wish you luck in your next life as Poke Candies in Pokemon Go. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Show me some natural goodies. Ain't really any natural goodies there at all. That's a nice roll. I will go down to like 30. You know what? You can come back in temporarily. There's Graveyard, and that can go in as soon as we don't need Fire 4 anymore. Fortunately, we still kind of do. And there's this. We'll buy it. Maybe it'll help us win. If we don't, well, there ain't much we can do about it. But I think we got this one. Yeah, this one's looking like it's gonna be... Well, I don't know. That paw is pretty strong. Okay, we threw a big hand on that thing. Do we get another one? We do. Alright, there we go. That dude's a goner. We've got... You know, this thing does regionally turn into a ghost. It do indeed regionally turn into exactly one ghosty goose. Okay. I think we let the income ride for now and get this coin up and going. I know we don't really have a ghost synergy, but we can pop one on last minute up against Scary. We can do that, so... Yeah. Yeah, for sure. We make that happen. So, Lampent should be pretty good for the moment. We need more ghosts to show up. Graveyard is not a bad mon by any means, but it's lacking a little bit of something that we need in order to burn down the competition just at the moment. No ghosts in this option. The upgrade plus the deep sea tooth means that we are splitting between 80 damage and carry with this. This actually, it might not be staying on Lampent. This thing might be getting sold the moment the unique comes around, but right now this should hit pretty freaking strong. And, geez, I don't know. To slot in the ghost synergy? Sure. We'll do that in order to get this dude in. Do something like this. Ghost 2, Fire 4. Alright, I'll be right back, people. I will be right back. Give me just 1 minute. I gotta go check something really, really quickly. We should be able to slot through on these guys pretty easily. Alright, I heard you guys chomping at the bit. I heard you. I'm back. Sorry about that. The world was ending outside. There was fire, there was dragons, there was zombies. Pretty sure I saw a unicorn jump through. It was a nightmare. Just had to go out there with the old 22 and put some order into action. Now we're much, much better. Alright, we're just in time, too, to get our portal. There is a ghost portal coming around the bend right. There it is. Take it. Boom. There we go. That's how we do. That is how we do. I think we can go ahead and spin down a little bit. I know we got the coin for additional monies, but I think we need to get closer to that level. That's amazing. This dude is great. And it is certainly of a higher caliber than our freaking Lampent. Yeah, Lampent, you gotta go. You gotta go. There ain't really no reason to consider anything else other than this. This should go fairly silly. Deerling doesn't matter to me at all. And, yeah. I feel like this rides pretty well for the time being. Now we just need... we did not get a ghost portal. I am just now realizing we did not at all get a ghost portal. Please tell me there's some ghosts that have been added in. Just our boy Graveyard. Good old Houndstone there. That's a problem. There is indeed a problem, and they have. Okay, well, about what we do about that. About all of that nonsense right about now. Any suggestions in the chat? Because, I am seeing issues dwelling up in our future quite quickly from this. The Flame Orb is interesting. I'm gonna go with this, though, because the Sticky Barb could actually help us get a front line that could actually survive. I'm actually hesitant to sell the Mudbray, just because we might need to slot something in. We might just have to have something in there in order to take up a slot. Duskull is decent, so we'll go ahead and grab that dude too. But yeah, we kinda almost need Mudbray there in order to soak up hits for right now. And at fire 3, we ain't really getting that much value out of the flame, so maybe we want to replace that Charmander with something else. But yeah, the upgrade into that is definitely helping the Flutter Mane do some nonsense. Numel is interesting, and maybe a strictly better fire type than the Charmander. It's not exactly the mon that we want. Do we have Ghost Energy Gems anywhere? No. Do we have anything that we want here? I guess we could get the Dark Synergy Gem. That might not be the end of the world. Yeah. The Dark Gem might actually help, because Duskull is also dark. There's some ride-through between Ghost and Dark that we can maybe try to get going on. But right now, we are kind of living a life, aren't we? Alright, so you can come in right here, and then you can come in over the Quilava, go right there, and there we go. There we go. We don't really want to go vertical on the fire anymore. And that's about how we have to play this. And throw these on as well. And pray that for our Tower Duo we actually... Yo, is that Shiny Aerodactyl? That is Shiny Aerodactyl. Good of you to show up here. I've been looking for you on Legend ZA for the past, oh, I don't know, 8 million years. Man, Shiny Aerodactyl popping up everywhere you don't want to see him. Okay. So that went quite well. This Flutter Mane set is indeed crushing it quite nicely. And now what are we looking for? Okay, we actually have the ground synergy between those two. Funny enough. Show me something. Then we can just slot Duskull in, right? It's Ghost 3 at the very least. But we ain't got no more ghosts showing up, huh? Nope. Not a one. There ain't no ghosts here either. It's gonna be an issue. Yeah, outside the region, it's gonna be tough. It's slim pickings out here. And unless we got the Hisuian Typhlosion, we weren't getting that thing going off. Okay. Actually, Brazen came in clutch there. What happened to our Flutter Mane? What did it get brutalized by? Was there someone holding a lens? Did all of its special damage just get reverberated back on it or something? Because that thing got toasted. Okay, that's a dark fire run through, right? Is that better for us than Bound Sweet? It might be. Is it better for us than Mudbray? That I can definitively say no, it is not. So now we got Field 4, Ghost 3, Fire 3, Dark 3, Ground 2. It's a strange one. That is for sure. We'll buy in on the dream that one day we will find ghosts. Maybe one day, possibly. But yeah, so Eli doesn't like playing Psychic, is what that dude said. Yeah, I don't blame him. Psychic, I feel like, can be so strong, but it's like one particular use case scenario. And then anything else that you get is just completely overwhelmed from the word go. From the Pokemon Go, as it were. Alright, I like this. Do I bring Litten into the back so that it can jump, though? Does that have value to us? Against that Abra dude, it kind of does. Against the War Turtle dude, sort of. But War Turtle's incredibly mid. I don't know, man. I don't know. I know the Numel throwing hits around matters. That being in the back row against the Poliwhirl would matter if we were a Torracat, but alas, we ain't no Torracat. Alright. Yeah. Fluttermane threw a lot of hands, did not quite get over the amount of damage. So each one of those hits gets mitigated by fighting. That's the only problem with Fluttermane, is that fighting types are doing, are mitigating each one of those hits. And that is indeed a problem. I think we can afford to spend this particular level rolling down to see what we can get. Bounsweet, are you coming in as a Steenie for us? I don't think so, but we can kinda pivot towards Dark a little bit, right? We could do that, because we got that already. I will speed up leveling enough to try to get Larvitar in, get Dark 4 off the ground, maybe towards Dark 5, but it's not what I want to play with Fluttermane here. Alright, Fluttermane turns that dude into ashes. That guy is a goner. Stonejourner is toasted. And there we go. Done. Yeah, Ghosty Goos are coming in very, very slowly. Which is proven to be rather difficult on our bottom line there. Okay, let's go ahead and chain this together. And then the next fight that we fight, we should be over the cap. And that'll do that. Okay, so we got a Charcoal already. There ain't no Shell Bell availabilities. A Red Orb is interesting. A Red Orb is certainly interesting on a lot of different Ghosty Goos that we could end up seeing. If we even see Ghosty Goos as a legend, because I don't even know where our synergy is going to come from. Right about now, I don't know where that synergy is coming from. Waters. We got a Water Gem. I don't know that that has any use for us whatsoever. But I mean, like, sure. Why not? The Red Orb, we can Temp Slam this onto Brazen. Yo, Gardevoir, take a nice big peek at what we got going on, because it's a whole lot of nothing, friendo. Alright, that allows Dark to jump. We got Rock on. I don't even know what this synergy board is looking like, dude. We're basically set up for Amorphous. Give me a Morph 3 on top of everything that we got here. Why not, right? Yo, that Hitmontop just took every hit that Fluttermane threw at it and took 0 damage from it. Yeah, Fluttermane did 153. There was nothing. Sure. You know what, Camerupt? You can go ahead and join the team. Why not? We got room for you. Yeah, dig that, and then... I mean, I hope that Camerupt can do something, right? Kinda incredibly silly, all the things that we got going on here. Playing a ghost team, it ain't got no ghosts anywhere. That's the problem with Ghost 2. If you don't get the region for it, you ain't getting stuff. You ain't getting nothing. But our econ is good. With the coin, there is a world that we can pull back from this, in a way. Yo, Kangaskhan with the scrappy ability, hitting our ghost for maximum damage. Yeah, that just ain't enough. Okay. This is a potential ghost in Annihilate. The chances of actually getting this thing all the way up to Annihilate are basically 0 right now, though. That's the only issue with it, is that we got no shot of making that thing all the way up there. Fennekin, yo, you're not coming to the final squad. I don't care how much you tell me you're going to be there, you ain't being there. There ain't no room for you. There might be room for Vullaby if we got a pivot into Dark, and there's definitely room for this dude. There is certainly room for that dude. We will go slightly under the interest cap, but I'm okay with that. Alright, Torracat, he's a little bit stronger now. Yeah, Gatling gun out of the old Flutter Mane is just not doing it for us. Yo, does the exchange ticket work on gems, though? Could we switch that water to something else? Does this work? It does not work. Fluff. Alright, we do get a ghost portal. We will take that. Now, we're probably going to end up with Spectrier, and I'm going to be a very sad man. Yeah, that's probably 100% what we're working towards right now. But maybe we don't. Maybe there's a world in which that does not happen. We got Blacephalon. That goes through with our fire synergy through road, right? Kind of. What do we want to do with this thing? Like, the Razor Claw ain't bad, but this thing is a caster. Does the Fennekin have to go in order to make this stuff happen? In order to give that thing decent items? And I think the answer is maybe. Then we get this thing in here, we give it this. Ghost and Dark are now both at 4, and we're hoping against hope that something comes out of the pool. We can make it work. I guess we want to roll down. Pupitar could be halfway decent for us. I don't even know what we're looking for. I don't even know what we're looking for. Let's go full Dusknoir. You know what, Dusknoir? Show up and save the day for us. How about that? Okay, we're not getting through these guys. No. No, we would need full crit set in order to make this particular Flutter Mane work, I think. Because nobody's running Rocky Helmet. Crit with a gun harder here. We're just not picking up KOs with it. As much as it's throwing those hands, which it is, it just isn't managing. Unfortunately. Okay, show me. That's potentially Cursula. If we can get that thing going, I would not be upset about it. Here's Mudbray. Is it better for us than something else? I mean, Mudsdale is a... That was a ghost. Fluff. Why didn't somebody stop me? Why did somebody freaking stop me and say, hey, that's a ghost, dingus? Alright. Yep, that indeed was a ghost. You know what? We'll run through with Darkness, I think. Yeah. I mean, it don't really do everything that we're hoping it to do. We should be finding more ghosts around here somewhere, right? That's a ghost. That's a dark friend. And, you know what? I almost... give me the Manaphy Egg. Give me the Manaphy Egg for the Blacephalon immediately. Yeah. I mean, the other option was to pick up the Wonder Box or something. We don't really care. Show me something I can use here. Ooh, woof. Okay. Well, we got a treasure out of that. I guess we could make an Ice Stone. It really doesn't help us much, but maybe it lets... What? Lets Houndstone live a little bit longer, and we like to level that thing up. We'll put this on Blacephalon. Hope that this is, like, something. We need more ghosts to come into the squad immediately. We don't necessarily need this thing to show up. We don't actually need this thing either. Alright, now we roll for Friendos. That's decent. Frigibags. Show me Ghastly. Dusclops is not the worst thing in the world. Can I afford to stop rolling down? Do we get through these guys? We should get through a Vibrava. Okay, we managed to win one. We'll take that. There's a level towards that. There's a level towards this. We could go right into the Mudsdale immediately. I don't think that's the play. Instead, it is to slot in over you this and over the Mudbray this. And then we've got a robust back row. Okay. We actually have Ghost 6 already, which ain't bad. And then the Mudbrays are going. Show me more ghosts. Show me at least one more Ghosty Goo. I guess Corsola could become one if it gets KO'd. But I'd like to not have to rely on that. Bluff. Nope, ain't gonna happen. Knocked us down all the way that early. Yeah, bad portals will do that to you. Bad portals will do that to you. Alright. Well, Fluff, that sets us right back to where we were. Son of a biscuit, man. Yo, double up mode sounds like it could be fun. But, I'm not confident enough of my skills to try double up with anybody. And I ain't got no IRL friends that play this particular game to double up with. I guess I could ask somebody. You know what? I do know somebody. I do know somebody, but they had no idea about Pokemon Auto Chess. Like 0% knowledge about this game. They've seen it a handful of times. And mostly on this stream, so tough to say. But yeah, Ghost could have been very nice there. Towards the end, it was starting to come together a little bit, but that's like way too late. Way too little, way too late. I should have paid attention to the region that I got dropped in and just pivoted entirely. I was distracted by Fluttermane and memories of how good that thing is. But ability power does not a Fluttermane make, unfortunately. Alright, show me something I can do. Ground Electric, huh? I wouldn't mind playing Electric, that's for sure. Alright, show me what we can do here. Alright, we are in an electric zone, and it's electric flying monster. I do like electric, and I do like a little mystical water right off the bat. We'll put electric and ground in together for the moment, and buy down on all of this. Now, if we can natural into some good stuff, that'd be fine. I am willing to give up on Electrical Dreams if we end up finding Tier 2's natural for something that's even better. There is some natural nonsense here. So this is natural ground, which we will go ahead and start digging out a front line with at the moment. The rest of this nonsense can probably go away for the time being. We'll leave that there, though. Alright, Pidgey's showing up. I do like Pidgeot. I do very much like Pidgeot in this game. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yep. This is pretty decent here. Okay, so we got natural Tier 2 Psychic Fire here, which I will bring to help us carry a little bit. And then we got Tynamo. Tynamo's not bad either. We'll lean into this a little bit. I would like to get that front row dug out and see if we can maybe find something decent there. But I'm not so committed to it that, okay, that's natural Piloswine, natural Flaffy. I don't think we buy down into either of these, though. Those T2s are natural enough. Didn't get that. We'll go for this. We actually have the makings of a frontliner here. Yeah, we actually do. Show me Brazen in there too. Yeah, those two have no through line with each other, so I'm not like living La Vida Loca on them. But I will give Mamoswine and a very aggressive Star Sand defensive build there. Mamoswine's great on the offense, it's only really lacking in defense. So right now, this should be enough to hopefully win streak us for a little while. Yeah, and we'll dig in the meanwhile, which is utility. It's not bad opening gambit. It doesn't really get us towards electric yet, but we can afford to start building up currency. Hopefully they add some regionals that we'd like to see, some add-ons from the other players we'd also like to see, because they have no idea I'm playing electric yet. You look at this board, you have no idea that I'm gonna pivot. Do we continue with the Dark Deception? Do we continue with the Dark Deception that we're actually running ground? Wait, do we actually run ground though? Do we actually run ground though? Is the question, because we kinda got all the mons that we would need in order to make that happen. Do we actually want to run ground? It is a very good typing. What is everybody else rocking? We got steel. That pierces right through ground stuff, but is it like actually steel or is it just sound with steel in the background? Hard to say. And what are you? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Fairy baby, fire and fighting kind of crunches through us pretty hard. Fighting also does some nonsense. I don't know. Against fighting, I think electric is worse, right? Because you're relying on multi-hits and fast hitting, and each time you're hitting, you're actually getting blocked up on. At least ground is all face forward, immediate damage. You know what? I think we go and we lean directly into ground. I think we've seen enough here to suggest that ground is kind of cracked for us at the moment. And I think we try to preserve a win streak. Yeah. Because this is a good frontline setup for Mamo. It just needs one more of anything. Could be a Rocky Helmet, which would help. Goggles, given that we've got fire showing up. Maybe. AV is not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, we ain't getting through all that, though. Alright, we dug out and we got garbage leftovers and garbage trash. Impressive. No effect, but can be held. Rough. Only good if we were going artificial, which we are not. Alright. So, I think we can confidently pivot that, and I think we can sell these two dudes in order to try to get back into the range of making money. And Brazen, you're not coming in anymore either. Nope, you're done. Okay, so what we need to be aware of is those fighting teams are going to be tough, but hopefully they starve each other, you know? Ideally, they absolutely get directly in each other's way, and then we're just big chillin'. That's a Shell Bell. That is a Shell Bell, and maybe completes the Mamoswine set. Yeah, Mamoswine can deal with that. That's attack damage, that's defense on the shield, as long as there's no protective pads blowing us up from orbit, and that is rapid fire ice crystals. We can live with that. We can absolutely live with that. So defensive Mamoswine is set up, and then we can always pivot that set onto something else, if we like it better than good old Mamosh. I am not going to roll down to try to get Mamoswine out of this Pylo. I just don't think it's smart right now. It's good enough as it is. It can be replaced later. It doesn't make sense to go crazy yet. Feraligator's peeping us. What do you got, Feraligator? You got, I don't even know what that team is shaping up to be. Maybe fire eventually? Alright, we got the Nidoran out of that. There should be no problem getting through Gary like this. There should be absolutely no issues whatsoever. Gary should just crumble. Almost instantaneously. Do we, care about the leftovers? No, I don't think we do. Lefties do not do anything for us. I mean, what would we do? Give that to Munchlax? Why, though? Why would we run Munchlax on this team? Unless we got Explorer's Kit. If we got Explorer's Kit, could we make a Munchlax work? I don't think so. I don't think there's enough overlap. Alright, and Gary's done. That's Green Orb. Do we care about Green Orb? I don't think we do. I think we gather charcoal and then pray that Groudon shows up. There's a nice ground area for us. We'll take that. Alright. Do we want to... No, we go hard on this. Get us to ground 6 immediately. What are we digging with? Dunsparce? That's a good mon to see immediately. And we start digging down here. Yup. There is a mon and a half to start seeing immediately. I honestly don't know if, I mean, Green Orb might help the Dunsparce quite a bit, you know? Make that thing thick in the front line too, but we're kind of building all front line and no rear line whatsoever, which could be a problem. But I mean, the immediate power to keep a win streak going off of this, it's kind of great. So we go Green Orb. We slam Green Orb, because the only other thing I would think is like Rocky Helmet to make out of that seed. So Green Orb makes a certain level of sense here. It's not optimal, but given what we've got, I don't necessarily hate it. Given that Mamo should be living for a very, very long time, and then Dunsparce is just chewing up our line as well. And we did get Bug, too, because of the Trapinch. So we got the double the done, the doing what we gotta do. Ground types. You know, it is said that you are not a ground type here as well, even though you are in the main games. I think, though, we definitely do want the Magnet. That's a pretty easy sell. Yeah. I don't think we need to keep this thing, but we will. For the moment. Nah, there's really no reason to. I was thinking if we evolve it, we could sell both the Ninjask and the Shedinja. There ain't no reason to do that. That's a silly play. That is absolutely silly. Also, I should have moved Trapinch before the fight started, but it's fine. Maybe it'll help it live a little bit longer. Okay. Mamo got pushed directly into the abyss. Trying to deal with Mr. Monferno there. Pardon me, my voice is getting wrecked by these dudes. Yo, that Hitmon there is living forever. Yo, we could not cleave through that Machoke at all. We did 0 damage to that dude. Even our casts boosted by Soul Orb just weren't doing much. Alright, Blue Orb is interesting. Blue Orb could soar down the state of this fight a little bit. Then again, we do have the Green Orb already, right? I should have gotten the Charcoal. I didn't even see it there. I shoulda, woulda, coulda. But I like the idea of the upgrade on the done this way. Yeah, make this thing a little bit more threatening. Maybe make it dig a little bit more. We'll do something like this. These two guys can move down. And we'll keep digging. Alright, show me something out of these dudes. And yeah, the Dunsparce start digging super deep. Yeah, that thing digging more on the enemy side would be very, very nice for us. Might end up digging more on our side, but is what it is. Alright. The Dun is throwing hands. Memo is throwing hands as well. I think we're gonna get him. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Show me something else. But yeah, I think we gotta be done. This will be our last match of the day so far, and then I'll be back at it. Maybe I'll come back at it tonight, but I definitely gotta take a moment here. Ooh. Geodude, you are coming on the bench for later. Actually, Onyx should be on the bench too for later as well. Onyx is way better than Geodude, so... But the two of them together give Onyx that rock synergy, which is very nice for a defensive ground-type core, so... I don't know, man. Both of them could probably come in. Eventually. Okay, we chew through this team how? How well do we do against them? Mamoswine's getting big damage off with the Icicle Crashes. Kubfu, he's slowed down a little bit. Alright, we got him. We got him. Once that thing's an Urshifu, that's going to be a problem, but that's a later me issue, and not a now me problem. Double Onyxians is very nice to get. Now, do we just keep accelerating towards 7 in order to get Onyx in? And I think the answer is yes. I would like to stop in order to try to go towards Steelix. I think we gotta just focus on levels. Levels are more valuable to us right now. More levels equals more dig equals more items equals more possibilities means nobody gets left behind. The classic Ohana. Yeah, Lilo and Stitch, that was co-opting it for a modern audience. This is actually what that saying's about. Was based on ground-type synergy in Pokemon Auto Chess. Check it out. Little did we know is that the ancient peoples were actually playing Pokemon Auto Chess on stone tablets back in the day. Okay, the Dynamax Band is silly. The Sacred Ash is sillier. But that's so much HP. But the Sacred Ash, though. I don't know, dude. Sacred Ash sometimes feels like a throw. Bottle Cap is also quite nice. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and go Sacred Ash, I think. But 200% HP. If we were going Earthworm, that would be a no questions asked type situation. As it is, we throw it on you. Yep, that should be towards... Well, I don't know how fast that thing gets KO'd. Get very fast is the answer. So we'll make it slam in a little bit later. That'll have to go in and hit just a little bit later so that we can try to get through some more nonsense. Alright, Dunsparce is KO'd. We don't KO you nothing, my friend. We don't KO you anything. Okay, throw this here, throw that there. Another level towards the nubbins is fine. Show me level ups. Okay, and then Onyx can come in. That's a big dude. And do we pump that last 4 in, or do we save for rolls? Once we're ground 8, I don't care what we do, right? Onyx is just hanging out, doing Onyx things. Okay, something in the line is opened up. And we get through. Easy peasy. Now, what is Haunter up to? Love the avatar, by the way. Just fighting human. Yeah, fighting's a solid type. Fighting is very much solid right now. Alright, throw hands a little bit further. I like the idea of... What can we do in order to get steel all the way through? Excadrill? Is that thing even in the regions? Magnet? seems like a good play since there's no charcoal. Magnet is very easy to unbrick in case we start getting stuck with stuff. Show me. Houndour is an incredible Darkmon. This is a very good Groundmon if we can make it happen. We also just got something decent. Okay. What is this? Dragon Skill. Gives Dragon Synergy as first synergy. So it's a holdable item that would make somebody into a dragon. Interesting. That's got through play with Gibble. If we can manage to make Gibble happen. Right now, it ain't looking like we're finding much of anything though. There's another level for Sandshrew. I don't think Mamoswine's happening, so I am okay with buying down into that in order to get this dude on the field, because Sandslash definitely could happen. We are just finding a whole lot of nothing, though that's pretty good. And we will lock and then roll. Lock and roll, my friends. We definitely want to hit this thing before it can become Mothim, though. Okay. Show me Vibrava, that's fine. Show me something else. Not really working out for us, huh? Yeah, that's tough. That is indeed tough. Little dragons doing little dragon things. I guess we could give this to somebody. I mean, on Dunsparce, that would be something, right? Yeah, if we could go all the way with dragons, but I don't know that we're gonna be able to. Might even be better on something else, though. Yeah, not sure. Okay, we do... Did we pierce through this team? Looks like we got him. Alright, tough fight, but I think we got through nice and clean there. Swampert early would have been amazing. As it stands right now, it's a little late in the day to try to make that thing work. There's Grotle. I will take that dude to make that work. Geodude, you ain't actually coming to the party, friend. Rockruff would be nice. Ooh, do we care? We're gonna lose out on the opportunity for Wormadam here. But you know what? Maybe I'm okay with that. Maybe I am actually alright with that. Yeah. Also, I like how the monster... No, this is a Ghost Dark or Ghost Ground region. Why does it have the theme for a Monster House? Wouldn't you think the Monster region would have Monster House as its theme? Now, here's what it is. Onyx with the big tail. Throws them all around. And... boom. That should be it for that dude. Now we got some options here. I will grab another Trapinch towards something and throw down the gauntlet on ground. That's all the way over here. Doesn't look like anybody else is interested in it. Yo, the field thins so much already. 3 dudes down before Tower Duo, or right after Tower Duo. That is, that's kind of not common. Okay. The Burmese... Yeah, Burmese are alright. We're gonna sell the Turtwig. We're gonna get Lando or Zygarde. Zygarde actually completes the Dragon trifecta. If we just roll down on this, get Zygarde going, and then give somebody the Dragon Scale. And who gets the Dragon Scale, though? Ooh, I don't know. Maybe Onyx? Hooked on Onyx, what do you do for us? You do some good stuff, right? But I don't know, man. But it's probably our best unit right now. Hooked on Onyx. Get Rock 2 because of it. I'll take Rock 2. This region has Burmy in it, doesn't it? It has ground type Burmy in it, so we could still get Wormadam out of this. Is what I'm thinking. We are having some trouble piercing through all this fighting nonsense, and Dogi just gets stronger as time goes on. Yeah, we were never getting through that chestnut though. The Dynamax band into that thing is crazy work. And we got another Dragon Synergy. Man, I honestly think just throwing in like Charmander here would be silly and kind of worth it. So who goes? Like Sandshrew? We don't really need you in order to get Dragon 5 on lock, right? And Dragon 5 gets us Shield on all of our dragons, huh? That's not bad. Sandshrew, you ain't coming to this party no more. Wormadam, I'm afraid we don't really give a Wormadam about you either. The Nidorans can stay, as can the Trapinch. Alright. Let's see how we're looking overall. Honestly, Mamosians is looking like he's maybe just a little bit outclassed. But I don't really got the front line that I want to replace him with. Here's another level towards the Nidorino. Of course, now Wormadam's showing up in force. This is loaded dice. We'll go ahead and make that for Zygarde. Why not? Show me... Smoke Ball doesn't help. Front row... This plus loaded dice could do something in the front row. Question is, who do we got in the front row that actually wants this? I mean, Steelix wouldn't be bad, right? Let's move all of this nonsense over a little bit. Something like this. And then, yeah, Steelix wouldn't actually mind having this set up. But do we want it on the Zygarde instead? I at least want this on you. Then loaded dice onto you, because you're throwing basics from way far back. And we'll put the old... I was gonna put the old seed on Onix, give him a little bit more defendability there. But so be it. Yeah, this is a tough sitch. The enemy team's got Ultra Instinct, and that sword is freaking huge with the Dynamax band. But I think maybe we still got him. We did. He loses his Dynamax, and he's a goner. Okay. Another level towards Grotle will take. Wormadam won't stop showing up now. Yo, Wormadam, I'm tired of seeing you, buddy. Go away. Alright, we let this roll over one more time before we start rolling down towards Nidoking, Flygon, Torterra, that sort of stuff. One Ditto would get us to Steelix, which would be really, really good. Oh, we want to throw a seed down on somebody unless... Yeah, there ain't really anything that I can imagine us finding there that would matter. Okay. We blasted that dude. Zygarde is throwing loaded dice nonsense at a valuable rate. And that dude's gone. It's just Manaphy. Okay, that should be Snivy knocked out of the game, I believe. It is. Top 4. Top 4 time. Let's go. That's a level towards what we want to see. We will roll once and see just Wormadam. Dude, that thing's showing up every freaking roll. You're not coming onto the team, dude. You ain't making the cut. You had an opportunity. Get out of my face, dude. Man, if we could get Gibble and Dino, I would be very, very happy about that. As a matter of fact, I will throw Dino onto the bench, because there's a through road where we get Gibble, and then Dino, or Dino there, comes in, and then we're in good shape, and we get Dragon 7. There is a world in which that can occur. Yep. There is certainly a world. This is the best option we could hope for on this dude. This is a good option on that dude. And now we're looking for Gibble. Gibble, show me your freaking face, my friend. Dino, getting an evolution would not be a bad thing. Yo, they ain't gonna give it to me, as they? They ain't gonna give it to me, but they might give me Nidoking. There is a world where Nidoking happens. As a matter of fact, I'll give up on the Torterra dream to pursue the Nidoking dream. And of course, Gibble. One dude that I'm looking for, man. Can Gibble even show up here? Is the question. It's not a regional. It's not an add-in either. I don't think it's an add-in. It's just a natural that it shows up, right? There's Rhyhorn. That is such a good freaking mon. Now the question is, who leaves us to go for it? Is it Torterra? Is Torterra leaving us in order to go to the Happy Grounds? I think it is. Or is it Mamosh? It's Mamosh. Mamosh is getting replaced. And these items are going on old Rhyhorn here. For that execute damage all the time. Happening every single time. Oh. Should have moved some dudes over to finish digging over there, but that's fine. Show me... That was Gibby. Frick! A flippin' flippy doos. Alright, well, at least we got Rhyhorn. But son of a biscuit... Stop rolling, dude. I'm losing it, broskies. I am absolutely 100% losing my mind. I'm going crazy. Twice I skipped on Gibby. Somebody punched me directly in the grundle. I'm losing my flippin' mind, dudes. I am losing it. Okay. Calm down. Roll nice and slow. Do not skip out on the good mons. We don't care about Turtwig. We do care about Flygon a little bit. Flippin' flippy doos though. The blue orb. We want the blue orb immediately. That is a get and a half for us. Slow down the pace of battle a little bit. Okay. Stop being a panicking and actually start planicking. There we go. Planicking Skywalker. Okay. Look for Gibble and do not freaking fluff off Friendo. Alright, that's a level towards Turtwig. Do we care about that? We do not. Turtwig is showing up with a vengeance. Duosian. You know I've been playing Auto Chess too long. In the day, if I'm doing stuff like this. Do we care about leveling up the Mander right now? We don't. We don't care about Newt Scamander at all. There's another level for Vibrava. Who can go into the Shadow Realm to get us back? Nobody. Nobody can. We need Dittos. We need Dittos to get Nidoqueen, or Nidoking on board, sorry. Show me... There's Steelix. Okay, there's one. Show me the other mon that I need. Show me Gibble, and all is forgiven. Please, there he is. Okay, now we gotta restructure. Gibble comes in over Grodel, and then Zweilius comes in over... I think it has to come in over that dude, right? And then we put Gibby here. Zweilius there. Charmander can stay, and we're at Dragon 7. And now if we can get better dragons than Charmy, we will. But yeah, this should help. This should help Zygarde quite a bit. We got Glasses, King's Rock. I guess we go King's Rock, make something big in the front here. Who else would we want to be big? I don't even know, dude. Maybe we make the Vibrava big so it's less likely to get KO'd before we can go ahead and get things going. Yeah, that's fine. I think we're closing in on maybe a victory here, though. And, does the Nidoking come? If we get him. He does. And I would not mind throwing him into the old pile. But I don't think we find him. Momo is a great type. And we are looking at... I don't know how we do well against this team. This team is so defensively strong. Do we manage to get through on the back of Zygarde? Alright. Give me just 1 second here, people. Maybe if the execute damage goes off, we got him. Hold on. Alright. Yeah, I am not sure how we play in this, dudes. Okay, we did manage to get through that. Dude, this is a nail biter down to the freaking wire. I don't even know, broskies. I don't even know. You know what? Nidorino, you can go ahead and come in if we survive one more. Because we do have the money to bring that dude in. You know what? We should just get him. We should just bring him in. He's been here this freaking flapping long. Nidorino, you're frontlining. Welcome to the squadron. Show me a Ditto. Show me a Ditto and make Nidoking happen, and all else is forgiven. Show me a Rhydon, and all else is forgiven +2. Okay. Yep, we're trying. Charmander's doing his absolute best here. Can we get through all of this? I don't know. I am not 100% sure. The Sacred Ash didn't even go off. If it did, we had a backup plan. So that's not the end of the world. We're fully dug up. Do we just want to, like, collide instantaneously? Would that be better? Is that better? Something like this. Is this better for us? Maybe. Regardless, we gotta roll, and if we're gonna find it, we got him. We got Rhydon. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Rhydon. I think that's probably gonna be a wrap. That's probably a wrap. We might have one more match after that. If we lose this one, then we got the chance to turn it around. Yep. Ain't nothing showing up over there. The loaded dice into the punching glove is actually really, really nice for us for torching down out of max HP. Out of this dude at the very least. And then the dog pile happens. He's got 8,000 mons punching him. Chestnut still refuses to go down. Alright, last dude is that Infernape. Ladies and gentlemen, we're leaving on a first place. That is how you do. That is how you end a stream, friendos. We got there, man. We got there. Not back up to 1,000 ELO, but we heckin' got there. Thank you so much for riding with me for a freaking 7.5 hour stream. This was supposed to be a 1 hour stream, dudes. This was supposed to be 1 to 2 hours tops, and it's 7.5 hours. Boosties, throw them at me. Throw them at me after a win like that. Surprise Fletchling. No more surprised than I am. Mudkip, Shiny Sandshrew. Rhyperior, Ampharos. Sandshrew, by the way, favorite Pokemon. Tandemaus, Vanillish, Dustox, Keldeo, and Komala. Next up, Serperior, Slurpuff, Machoke, Decidueye, Hitmonchan, Anorith, Meteor Redcore, Venomoth, Happiny, and Cosmog. 2 more packs. Show me a shiny hound of some kind. Burmy, Shinx, Axew, Cascoon Shiny, Tornadus, Ariados, Minccino, Licky Licky, Snivy, and Artizolt. I mean, the shinies are coming fast and loose. Show me something amazing. Sableye in pain. Bishop stunned about our victory. Mega Sableye, who's inspired by our performance. Komala, Seaking, Obstagoon, Elekid, Toxicity, Galarian Farfetch'd, and Buzz Wool. You can't even hardly tell that dude's sad. Alright. Alright. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me today. That was a stream where we bolted on an hour after another hour after another freaking hour. And with that, my freaking mind is toasted. So without further ado, I want to thank all of you phonies, mahonies, and jabronis that showed up today to hang out in the chat. Thanks to Electric Eli for joining us. I loved hanging out with everybody. Everybody that showed up in the comments today, thank you as well. For those of you lurking in the background, it was also good to have you. And you're always welcome right back here on the very next episode of the authentic, trademark, copyrighted, in the books, written down, ask your lawyer, ask the judge, ask the president himself, Foxhound Show. Good night, everybody.